He made no appeal to incredulity.
He is actually saying, he's saying bullshit. It's not bullshit because I don't believe it.
So just to be clear, you're wrong. Absolutely not. He didn't appeal to incredulity.
That's an appeal to incredulity.
He simply is incredulous, and you're incorrect.
And he's saying it's wrong.
His argument was incorrect as well, and I'm not sure why
you are wrong because he's incredulous
when I'm talking, but his argument was incorrect only in that what he was conveying was actually incredulity, but he was not appealing to it. He was simply letting you know that your claim is not valid or in any way verifiable.
You know he's mocking it. You know he's mocking it. You know he's saying it's wrong because he's incredulous.
It doesn't matter what your opinion is about what he was thinking in his mind.
Oh, fuck off, Bob Dole.
Bob, please let me respond, Bob. So it's not incredulity because I didn't say I didn't believe it. I said I didn't know if energy could make space-time bend, and neither do you. I didn't say anything about believing it or not. Okay, there's no incredulity there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you weren't claiming that you don't believe it or won't believe it, then no, there is no incredulity whatsoever there. And again, either way, NASA is wrong about his claim about incredulity. He apparently doesn't know what it is or doesn't care enough to be honest about it.
I don't know if space. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if space
appealing to incredulity here. This is a definitely appeal to incredulity.
Listen, I don't know if energy can bend space-time. You don't know either. We both have the same level of knowledge on that because it's never been tested. No one's ever done it. Hello, I don't know, you don't know. Some dickhead wrote it in a book. Okay, sorry, it's Einstein, but some guy wrote it in a book, piece of paper, and now I'm in incredulity because we've never tested it.
Jeremy, the only thing that is right in your sentence or what you are talking is that you don't know. Even clearer,
because you've never tested it.
Even clearer example would be you don't even understand. So actually, you shouldn't be talking about the subject altogether because you just don't understand.
You guys, we're going to start moderating more for this. Just claiming that someone doesn't understand is not a valid point. No one cares about your judgment call, about what you think somebody may or may not understand. It's just not a valid point. If you have an actual point to make, please make the point. Otherwise, it's more or less just an ad hom. You're just trying to disparage his character instead of actually responding to the point, making a point that the audience could hear and actually have something to compare to.
And not knowing something isn't the same as being incapable of understanding it. Also, not agreeing with something isn't the same as not understanding it either, which is apparently something you guys really like to claim a lot, that somebody who doesn't believe the bullcrap you're shoveling is somehow equivalent to them not understanding. They understand it. It's just retarded. That's all.
Well, I mean, whether they do or not, whether they understand it or not, it's not really the discussion. You know, like it's not like therapy trying to figure out who understands things. It's actually the point, it's the points themselves to be made so that people can hear what's being said and we can all hear the actual points.
So truth doesn't matter. See, and the fact you misunderstand the theory doesn't matter as long as you feel that you misunderstand it correctly. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah, no one mentioned
truth. The truth. Hold on, guys. Let me respond, please.
Well, no one said any of the things he just said. So that was all just straw man garbage. That nobody said any of those things. Yeah.
No, actually it was.
Nobody said truth doesn't matter. Nobody said any of that. The thing is, paid NASA shill, is that the goal of this discussion, the podcast, this whole live stream, is not for you to convince people and try to get them to understand something and or ridicule them for understanding it. The point is to actually discuss the points, get to the truth, have an actual discussion so that the points can be hashed out. It's sort of like in a court of law. If you're sitting there answering questions about, the court case or whatever, to just sit up there and say, well, you don't understand over and over, it's not valid. It's not a valid argument.
Well, actually it is, because the law, if you will, is written already, and the law is I will say, difficult to understand. And, you do need some sort of, if you will, schooling in the matter, and you need the base in order to understand it. It's like, you don't ride a race car before you learn to drive.
All right. Well, I think we're all getting sick of people just saying you don't understand on both sides. It happens on both sides. It's just not valid for an actual productive discussion.
Fucking A, I just hit an audio wire in a classroom somewhere else. I don't know how to shut this noise off now. Okay, I did it. Listen, this isn't about anybody understand. Everyone understands what's going on. GR has a thing in it that says energy can bend space-time. All right, cool. We all understand that. Second thing, we've never tested energy bending space-time. Okay, everyone understands that so far. So everyone understands this up to this point, right? Understand it? That was rhetorical. So now that we all understand that, do we all know how that you need
You're roboting.
to test things to get the theory?
You're roboting, although it was kind of half coming through. Well, I think we should just spend the next 8 hours talking about what people do or don't understand. I think that's probably what we should do.
Why 8? Why 8 hours?
Oh, we'll do 12.
I mean, we could probably cover it in 30 minutes.
I do see a problem already that people don't even understand that Earth is a sphere. And suddenly we are talking about space-time curving.
Perfect. So if you think Earth is a sphere or space-time curves, that's fantastic. So do you have an actual point to make? Could you assert what you think is true? Give a point rather than just saying, you don't understand. That's not useful to just say that. So do you have a point that actually we could grasp onto about any of the things you just said?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. I could say the same thing to him. He just doesn't understand the unicorns. We could make those stupid arguments all day long.
I'm sorry.
There's no substance in it.
I admit I'm in a little bit of a feisty mood, but it's just like when the conversation ends at this, it's just like it's just like taking a baseball bat and just kind of battering someone. It's like, you don't understand. You don't understand. It's like this, like, you're not indoctrinated in the way I want you to think. It just goes over and over. And it's like, it just isn't productive to actual conversation. At least if there's points being made, then we can listen to the point and then we can either pass on it. Maybe we like the point. We're going to look into it more. Maybe we pass on it. At least there's something to be had there. But just arguing about what people think other people understand is just not useful.
Yeah. Maybe 120, maybe 100 years ago, 110 years ago, you could say that the theory of relativity and unicorns were the same. But in the past 100 years, we've basically proved most everything that Einstein said in his theory of relativity, and still no unicorns. So no, it's not a great comparison anymore. Sorry.
Don't you have to prove things and then have a theory, or you just have a theory and then you just start proving it?
It can work both ways, actually.
You should know
really.
That
so you can just have this.
In this case, it was a brilliant theory.
Well,
and
what I know is
LIGO is the latest example.
Am I roboting?
Not really, but Aristoteles was trying to get in as well. But go ahead.
We can hear you, Jeremy. If you can just turn yourself all the way down, that'd be appreciated.
I mean, your mic is doing that thing where it fades in and out, so it's sort of like by the time you start speaking, it's already 2 seconds delayed, and then. But yeah, go for it.
All right. So, I know the guy said I should know that. I do know that in order to have a theory, you need to have a test behind it, right? An experiment. And they have this thing in their theory with no experiment. So now what? You guys are saying nutcase shit like we can have a theory, a scientific theory without having any experiment for it.
Relativity has been tested multiple ways. It's not just the one test that you have to do.
Okay, but before you can have a theory, you need to have a test, right? A scientific theory?
He did. And his theory made predictions, and these predictions continue, and we continue to validate his predictions. The latest one was LIGO. We built these huge machines because he said there were gravity waves. And guess what? We detected gravity waves, so...
Okay, great. But so you agreed before you can have a scientific theory, you need to have a test experiment to go along with it, right?
And he did.
Several.
Do you agree? Do you agree with that? Because you guys were telling me 2 seconds ago.
He had several tests. There was his theory was pretty much proven within a year, I believe. They had the orbit of Mercury, and then they had the solar eclipse. Both those proved his relativity theories were true. He has further theories, offspring. The atomic bomb is another one. We made an atomic bomb. That's a proof of relativity. We continue to do it. LIGO is just the latest.
Yeah, Jeremy, atomic bombs and LIGO, dude.
So I get it.
Your
theory is substantiated by another theory that something will happen, and that automatically makes it true. That's amazing. I think I've got the universe figured out at this point. Let's start making theories until I'm right.
Inside this relativity theory, they have this thing that says energy can bend space-time. That needs to be tested, right? Because otherwise, why would you put it in a theory if it wasn't tested? That's crazy. You're just making shit up.
Not really in his theory. It's one of the predictions from his theory, but okay.
He's not going to like this, but an hypothesis deals with science. Theories deal with pseudoscientific concepts and ideas.
No, you don't.
I don't like that.
I don't
like that.
I know that you don't like it, but an hypothesis is the first step. Like a theory has to have an hypothesis before it, because a theory is a successful hypothesis. So we have to start back at the hypothesis.
So why is it pseudoscience? Why is it pseudoscience?
No. I'm unpacking the story that they get. Look, Jeremy. If you have an observation and you don't know the cause, you form an hypothesis.
All
then
right.
you do tests, blah, blah, blah.
Know.
Once you figure out the cause, there's no fucking theory to follow.
Yeah.
You're done.
What?
No, that's not the way it works. Sorry. The theory is you don't know
that's not the way it works.
You don't know what a scientific theory is. You really don't.
I know.
No, you
Science
don't.
I actually agree with Pate on this one.
You really don't know what a scientific theory is. Scientific theories make predictions.
You're just reading from the textbook
well, if you would actually read a textbook occasionally, perhaps you would learn something.
Well, that's not
all I'm going to learn is the same rumbo jumbo, right? So, tell me what a theory's for. Anybody? Tell me what a theory's for. It doesn't have to be paid.
A theory is for your description of the cause and effect relationship that you've just hypothesized.
A scientific
theory. Afterwards, when you figure it out, go ahead, Pate.
A scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world and universe that has been repeatedly tested and corroborated.
That's what I was going to say. No, a hypothesis is before you test it. You have this idea and you don't know what it is. You don't know if heat causes water to boil. But then afterwards, once you've tested it and you know that that's what causes the effect, you can put it down as a theory. And that's it.
Wait. Put what down as a theory, Jeremy?
Heat causes water to your experiment. What happened in your experiment? The cause of the effect.
You don't need to go into the theoretical after that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You have an hypothesis.
It's not theoretical. It's not theory and theoretical is not. It's not the same thing.
All right. So here, you, Jeremy, have not convinced me yet that you need to take a successful hypothesis any farther than that.
Successful hypothesis. That part, when you do that, that's called the theory. Travis,
no,
you're crazy.
Listen, that's fair for you to say, but again, I haven't heard any reason to take an hypothesis farther than a test and a verification or falsification.
Well, I can understand why you would not do that. Yes.
Why?
What would you call the part where you?
Because your mind is limited to simple 1, 2 cause.
That's not needed.
No, it is actually. I'm sorry.
It's not.
Yeah, we're just going to moderate more for this. You're just going to get muted if you're just going to attack the person.
I'm not attacking them.
Yeah.
We're all grown adults. None of us want to sit here. Maybe some people do like the kind of Jerry Springer people personally attacking each other, but I guarantee you there's other platforms you can go get that. But I find it boring. A lot of people find it boring to just listen to you just disparage other people. So
I really wasn't attacking them. I was telling them I understood why he thought that way.
I'm here. I like learning. I like hearing new ideas. I like grits for the mill. Something to actually chew onto, something to think about, and just hearing someone just ridicule someone else. It's boring. It's just
right. So just real quick, Paige, what happened when I asked you you said I know why you are satisfied with that, and I said tell me why. You didn't repeat what I said. Rather, you brought in an ad hom attack, which is what Gio is pointing out. So again. What you should have simply done is put into your own words why I'm satisfied with not taking an hypothesis any farther than a successful test.
And I told you, and it wasn't ad hom, it was if you will, a theory or a hypothesis on my part.
But see, right now you just
I can
wait.
answer that. I'll give you a real answer for that if you want it, or you
wait.
can
Let me point out something that Paige just did. He just interchanged theory and hypothesis. He started to say theory, and then he flip-flopped the hypothesis.
Yeah, because his hypothesis is correct in this case.
Okay, well, it sounded to me like you couldn't choose which one you were gonna pick because they both get muddied in terms of what they actually are. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Okay, you've done your test. You found out heat causes water to boil, right? You've had your hypothesis. You've done your experiment. Now, what are you going to call the thing? This next thing where I'm now going to do the end part of the science thing where I say heat causes water to boil.
Well, if you're asking me, okay, that's fine. That's a fair enough question to ask. It's not an hypothesis because that's my educated guess. So it's a successful test of an educated guess. Then I would call it a scientific
theory.
No, okay. Don't put words in my mouth.
My bad.
I would call it a scientific declaration.
We could just call it what they've been calling it, or we could just call it what they've been calling it since the jump, and we could call it a theory.
Yes, but a theory also, right? But listen, a theory is also something that hasn't necessarily been proven. It's just the best explanation.
In science, it's not.
That's a colloquial. Well, there is a theory, like you could use colloquially. Like I have a theory, my wife's going to make chicken for dinner tonight. That could be my theory, but that's not like a scientific.
This is your typical. Theory. This is your typical. Let's change the definition of the words.
I don't think scientific. Okay, listen, I don't think
what you're doing once again, sir. You're changing the words from theory to go from scientific theory to the colloquial meaning of theory, which is a wild ass guess.
Okay,
very different.
Okay, again, from my perspective, I'm just telling you guys that I haven't been convinced that there's a necessity to use a word like theory. I just haven't seen it.
That's the word that we've used, and scientific theory is much different.
I didn't say that it's not the word you use. I'm just saying I haven't been convinced that it's an appropriate word. So what about this guy that just jumped in?
I don't like I don't hold on, just real quick. I don't like the idea that there's two different theories. You know, one's science, one's this colloquial version that's you can have a gypsy palm reader as a theory, you're going to get married in a year. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that that's out there, but I mean, you could change the name of it and then we could talk about it and no one will know what the fuck we're talking about. Saying? Am I roboting?
No, we hear you.
Check.
No, but you did cut out right at the end, but I think we got most of it.
I was done. I was done.
Okay, so Jeremy, why don't you put into your own words what a theory is? You know, basically, like what would you like? What's a theory, Dad? And you're like, son, this is what a theory is.
A theory would be the explanation of a cause and effect relationship. The same thing you said, except I'm just calling it a theory, and you called it a scientific declination. I don't even know what you said, but I mean,
I said declaration.
A scientific declaration. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, I think that the flimsy use of theory, even colloquially, is evidence that it's not a very strong word. It's not appropriate.
No,
I'm not a fan of it. Go ahead.
Fine, let's call it a Travis from now on. How about that? A scientific Travis.
Why can't you do you have a malfunction? Because you're just reverting back to ad homs, dude.
That's not ad hom. You don't know the word. No, that's not ad hom. I'm calling it something. What do you want to call it? I called it Travis only because
I already told you what it was. I already told you. Look, if you don't like scientific declaration, then it's a scientific explanation. Right?
If you can choose random word to say what scientific theory is, then we can choose random word too. So whatever your name is, it can be Travis then.
I'm not sure. Again, like this to me is just like flinging sand in the sandbox because I built a better sandcastle than you, dude. Like, again,
no, actually,
it's
haven't.
listen.
I'm sorry that I said that, but it seemed if you want to just pick a word, why not just pick a word? Just make something up. I don't know.
Scientific declaration. He made it up.
Yeah.
Yo, Jeremy, where's that diagram?
It's an appropriate. What's up?
Where's that diagram, yo?
I'm working on it.
I'm going to read two, just since we're on the topic. I pulled up goodoldictionary.com. I'm just going to read one or two of these for theory. So one of them is a proposed explanation whose status is still conjectural and subject to experimentation, in contrast to well-established propositions that are regarded as reporting matters of actual fact. Now another one.
See, that's crazy.
Right, there you go.
I don't like that at all.
Right, that's why I'm talking up. That's why I'm speaking up, bro.
And another one here, and this one actually, they use Einstein's theory of relativity as an example for this one. So this one is a coherent group of tested general propositions commonly regarded as correct that can be used as principles of explanation and prediction for a class of phenomena.
There you go. That is scientific.
No, commonly accepted as correct. Like, no, it's not commonly accepted if you've proven it with a test. That's not commonly accepted is like a consensus or peer review. They're like, yeah, sounds like it'll work out. Go for it, man. I'm telling you, theory. Yeah, there you go. There's two of them, Jeremy. You and I both don't like two of them. Come on.
Sounds good to me. Sound good to you? Sounds good to me.
I mean, scientific theory. I think of hypothesized, tested, repeatable, boom, theory.
No, man. No way. Not those first two.
What would a scientific
I didn't like that at all.
You guys.
I mean, they have created.
You gotta back off. You gotta back off a little bit, Jeremy. Give me some props, man.
I mean, there's also this term,
look up.
Scientific theory. Yeah, there's
scientific
theory that they've sort of defined. So this is good old Wikipedia. It says, scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world and universe that has been repeatedly tested and corroborated in accordance with the scientific method using accepted protocols of observation, measurement, and evaluation of results.
No, that's perfect. Boom. That's good. I like that. Though. See? That's what we're talking about.
There's one loophole, though. It says repeatedly tested, but it doesn't specify if it's been if just the same thing has been repeated or the same principle has been shown repeatedly from multiple angles or multiple experiments. You know?
And I will say, let me just say it this way: when you have three choices, right? So we'll say common use of theory. When two out of the three are questionable, I would just say stop using all three, because somebody's going to hear theory and they're going to go to one of the weaker definitions and think that we're talking about something like that. So I'm just calling for a stronger, more definite position. That's all.
Right, because if someone just says the word theory, it could be the spectrum from everything I just read. Because like one of the other definitions of theory is a guess or conjecture. You know, so it's like,
that's how it comes across.
Right, like
to most people, that's exactly how it comes across. Just it's a guess.
Right, just a theory. Oh, yeah, I have a theory that this and that happened. Yeah, exactly. So, but that's pretty opposite, really, of the spectrum compared to what I just read in "quote unquote" scientific theory, which is repeatedly tested in accordance with the scientific method. Thank you for interrupting me, but I guess I'm done. Go ahead.
Yeah, but Gio, wouldn't that just be like the layman definition of theory? Context matters, right? One word could have different meanings depending on the context it's being used in. Yeah, so if you and I are like on the street theorizing, then we're just guessing. But within the context of science, theory has a very different meaning. It's something very precise and basically the total opposite of a guess, right?
Right, and words can have these.
Yeah, and I specifically said when we were going
Jeremy,
through that,
Gio's
probably
multiple. Like you literally just railroaded him right
now.
I know. I've been trying to get in for like.
He's got a delay, Jeremy. You got a delay, but no, just go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Fuck. we were going through that, I specifically said scientific theory probably multiple times.
I don't know what you were trying to say there, Jeremy, but Gio, go ahead, man.
Well, no, I was just going to say that, yeah, one word can have multiple meanings. You know, like the good old word "fuck." You know, it's like that can mean multiple things. You know, yeah, everything from like having sex to
anger,
all kinds of things. Yeah, it could be like positive, negative. There's like a million ways it's used. So, yeah, I think
context matters, right?
Okay, am I coming through good now? Yes, context matters. Am I good now?
Oh, you always
talking with Gio, Jeremy.
You always sound good. It's just a matter of whether or not you have a delay.
Well,
yeah, just like Discord when you at home, Jeremy. Like I mean, you're holding the whole chat hostage because of bad Wi-Fi at school. Like come on, man.
All right.
No, you.
No, I'm playing.
Listen, I specified scientific theory probably multiple times when we were having that conversation. So, and we all knew what it meant and shit.
All right, yeah, Jeremy is right. Jeremy is right.
Law to you guys?
Jeremy is right, and he understands.
Yeah,
I was just saying I don't like
you guys say scientific law is?
I don't know, dude. The word science has been so bastardized in today's world. I'm ready to throw it out. I don't think we need it.
That's not even a real thing, though, because you can't actually do science on laws, right?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're going to do science. What's the hypothesis? I don't know. Pick a law.
Newton's universal law of gravitation. I don't know. There's so many laws. Snell's law.
Yes. Okay. Snell's law.
The thing is that someday in the future we could find an exception. Wow, I have no idea what that was.
Gemsy, super hot mic.
Anyways, the thing about scientific laws is that someday in the future we might find something that acts contrary to the way we've decided that everything behaves, this way. And so it's sort of like getting ahead of yourself to call anything a law, because it's really just something consistent based on everything you've looked at so far, but closed-minded off to the potential that someday we'll see some natural process going from low density into high density somehow. I mean, I don't expect it. But
you hit the nail on the head. Actually, that's why we say something within science needs to be falsifiable. You need to be able to prove it wrong. Just because we can prove it right 100 times today, there should be the chance or the space, the ability to prove it wrong tomorrow. That's why we say science doesn't prove things 100%. Because we don't know everything. We could find something out. Travis, please stop it, man. Please, I'm still talking. We could find out something tomorrow that changes everything we knew today. So you hit the nail right on the head, man.
No, not if you have a cause and effect. If you have a cause that you have proven, you're never going to not have that cause. Okay? So we did this talk the other... Okay, so you think that if you have an hypothesis that you test, and you find out that your hypothesis validates the cause that you think is the reason for the effect. Okay, I believe that the reason why you're leaving the back door open for the future is because you are conflating what I call pseudoscience, something that is a concept or an idea that you can't really have a definite answer on. Okay, but if you definitely have a cause, you will never not have that cause happen, because there's no reason for you to think that it is. Like, can you show me an example of an actual physical cause that has now stopped happening and something else has picked up the baton and causes that effect now to happen from here on out?
Yeah, I can give you two examples. There's phlogiston is one example, and the caloric theory is another example. Also, Travis, what you said is ass backwards. It's pseudoscience. that says we can prove things 100%.
Yeah, I know.
Science never says we can prove anything. It's only pseudoscience that says things are provable 100%.
Okay, so let's do the
science says things. Travis, when you spoke, I didn't say a word, bro. Please stop it. You got to control yourself. Like you're acting like a 2-year-old. So when we talk about science, we talk about things that need to be falsified. That's why God is seen as metaphysical. He's seen as supernatural because you can't do. Travis, stop it, bro. Control yourself. All right, you monologue.
You already
as
made
well.
your point, man.
Let him finish.
I did not make my point.
I
Please
think
let
he's
me
doing
finish,
it on purpose now, just to spite you. Just let him finish.
Yeah, what the fuck? Jesus. So, for example, God, you can't subject the God to an experiment to falsify it. You see what I'm saying? So that's pseudoscience, Travis.
Yeah, I didn't make any. Hold on. Like, there's no reason to bring up God because I didn't bring up God. So that was a straw man that you were attacking to make your point. So let's go back to
God as an example.
Let's go back to
No, wait, please. So when you falsify something, right? Don't you then prove that's not the case?
No, something should be able to be falsifiable. You should be able to subject something to an experiment where you can get, where you can falsify it or validate it. If you subject something to an experiment and it can't be falsified, you can't prove it right or wrong. Then it's not science, that's pseudoscience. Also, pseudoscience speaks about proving things 100%. Science never does.
Okay.
That's why what the other guy said, who spoke before Travis and I, he hit the nail right on the head. We could find out something tomorrow that tells us everything we know today is wrong.
Okay. Let's go back to the phlogiston, right? Okay.
There's a lot in what he just said there, though. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, he said phlogiston at the beginning. So I wanted to go back to that first thing that he said. So,
all right.
So I know that you used to call yourself phlogiston. So why don't you just why don't you just unpack for us a little bit to demonstrate your point? How is phlogiston an example to prove your argument against what I said?
So phlogiston. Oh, go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I was going to say this ain't going to go well for you because they never proved the cause and effect relationship of phlogiston, and you know that. I don't know why you even used it as an example.
Yeah, Jeremy, shush. You're going to pop the balloon before it's, come on, let him, give him enough rope. Go ahead, Nate.
So there was. Yeah, so I mean, do you guys know what the phlogiston theory was, right?
No, I don't. No, I don't. That's why I'm asking you to walk us through how it's in support of your argument against what I said.
So phlogiston was, like a few hundred years ago, was some people thought it was most people thought it was real science. Most people thought everything that was able to burn, to combust, contained some sort of substance called phlogiston. And the more phlogiston you had, the more you could burn. And the idea was when something burns, it should lose weight. And this weight being lost is the phlogiston it releases into the air as it burns. So the cause and effect experiment was if I burn something and it loses weight, it's losing phlogiston, right?
Okay.
But they realized that there are some metals that when you burn, they don't lose weight. And this is what falsified the theory. But before they were able to falsify the theory, everyone took it for granted and believed the theory was true. That's pseudoscience.
I got it. Great. So is there such a thing as phlogiston?
No, it's a old pseudoscientific theory that no one believes anymore.
Okay. So in my books, that was a very good demonstration of pseudoscience because you had no basis to refer to something that you had no evidence for. It was an idea that was given a made-up name, right? So you just actually, in my opinion, proved my point that pseudoscience makes up an idea, right, that you can't validate or falsify, and so that leaves that door open for massaging in the future. So they just got rid of that little idea that they had. Why? Well, because there was really nothing ever there. But that is not what I'm talking about, Nate. I'm talking about you actually have a real cause. You actually prove that cause causes an effect. Once you have A to B to C, and you know that A causes B to do C, that's it. You've got a scientific law. That's science.
Yes, but that scientific law is not indefinite. It's not absolute. You could
Sorry,
find
what
out something
scientific law? That's
tomorrow.
not a scientific law. That's a hypothesis which has been verified or rejected.
Yeah, I know.
But that's not a scientific law.
I'm refining my answer from before based on what Fundamental said, because I appreciated what he said. I was going to now change my term for a successful hypothesis into scientific law rather than scientific declaration.
What's a scientific declaration? I've never heard of that before.
You might have come late to the discussion when I was attacking the use of theory in relationship to an hypothesis, right? So a theory is technically a successful hypothesis. In my opinion, there's nothing left to follow a successful hypothesis. So I was suggesting, instead of calling it a theory, I would call it a scientific declaration or a scientific explanation. But then, as I said, once Fundamental said what he said, I appreciated it, and I thought, oh, well, there's even a more strong law language, a law, right? If I can establish something in nature that happens, and it always happens, and there's a cause and effect, that's a law. Never going to change.
So what's the difference between a law, a scientific law, and a scientific theory?
A theory, in case you weren't here when Gio read off 3 definitions for us, the first 2 were wishy-washy, flim-flammy, phlogiston idea creating definitions, which I reject outright. His last one, scientific theory, was more definitive and strong. However, because theory has such a wishy-washy, flim-flammy impotence, flaccidity to it, I would choose for a scientific law. I would have called it a scientific
You haven't
law.
told me what the difference is between them, Travis. That was my question.
I just did. The theory is okay.
A theory is flim flammy.
Yeah, it's wishy washy. It's loosey goosey. It's flaccid.
Okay, could someone else tell me what the difference is between a scientific theory and a scientific law?
No one else is challenging it but me.
I think everyone agrees that
I
a
can
scientific
tell you the
law
difference.
and a scientific theory are different things. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I can tell you the difference.
Yeah,
so
go
a scientific theory, the reason why there's nothing scientific about this scientific law you keep saying is because if you're not doing the scientific method, you're doing pseudoscience. The scientific theory is the cause of an effect, right? And it can be tested through hypothesis. However, a law you cannot test through hypothesis. That's just something that always happens.
No, Jeremy. I'm gonna wait. Let me refine it for Jeremy. Jeremy.
Oh, come on, man. I just want to put Jeremy's answer there, Travis, please. So, Jeremy, if you can't validate a scientific law through, establishing a cause and effect relationship, how do we establish scientific laws?
No, you guys are misunderstanding my point. I'm the one that created this definition. Listen, let me reiterate it, you guys.
Jeremy's definition. Jeremy has a totally different definition from yours. Can I question Jeremy's definition, please, bro?
No, because it's being used because I brought it to you wouldn't be having this discussion if I hadn't said scientific law. Okay?
No, we would still be having this discussion. It's not about you, Travis. Come on,
man. Scientific law doesn't need to be tested. It's a successful hypothesis. It's done.
Okay, so Jeremy, how are scientific laws established if not through cause and effect relationships?
They are established through referring to what is the case and not what causes the effect. It is more a description of what is configuration.
I don't understand. Can you give me an example? Like name a scientific law and tell me how it was established.
Like pressure mediation. High pressure goes to low pressure, right?
What is that scientific law?
No, that's not a scientific law. That's a natural law. That's a configuration which always takes place like that in nature, right? So it's not a scientific law. It's a natural law because it happens always, right?
All right. So the laws, the laws of thermodynamics.
We can only claim that based on our experience so far.
Okay, but the 4 laws of thermodynamics, are those natural or scientific laws? They're the same. It's the same thing, right? The natural law and a scientific law. Wouldn't you guys say?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah,
we like to imagine.
Okay, so we have our example now. The laws of thermodynamics, right? How were those established?
What was
tested?
tested?
Energy can't be destroyed nor created. How do you test that?
But how did we establish those laws?
I think it's just something we did our best to investigate and said, well, we can't figure out any way to get a result other than it. So let's just go with this for now. But that's why, I don't really like laws. I just say it's what we think is an overarching sort of aspect of reality. As far as we can tell so far, everyone's in agreement. Yeah? Cool. Let's write it down.
Whoa. I don't think everyone's in agreement, man. I think we haven't established amongst ourselves how we come up with scientific laws. We have a really good example, 4 laws of thermodynamics,
I've already
which
told
we
you
all
how
agree are scientific or natural laws, but it seems no one knows how these natural laws came about.
Yeah, it's very simple. People start noticing patterns if they start attributing names to them. That's it. That's how they make them up. Pattern recognition.
The only thing in my mind that leaves the back door open is when you don't know the cause. Okay, that's the only thing that you can say. Like I think that this is the reason why, but yeah, I don't have a cause. So of course, if something else comes along in the future that's going to help me refine my theory, then I can solidify things. But I'm going to say it this way again: if I, as a scientist, demonstrate that my hypothesis is verified and I can show the cause for an effect, the door's closed. Nothing else is going to get through the back door later on and change the cause that I have established that happens naturally or through manipulation of nature.
I want to rebut that, if I may. So I hear what you're saying, and I think in all practical terms, we should go forth just pretty much just approaching it like you're saying. However, what I don't think is actually shown is an immediate relationship between the cause or the manipulation of something and the effect you're trying to bring about, right? Like we would say in science, like you're gonna manipulate something, the cause, and see a difference in the effect. And I just don't think we can ever say their relationship is an immediate cause and effect relationship, because there could always be a middleman. And just to paint that in a totally crazy way, but just hear me out, because I am human and I am allowed to think this way, and everyone else is too. That you light a fire underneath some water, and we would want to say like the fire or the heat and the pressure is what causes the water to act a certain way, to boil or whatever, right? And I could just say that I have a belief, because I'm free to say this, and I know it's crazy, but I am free to say this as a human, that there is a god of boiling, and that he takes the offerings of fire. When he receives the offering of fire, he receives that and then uses his magic to make whatever is above that fire boil. But someday in the future, he may not feel like doing his job, and you'll try to light a fire underneath water, but the god of boiling just decided to take the day off. And no matter what you do, it's just, no matter how much heat you put beneath water in every way you've always done before, he's just not going to do his part as the middleman, because it's not an immediate cause and effect relationship. I
get it.
Yeah.
I get it. So
and I'm
my
not saying that's
rebuttal,
practical. Yeah.
okay, so my rebuttal to that would be, what evidence do you have for that variable?
Nothing, just a crazy thought I have.
Right, and I would say
I'm free to have it.
That's exactly what happens, and you've crossed the line to pseudoscience. You're making shit up.
No, I'm not crossing the line into pseudoscience because I'm not claiming it as my explanation. I'm just saying we can't ever be sure of the intimacy that people like to claim behind their cause and effect relationships. It may not be an immediate cause and effect relationship. It might be a little bit like what's the word I'm looking for? Like there's intermediate steps in between. A few,
Yeah, all I'll say is again, I don't believe that I would, as a scientist, ever make a suggestion for a variable unless I had evidence for it. So, to me, that's you're crossing the line into a non-scientific, unscientific, or pseudoscientific arena.
Can I just say the problem with phlogiston real quick? Are you guys still on that? I had to dip out for a second.
No, go ahead.
I think we're a little past it, but go ahead.
I want to just run it back real quick. I don't know. That must have been his independent variable for the experiment, or did he not run you through that?
I did.
No, he didn't.
We spoke about that a minute ago.
The thing with the independent variable is was it phlogiston?
Go ahead, Jeremy. Just finish your thought.
Was phlogiston your independent variable for the experiment you ran him through, Nate?
Just get to the point you're trying to make, bro.
I'm just trying to figure out what was your independent variable. It had to have been phlogiston, right? You're saying
he did not get into the language of independent variables, Jeremy.
Yeah. I just explained what the idea of phlogiston was and why it was pseudoscience.
Basically, what Fundamental just described as his immediate unknown was what Nate called phlogiston. They made up this immediate unknown. They had no proof for it. They had no reason to even think that it was there. They just said, "This is what's going on."
Yeah, I was just going to say your independent variable you have to actually know it exists, right? You have to know that it's a real thing before you can move forward with it.
Right.
Yeah, well, people knew phlogiston existed, Jeremy.
So does it exist?
No, they
phlogiston
didn't, Nate.
Exist?
No,
what the hell?
It doesn't exist.
So then they didn't know.
That wasn't my point, though. It wasn't to be on the same terms as phlogiston, or trying to be like, I want to claim that there's some god, or I'm not trying to make that claim. I'm just saying we have certain tools at our disposal, but maybe we don't have enough tools at our disposal to recognize that there's a middleman between the cause and the effect, and that it might not always behave the way that it's been behaving so far by passing along the message as it usually does. It might have a change of heart. And so every time, I could say, right, I put this letter in the mailbox, and then the person who I wrote the name on it of receives it, right? But I'm not recognizing that the mailman might just get angry one day and just throw his mailbag off the side of the bridge. It's like, oh well, I thought it was a scientific law. If I put mail in my mailbox with your name on it, you receive it. It's worked that way so far.
No, that's a really good analogy. That's a perfect analogy. Yeah, it's because we don't know everything. We didn't create the universe. We were just born into it. So we don't know everything. There could be a factor we are unaware of, such as the mailman having a bad day, that changes the observation we have. So for the last 100 years, please stop under talking me, whoever's doing
My
that.
bad.
So
My
for
bad.
the last, what the fuck, Jeremy? So for the last 100 years, the mailman might have had a really good day every day and delivered our mail. So then we would think we have a scientific law, it can never be different. But then tomorrow, His wife leaves him. He has a bad day and throws everyone's mail off of a bridge. No one gets their mail, because we don't know what's happening in his private life. Due to this lack of information, we can't say we know everything 100%. So tomorrow, something could happen that we haven't, predicted.
Something I like. Yeah.
All you're doing is repeating the same thing again. You've just repeated yourself like 3 times.
Guys, real quick. The reason why Travis was asking you for a cause and effect relationship that now doesn't happen, like phlogiston doesn't work for that because they never showed the cause and effect relationship using the scientific method.
They did. I explained what it was.
I thought you said you didn't get into the experiment.
Right. That's just like
I said what the experiment was. When something loses weight as it burns, that's evidence that it's losing this substance called phlogiston.
But they didn't even know. And what was your independent and dependent variables?
The weight. I would say the independent variable.
It's the same thing as dark matter, dude.
Was,
I know.
It's so painful. Can I bring a real life? Can I actually bring a real life?
The weight.
Nate, just say you don't know.
So
the dependent variable would have been the weight of the object. The independent variable would have been its rate of combustion.
No, how did you know? How did you vary?
Can you add or subtract phlogiston?
Yeah, I can. Why?
How did you vary the weight of the independent variable?
The independent variable would have been its rate of combustion. The dependent variable would have been the weight of the object. So the more it combusts, the more weight it loses. And that
how did you vary? How did you vary it?
By burning it. The
how
more
did you
it burns,
vary burning
the more
it? What are you talking about right now?
If you increase the rate of combustion, it's going to burn faster.
How did you increase the rate of combustion?
By burning it more, adding more heat, more fuel, burning it more, bro. Making a bigger fire. So the more weight being lost by the thing being burned, the more phlogiston it's losing.
This is insane. You're not answering the question. I've asked it 5 times, and you keep just adding something else that's more ambiguous.
Yeah, replace the word phlogiston with fairies.
Fairies?
Listen, let's stop this for a second, please. We have now the U.S. Postal Service fallacy, okay? We just had it created before our eyes. It's a fallacious argument. So let me bring up an observation with refraction. Okay, just real quick, right? So last year during March, I made extensive observations on the Chesapeake Bay, okay? Taking generic temperature, humidity, looking at my phone, seeing what my phone says, going back online, finding as best of Delaware marine, readings, blah, blah, blah. Okay, the best I could. Everything was basically even keeled throughout the month. It was just an even month. Nothing really changed, right? Same temperature, water, air, humidity, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden, the next day, everything felt the same. And yet I had a massive Fata Morgana. And if you know anything about Fata Morgana, they are a Fata Morgana. They are a very dynamic refraction event, so that it looks like there's a massive wind blowing across the surface of the water, but there's no wind. The temperature is all the same, all blah, 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 blah. So I have a mystery. I have a phlogiston. I don't know what the fuck created that. And neither does science. Because when I went back to Andrew Thomas Young and I went back here, they didn't give any other option except for wind, humidity, temperature, and blah, blah. But everything was even keeled. There was no crazy variable. Right? So for me, there is actually a real life investigation to happen as to what would be another variable out there that hasn't been accounted for. But I'm not gonna. So, like, for me, that would be an open-ended.
Travis, the inversion of hot and cold, right? If you have a reflection at one direction because of heat or energy exchange, and it causes more of a refractive effect, wouldn't it be just an opposite? Cold, hot scenario.
Well, but see, what I'm saying is that there's a couple things that happen with the Fata Morgana. The target can actually be stretched. The target itself can be like stretched crazy, like silly putty. The target can also be
downward, right? So it's
stretched. No, upward.
Well,
I'm telling you, I've got it on. Listen, I've got it on film. It's on my channel. But my point is that not only was there a displacement vertically up, there was also a massive displacement compressing the target down so that it basically disappeared, like it was a house, a 3-story house, squashed to nothing. Can't even see it. And there is a massive energy wind blowing from the south to the north in the event itself that wasn't there the day before and wasn't there the next day.
Well, it would have to be it would have to be temperature related because as we understand it,
it wasn't. I'm telling you, I because the event happened on a day, and I was like, because I almost didn't go out then that day because the whole month had been so boring. It was all the same. So the temperatures were, in my opinion, not so varied like a great variance. They were very much the same. Nothing changed.
No opinion in science, Travis. You can't just give your opinion.
You can't be absolutely sure about the temperature of the water way out in the distance that you're observing.
I agree with you. I agree. That's part of my argument.
When a lot of those phenomena,
it seems likely that a current could come in, a warmer current.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
so that's what we see. That's a lot of those phenomenons are caused by is wind direction. First of all, like a lot of the floating boats are just because one area appears still and there perhaps maybe water breeze moving across one area, giving you an optical illusion, right? So you have that wind effect over water, that temperature change too. So when I see stuff like that, I think, well, what elements are changing the environment? And that's one of the elements is at one position, you're filming at a certain temperature above water or the air and water. And then later on, farther down, you're going to have a cooler water. And, maybe the temperature stays the same in the air, but the water gets a cooler stream or maybe even a hotter stream, right? So those things you could probably verify what streams are moving through there and what currents for sure. And
no. There's more to it than that, and Travis knows this probably better than anyone as he spent the most time. It depends on the position of the sun. It depends on the height of the observer. This is why the black swan, Ranties,
of course,
yeah. So Ranties, here's the thing that we need to focus on.
Those are observer things that you can change the angle to change the effect for sure. But if he's looking at that particular inversion effect, like he just stated, I've been thinking about what would be the difference between the foreground and the background. Between the I guess that conversion point, if you will, or the point where it appears to mirror or reflect. And it would have to relate if we're looking at the elements that we're subjecting to, which is the light, the path of it, and the temperature that it travels through. And that's the only way that I could justify it is the area that's farther away to closer to the observer is a different temperature underneath the water.
Okay, it's a fair enough consideration, but there's a more primary consideration, and this is how Dr. John Dee got a view all the way from England to France. It was at a low level, beneath a foot from the surface of the water. I think it was a similar thing, Travis, if I'm wrong, correct me, to the Black Swan, but Ranty also got a similar result from wherever it was, Blackpool to Barrow Furnace, which was all from below 1 foot. So this is a massive variable that has to be taken into consideration, more primarily than the other considerations, which are open to other influencing factors, the conditions of the day, the positioning of the sun, the time of the year, etc. But these, you understand what I'm saying, data, it has to be explained how we can see further when we're lower. Spurs, Chemo makes a big deal about this, but why is that happening? Of course, bowlers have no answer, but as flat earthers, we have to come up with an answer because that is a primary factor for us to consider in our consideration.
Are you talking about using telephoto lenses to see farther than a 1 foot head observer? Because that's a different conversation, right?
I'm talking
Well, the obvious result is you're using different focal length, but it's very dependent on the terrain and what you're filming over the distance too. The whole point is to conflate any optical effect as anything other than just an optical illusion on a ground level, due to the factors that you're just mentioning, is just asinine to discuss.
Okay, asinine to discuss. Oh, because you already have an answer, so that's fair enough.
No, it's
asinine
because you just go. It's because if you're going to invoke refraction and distance over a plane Earth and have no explanation, you're a tiny little turd over a massive Earth. You're trying to conflate. You're trying to conflate any optical illusion as what, other than an optical illusion.
I don't like your language here. Asinine, tiny little turd. I have an answer. If you don't have an answer, that's fair enough. Fair enough.
We're tiny little person on a massive structure that has all kinds of angles and all kinds of phenomenon that we're trying to discover where we are, right? We could believe that people live upside down. We could believe that they don't live upside down. There's all kinds of things. The phenomenon that Travis is discussing is that optical illusion effect over a plane surface. What he's trying to figure out is, from his measurements of all the temperature is relatively consistent. He's assuming that the day of, or that day next to something he claims to be consistent, he sees something that doesn't match the readings that he's consistently got, right? So he doesn't have an explanation.
Could it possibly be magnetics? Like something, the magnetics in the air affect somehow the visual?
I haven't seen light and water other than maybe with an experiment with a tap or something like that. Like, I haven't seen it affect it that in that scale where it would give a different mirroring effect, right? Water is reflective, and if it is going into a gaseous state, then I imagine that it's expanding, or in this case moving faster, and maybe through that effect it's producing a type of energy that maybe makes it more reflective. I don't know.
Oh, this is
just to let you know real quick, I put a Fata Morgana video in the chat for you guys to check out.
Okay, just before, we're watching that tonight, Travis. It's almost bedtime here, but I will give my answer. And if we're dealing with an extended span of water, which we know by its nature is reflective, and the horizon always seems to rise up, so to our perspective, we'll be looking at a slope of water as it rises up. The reason why Dr. John or Ranty or whoever took the Black Swan image could get a clear, direct image to the target is because of the viewer angle. They reduced it so much, so low, that it did away with the reflecting over the greater span. So in other words, if Dr. John D stood up, then he would have increased the viewing angle and he would have get a reflective pattern as he viewed closer to the shores of France. So everything would have been distorted, and ultimately he wouldn't have been able to see it. So it's only by decreasing the angle so significantly until almost he got down to water level and the conditions were perfect, it was a perfectly flat water, that he could see literally all the way across to the beach on the other side. Same thing with Anti, same thing ultimately with Black Swan. Doing away with the angle, you're just not getting that mirroring, because let me just say, data, this is the one thing of course flat earthers have to allow, which is the extended span of water. So yeah, this reflective capacity of the water as it's compressed in distance over the greater span leads us to reflective patterns. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Take it easy.
You go down to that conversation. This is where you guys should have been on the road.
The Weiss thing's going pretty good. Huh?
I'd imagine just as there's a heat wave, there's an opposite cold wave, right? A heat wave of air, a cold wave of air. I imagine both exist. If you have a change in that, can you scale that down and to see what it would look like? I don't think you could. I don't think you could devise a demonstration on vaporous or gaseous air over a compressed distance of 5-6 miles and that effect, right? It'd be hard to demonstrate.
There's allegedly like photos of like flash frozen like things that have happened in Russia where like apparently over like a very brief time, and like pets that are like left out or just like frozen solid.
But either that's like some hoax videos or that actually happens. But it's like up very far north in Russia. Maybe.
Tiny little people on a massive structure. We have all these indications that people live upside down based on star rotations.
Upside down people. They're an epidemic.
Well, that's what some of the data says. But the funny part is that it's not a sphere though. That's what also the data says.
It's a conspiracy.
Well, it's a psyop, wouldn't it be? I mean, if you're looking for a reset of sorts.
It's I think as of 1942, U.S. policy to conduct psyops on the government psyops on the people. So like that office.
The Canadian government admitted to doing it during the pandemic. The Canadian government admitted to doing to Canadian people. It was in the papers here.
So summer of 42, I think, for the United States.
Yeah, I don't.
It's been that way, but in 2012, the Smith-Mundt Act was repealed or modified by Obama to allow propaganda on Americans.
Right. So
yeah,
not just that.
It's what happened in 2015 in Canada. The same thing. Trudeau got into power. He passed the same law where the media was not held responsible for. It's the same, not the Mundt Act, like you said. I can't find the act here in Canada, but they passed it. The Liberal Party did when they first got into power.
It was during USA Patriot Act passing that the U.S. now has the ability to leverage U.S. broadcasting station frequencies like CNN to tell any story that they're hired to do, regardless of anything. They just report it as news. So there's that. I don't know.
Sounds fun, man. Right? Get to socially engineer the population. Political sciences.
News is not a government controlled or there's no constitution for news. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing constitutionally protects like a press or nothing like that, right? Isn't it? Is that just not in the? I don't think that's in the Constitution. So, whatever.
Freedom of speech.
Well, I mean, it's on paper they consider it to be entertainment, like the NFL is entertainment, so they can script it or write it or whatever they want to do. It's all under the brand.
That's only to hide it from being like gambling on its face. Secondarily to that, most of these are owned by Viacom. Most of the properties that you watch are owned by Viacom, which is a collaboration. Well, I don't know, conglomerate, monopoly, however you want to say it, whatever word you'd like to.
Yeah, no, I got you.
It's like a Cronenberg monster from Rick and Morty of all of these companies and property holders. So, they're like the second largest lobbyer to the Congress. That they're the second largest lobbying party. That's so entertainment is used to lobby populations of people. It's used to persuade them, right? That's why it's not really a free ride for entertainment. Like, even though like Fast and the Furious movies, we all love them, right? Also, it's keyed into like being a known government op too, right? And right,
I've seen one.
So there's that, and then there's money to persuade people to different ways of thinking, and they're contained within movies. They're in the in-between scenes. They're not in the main title parts. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, you have a scene, exactly, in a Predator movie where like the plot is all of a sudden about climate change or some bullshit.
Right. And it's been like this basically since the beginning of film, since Eisenstein, and basically since the beginning of it, of cinema at all is.
Eisenstein and Papa George doing the voyage to the moon.
Funny part is that you're right, man. I've been watching a lot of older movies recently, and the climate change agenda are in them.
I mean, just look at Westerns, right? The amount of Westerns that happened and this westward expansion, the amount of cowboys and Indians that the generation before us grew up on.
Yeah,
totally
go
bought
ahead.
into that whole story, and then
Yeah.
and then to replace that, like in Toy Story, they replaced that with Sputnik, and now all of this next generation has the old West, and we have the future that they're leading us into.
With like
In
Woody
one
the
generation,
cow.
2 generations. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And then you marry that to Buzz Lightyear, you know. But
Toy
right, that's
Story
for
is
the
literally
continuing.
telling us. They're literally telling you how they're. I mean,
They
it's
use
amazing.
these as toys for like a public that is like a child.
Yeah. In
Yeah.
you've got Men in Black 3. There's the scene at the beginning when there's
All these so it's really interesting because the cowboy phenomenology, right? There's like a whole like wave of it that happens from the Rifleman, Paladin, Bonanza, yeah, graduating into the Clint Eastwood spaghetti western, culminating that maybe that's the high point of the western. Or maybe you could say that also the western continues on to things like Star Wars and The Mandalorian, because it does.
Exactly. It just
And
sort of
it's
better that way because now you got space in it at the same time.
the same types of stories, the same types of things, but the original, like all those westerns were all like moralistic in their telling. Like they tell tales of a sheriff and abiding the law and that kind of thing, and catching crooks and stuff such as that, right? So, but these are all basically like Torah, like from the Torah, sort of, or the Talmud. You know what I mean? They're like legalistic things that are done by writers who are hired by a production company who is owned by, people who went to like Hebrew school, or the writers of people who went to Hebrew school, or the people that wrote the westerns. It's just an interesting, like of the American West, right? So that's just a funny, like that the '50s generation grew up on a revivalism of some shit that they never experienced in what '20s, Dust Bowl era, fucking California Gold Rush, all that shit,
Right. The same history. That's the thing. Like once you get into this whole topic, the very history that we're fed becomes suspect real quick. And this is exactly what we're talking about.
If you're into westerns, I like. There's a show called Deadwood, right?
Yeah,
Deadwood is phenomenal.
Right. It might not be historically accurate for speech, but I think it means what it says. I like the way it goes, and I think it tells a really good story. The characters are really good. And then they bring in William Randolph Hearst, and then Milchich gets a note that his fucking show is canceled. So talking about you talk about the wrong people, you portray them wrong in history, you're like a rogue fucking creator, they'll just pull your plug right there, which is what happened to that show. That's why that show fucking went off the deep end.
Wait a minute. What was the antagonist at the end? Was Hearst? Did I forget that?
Yeah,
And
William Randolph Hearst.
The guy comes in.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to watch that again because, dude, if you guys haven't watched Citizen Kane,
oh, bro, there is no war in Cuba. You supply the pictures, I'll supply the war. Bro, this was in the 19 what?
Right. That's what I was saying. Like it's a propagandist form since like Battleship Potemkin, right? And that's like marrying. It's like you cue a visual image to like some music, and you put people in a position that they can't run away from the image, and it's different. Russian cinema wouldn't play well in America. America, we have our own type, right? We have our Charlie Chaplin shit, right? Charlie Chaplin is basically the same type of like storytelling, but through comedy. Like that's the button you're supposed to laugh, but you also see that Charlie Chaplin goes to work in a factory and he gets caught in the machine and he goes through the whole machine. It's funny, right? It's just like a whole, but it's basically telling you the same story. It's a political thing about like the power of industry and the common man, stuff like that. So these same types of political agendas and propagandas are put through there. It's just what I'm saying is that like beyond propaganda, which was not supposed to be allowed in the United States, but was then allowed from like 1942. As far as my research tells me, and then it was changed up like to where the government could basically like openly contract, I guess, basically to do these things, and so you see like that there are certain. Now I don't
like when we have like military operations, it's like we always seem to have Hollywood movies up the sleeve to fucking send out to the boys overseas so they can feel like they're part of it. And those movies are always seeming to have certain agendas, right? Like I grew up with the Transformers franchise as a cartoon, a shitty cartoon possibly, with possibly shitty storyline, but I enjoyed it a lot, you know? And so when it was recreated, by Michael Bay in the Transformers Shia LaBeouf continuum, right? But the all the morality about energy consumption and like the robber barons that the Decepticons were, that they were deceitful, you know, and all those things were ripped out of it, and instead the movie was basically turned into a propaganda for the whatever Gulf War part, fucking unending Gulf War shit. So, you know, it's just, you know, they're hijacking movie properties to fight culture wars and to fight real wars sometimes. So, yay Hollywood!
It's always been that way. I mean, the great dictator.
I know.
Charlie Chaplin, right? The great dictator. And when I have to go, but the when you're talking about
that's later. That's later. And you know, like Charlie Chaplin also like the Beatles. He also like talked with the Maharishi and all that shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's I think where the great dictator came out of. Like he was like talking to you know, some Indian gurus and stuff like that. It's just, you know, it's that weird interface with Indian gurus and the, you know, Chaplin, the Beatles, like on and on and on. Sorry, I'll let you go. You want to?
I think. No, but what I was just going to say real quick with the Randolph Hearst, it's really an interesting trilogy. There's Citizen Kane, but then last year the movie Mank came out. It's a Netflix movie. Absolutely phenomenal. It's the backstory to how Citizen Kane was made. And then there was RKO 281, I think, or something like that in the late 90s, which was another backstory to the making of Citizen Kane. But I absolutely just fell in love with that storyline. It was just an amazing movie venture by Orson Welles back in the 40s. It was really impressive.
Charlie Chaplin should have kept his mouth shut, staying silent the way he's supposed to.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to make the point. It's like if you see Battleship Potemkin, you feel like this feels like propaganda, and you watch Charlie Chaplin, you're like, this seems like campy comedy, but it's also like this is also propaganda too. So it's just that funny dynamic, you know. But
it's not just, that's the thing.
You know.
This has been going on for a lot longer than Battleship Potemkin, right? Or like when there was some point back, back in the, I don't know, 60s, 50s, whatever it was, where the CIA was in front of Congress, and they said, "Do you at this point have any agents or whatever working in any Hollywood or news studios?" And they're like,
oh, yeah, sure.
Well, we should probably go into a closed session at this point." So it's like, so they could do it. They were still doing it covertly. They just weren't doing it openly. Obama basically made it able to do it just openly. I mean, when you watch TV now, there is literally no distinction. It's literally like in 1984. It's literally 1984. If you can just sort of pick it apart, it's unbelievable how.
It's just like it's many generations advanced now of, you know, like the programmatic stuff that was around in the 80s. The stuff now is like breeds different. What were we gonna say?
No, I think I was gonna say it's so far spread that it doesn't matter which drama series or comedy series you are a fan of.
Station, exactly. CNBC, CBS, Fox News, doesn't matter anymore. It's all the same thing.
There's this seeming trend that like the more truthy the show is in the first season, the greater likelihood that seasons 2, 3, and 4 will all suck. You know, like that they'll, I don't know, just kind of tank a show, sort of, just to make it unsatisfying.
Westworld was pretty much
right.
They blew their load the first season. I thought it was amazing.
You know, you say blew their load, but like it's just like, yeah, turn up the dicks, put more dicks in the show, right? And then it's like you might be the person who's like a truther, and you'd be like, check out this show.
That was something I was like, what the hell, man?
there's so much truth in the show. You got to check it out. You know what I mean? And then it's like just like fucking full frontal male nudity, and you're like, oh well, that's not what that has no.
Exactly.
But it's like, that's not an accident, you know, that this occurs. So yeah, it makes it.
Well, you know, but at the same time, I guess in terms of
hilarious.
art, yeah, I mean, like if we go to an art museum and there's David and other sculptors that have, you know, full nudity, to a certain extent, it's just natural. So I mean, I hear you on the one hand, but on the other
Fun
hand,
enough, but I don't recommend those to people anyway, you know. But it's just like
I
there's
get
that. There's another one, which is the Watchmen. As if Watchmen wasn't a good enough, like, I don't know, if you want like a foil for a joke, like for a play on words, Watchmen, right? But like then there's like, yeah, like they have like, yeah, that there's like a lot of truth in that show too. But like I would never recommend it to anybody because of like the D content, and it's just like, wow, this is not necessary. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like this is
and
beyond.
I mean, I agree with that. Yeah,
It like it's story altering. You know what I mean? It's like, well,
Yo, that movie, The Watchmen, was dope with the Rorschach and the blue guy.
Right, so they took that movie and then they made a miniseries out of it on HBO, and it's just like, and the people are wearing masks. Everybody's got to wear masks. This came out like I don't know, like 2019 or something like that. It came out. Well, Dr. Manhattan, as you know, is not like into wearing briefs, so there's that. You know what I mean, to contend with to start with, right? But we have. In this is a more woke version of Watchmen. So Dr. Manhattan, basically it's Black Dr. Manhattan. So you can see a Black Dr. Manhattan. This is wonderful for diversity and everything like that. It's just if it wasn't awkward before, it's like they played on it again. It's just like, okay, well, I mean, I guarantee it's a struggle to like maintain the same kind of like the same kind of viewing experience. You know what I mean? With anyway,
the thing is, if you know anything about HBO series, it's that what's up?
No,
if you know anything, if you know anything about HBO series, you know, if you've watched The Wire, Oz, I mean, you just know that HBO loves dick. That's all.
Like those sound like prison shows, so like I almost wouldn't even think that that's a thing. Yeah, they are fond of it. They're
Game of Thrones. I mean, there's dicks everywhere on HBO.
Yeah,
it's all dicks.
It's all, you know.
What was Deadwood in? What was that Showtime?
Deadwood, HBO, Mad Dicks.
I don't know. Was there that many in Deadwood? I didn't think there was.
I don't know.
There's enough to shake a stick at.
Are there?
Deadwood was fucking awesome. That was a great fucking show right there.
A great show.
Loved it.
Oh, man,
show,
I loved it. I thought it was on par with Breaking Bad in terms of the writing. I thought it was just fantastic.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, the characters. There was so much. I think everyone did just a fantastic. Everyone just blew the lid off their characters. They were all so good.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're.
It's worth a watch.
I don't know if anybody's a fan of Western fiction, but the same guy who wrote the Spencer detective novels, Robert B. Parker, has a Western series, and Titus Welliver, who was one of the characters in Deadwood, reads for it. But I think it would make a fantastic Western series, but I'm never happy with the adaptations when they put it out there. Like Bosch. Yeah. I think I watched one episode of Bosch and I was done. I watched one episode of Reacher and I was done, just because the books are so well written that the adaptations just are like the Lord of the Rings. It just tanks.
Yeah, you mentioned Lord of the Rings there. That guy that plays a Grima Wormtongue in
he was the doctor.
Yeah, he's the doctor in Deadwood.
Yeah.
Great in both roles, though. Really great in both roles.
Fantastic. You know? Yeah, he was amazing.
Brad something. I don't know. He's
I saw him in like an 80s sitcom or something. I'm like, what? Like he was like really young, 25, 30 years old.
Yeah, he's like pretty underrated, but yeah, he just plays these supporting roles, man. It's like pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, so like all these Marvel movies, how do you feel about that? That's another wave of this kind of.
I'm not into comics, so the movies for me are standalone.
Right. Yeah.
I enjoy them.
I don't know if the comics are accurate to the movies either. I think they're in their own. Like the movie universe is its own, like, universe.
My son's reading Dune right now.
Yeah, Dune's cool. That's like the mother of these kind of epic sci-fi.
Oh, you know what he was telling me, because I'd never read it. He was telling me that he could see so much of George Lucas ripping off Dune with a lot of the themes. Yeah. He was like, you won't believe this, Dad. Like, there's like 5, 6 things I'm counting already that were like George Lucas totally got his ideas from Dune.
You ever really looked into the Marianas Trench in the sky?
No.
The one
in the sky. You mean the?
Yeah,
the Milky Way.
Well, the Great Rift. I mean, is
Yeah.
that? Yeah. Have you ever really like looked at it? Because I guess the dude's got a picture of it over there. It looks pretty weird when you actually just like look at it. There's a lot of different like pareidolia things you can look. It looks like a tower, a giant tower, and like a reflection of a giant tower somewhere on Earth. That would be funny if that, if it was just like showing itself, or like some faces of some people looking down through a rip seam. It's pretty weird what you see, when you just look at it for a while. A Grand Canyon, a Great Rift, a great, divide or a rip, or maybe where the sea divides itself from the other portion.
Are you saying that somebody posted a picture? Because I don't see one.
Wait, somebody's actual icon is that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me see. Maybe if they're still here. Oh, they're not here now. They're not here now. But they had the Great Rift on their picture, whoever that just was. I was looking at it. I don't know.
Nobody really talks about that too much. I don't know.
I mean, it looks like a face. It looked like 2 faces looking down through it. Like, what the hell's going on down that little ant farm?
It is kind of like that. There's almost like room enough for like just totally different areas of research. You know what I mean? People like, like look at the armed forces. They got like the Army Corps of Engineers. They got like the whatever the boats. They got the planes department. You know what I mean? All that stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like things to figure the fuck out, like like the sun, the moon, the stars. You know what I mean? The planets. And answer those the phenomena. You know what I mean? The things that are just not theoretical. They're just visible fucking things. Just it's a lot to answer all that stuff. Just but do we so much of the brain power, and this is all like spent in like trying to prove that like there are areas of level ground and then there are areas of not level ground, but you know what I mean, like that's what we're spending most of the brain power, like not all that other like complex like contemplative shit, you know what I mean, like that goes out the window.
That's shaped like a blob pile of poop. Yeah, it's weird. They don't know what the stars are. They don't know what the moon, the sun. They don't really know any fucking thing. They
got some ideas. Well, I don't know. Like, yeah, modern science, they claim to know it all. But I mean, people in the flat Earth domain have their own, thinking.
I'd say they have a problem always trying to make an action or reaction something phenomenal or some kind of miracle. Or well, no, it's not that. It's not just sliding over, Todd. That would be too simple. What we have is the conduction rate of the invection of the inner molecular movement of the velocity of the tangential speed held by its momentum of molecular velocity of the inner motherfucker, it's just sliding. You know, like you don't need 700 words in a book and a paragraph to say that.
I
And
don't
in
know, man.
cartoon,
You ever see like you ever see quantum locking demonstrated? You know, where they just have some shit levitating, just quantum levitation. They call it
yes,
quantum levitation. They call it quantum locking. But I mean, what the heck is going on there? That's some pretty intense stuff.
yeah, it's like differential, right? Quantum locking. It's like one thing's hot, one thing's cold, one thing's surrounded by hot, one thing's or negative, positive, however you want to look at it, and then one thing stabilizes the other with the field.
Similar to popping and locking, which I think is
Yeah,
similar. And that has something to do with quantum physics as well. But
I think temperature. I think
right,
that's
so like so where those temperatures exist, then it's like I don't know what is that anti gravity there? What is that float? Is that is that
it's
a
got to be.
hoverboard? I
That's
don't
what
know.
I'm thinking. As long as you got the right material, right?
Well, as long as it stays cold all the time, you know, it needs to be damn nasty cold, you know.
Yes, sir. The original constant is cold.
And then what do we need? Just like a little magnetic, like a little magnet, just some kind of magnet, and that super cold field.
Yep. So really, what's that super cold field like supplying for that magnet? Like, why is it a good blanket for it to like resist off of? That's the awesomeness, the resistance, the repulsion.
What?
Well, I mean, quantum locking, you call it locking, but
Yeah.
then there's also a space where it's not going to touch the item. So it's like quantum locked, but it's not touching. So it's just, it's like doing both at the
Yeah.
same.
Yeah, it seems to be like gravity seems to I don't know, not have anything to do with it. You know what I mean? Like
Not at all.
it's like it totally punks the shit out of gravity, really. You know.
It really punks everything: density, gravity, all kinds of shit. Really, when you get
Yeah.
into temp.
So.
Yeah.
But then, so all that temperature it would be happening overhead. You would think, right? Eventually, it's going to be that cold above us.
That's what I think. I mean, that's what I would think. Like it would become a superfluid. I mean, what else do you dissipate?
So why wouldn't fucking NASA be making like goddamn magnet ships? Just skirt over that shit, like sure,
All this
I'm
shit.
floating, I'm levitating, right? I'm in a
Right. The ozone layers, and then
just
the outer
space, right?
weird shit. Right. It's a weird term for something they might know a little better than what they claim, like an ozone layer. Is that like a
Or
layer of fucking liquid salt where anything touches it, it burns? Is that like? I mean, what the fuck
yeah,
is an ozone layer? Like, what is that?
if it's just about temperature, right? Then magnetic fields should like just float around like that, like as if it were sailing on that dry ice. But does it need something? Is there something about the dry ice itself, or the way the atmosphere is reacting to it, and the electric field that makes it float?
Right.
Like,
Superconduction, meaning so cold that it
right,
becomes a conductor in itself.
right.
It's fucking weird. I mean,
That's
there are
lovely.
could do a lot more stuff. Like we could understand a little more about it, but they don't. They keep it to
Mhm.
themselves. Over there,
Yeah.
they do all the shit. They keep the answers for themselves. on really small scales, we can get super cold stuff, liquid nitrogen. I mean, what about freon? What about things that are colder than freon? What about certain materials we haven't even came into contact because the government really does? I mean, what can we really grab if we want to? That's supposed to be like a guarded item, like new plutonium, or can you just go in your backyard and grab tons of it and go play with it and stuff, or just like weird materials and the government doesn't care? Like, say you got the one material that's worth like the most in the whole world. It's worth $1 million a fucking gram, and you got 100 pounds of it in your backyard only. Now, is that yours still, or do they just take you out?
I think they already identified all these like deposits in the United States, and they've either deemed them too far underground to be of any problem or whatever, or they mined it out and paid like triple scale money to have it done. All sort of preceding the time before they started putting like the so-called nuclear power plants up. I guess through, I think, yeah, maybe later than that they started really pushing for it. Maybe like Cold War time, they started like really. I spoke to some hard rock uranium mining people.
Well, what would be a war, Cold War? You said I have a Cold War. I would say it's a war against the cold. That would mean that would be a time that you need to gather up all your stuff and all your intelligence, because we're going to enter an area, and we're going to, try to go into an area that we're normally not used to. So it'd be a war against it, right? So it's a war against the coldest area. So if
I don't know.
That's a superconductor, like Antarctica, it'd be a war into that area. So you try to make it to it. Just the area.
Right, it's a war. It's a war against the cold, because they're actually, the theater of war is really in Antarctica, but they're not saying anything about that, and they're making it seem like it's a war between the United States and Russia, where they're just taking all of these budgets and fucking making some special effects bullshit show, make you a bunch of artwork, and then really they're spending the money exploring, getting through Antarctica and stuff like that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. And doing, exploring, doing stuff, science, some badass
But
shit.
they've made this shit seem so upside down that only someone such as you, who has the power to know upside down from right side up, that we can unscramble what they've been doing. The Cold War, yeah, I got you. It's a front. It's a front. Yeah, the Iron Curtain is a stage. I get you. There we go.
I mean, well, the CIA, ICA, CIA, right? So, like, you can't spell Russia without USA. You can't spell China without CIA. You can't spell CIA without CIA. You can't spell America without CIA. I'll keep going. But the CIA
Fun
is
fact.
if you want to be one of them, they're
One.
the good old boys.
I was gonna say, fun fact. Did you know that the same year the creation of the CIA is the same year that they made Reynolds Wrap tinfoil?
You know, Reynolds Wrap is still Ronaldo's Wrap generically. It's funny, they're still around. They still do their thing. They're still here, going strong. Who is Burt Reynolds with that big ass mustache? No, I'm just saying, these families though, right? If you have a Reynolds family, is there really something to do with the tin foil? And what does tin foil do? It can levitate shit, right? So why wouldn't a Reynolds Wrap company be in Antarctica? It's a lightweight, malleable metal that deals with cold. You know, you wrap your food in it for freezers, stuff like that. See what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
No demo.
Right. No. So Reynolds is how do they make Reynolds? Is it like because like Sputnik is basically the innovation with Sputnik and the innovation of Mylar, if you like, at large. You know, the whole gold foil thing on satellites is
Yeah,
is
the balloon.
it's what it is a type of technology called it's like a metal sputtering. It uses like a hot arc, maybe a magnetic field, fucking pulled vacuum, and you can coat a plastic and metal. I don't know if they do that they might do that with Reynolds wrap because I think it does have some plastic substrate in it, maybe like a very thin plastic substrate. I'm not sure.
They mix a lot of weird shit. Yeah, they could probably put some plastic in there to make it like elastic and impermeability, like it has to like bend and fold, and, you know, malleability, whatever you want to call it.
They might have some stuff that's actually rolled out, like with a roller. But I think a lot of the cheap aluminum foils are like a foil, basically. That's like on a like a high temperature plastic that's meant for I'm not 100% sure about that. I need to watch how it's made about aluminum foil. But anyway, like But anyway, without metal sputtering, you wouldn't have had Sputnik because it wouldn't have been able to insulate it from frequencies that like cosmic rays, whatever, solar flares and that nonsense, all that stuff. Magnetic interference.
You hit it right on the head. If you want to hide something from people, tinfoil.
It's a little jiffy pop.
Blocks the frequency, right, from getting in or getting out. It's like a Faraday cage.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that?
If we took a Faraday, it would be so nice.
Well, I'm just saying, like if you like go into a store that has a little magnets, I don't know what this means, but just listen to what I'm saying. It's true. So listen, if you go into a store with magnets, and a magnet sets off an alarm, if you take the tinfoil and put it around the object, no more alarm.
So that's great. Comes in very useful in the holiday season. Just gift wrap your gifts ahead of time before you check out. Gift wrap them in tinfoil.
Yes, everybody loves tinfoil gifts. I want one.
Because it keeps the bacteria off it. You know what I mean? In the winter, in the holiday season, you want to keep it off. So that's
Reynolds wrap. Wrap your stuff in Reynolds wrap.
Reynolds wrap.
Shiny part side.
There you go. We're solving problems right now, one at a time. You and me, Demok. We cracked the whole Cold War. We realized that the space program is a farce, and it was made.
Program.
Right, the Cold War is an exploration program and a joint. They're working together, not apart. Right? That's the thing. It's like pro wrestlers. Who are the pro wrestlers? Right, like Hulk Hogan and who's the Russian Volkov, right? Vladimir Volkov, the Russian bear, right? They were fighting, but it's just play acting. And so maybe that's what was happening with the United States and Russia during this. They're working together, digging out ice cubes in Antarctica, trying to break on through to the other side with Jim Morrison. What sounds
muted now? Travis, you better be recording this for TikTok. We talked about this morning. Dimlock and his Reynolds wrap. I love you, Dimlock.
No, I'm playing
too
chess,
much,
so I'm
too
not
good,
even
and not
paying
enough.
attention.
Clapping, Dimlock.
Dimlock's funny as fuck. We weren't saying anything negative about him. We were just saying how we should use platforms like TikTok, for our advantage, because you can find good stuff on it. So why not have things that are funny, like Dimlock and other people talking back and forth, and also have some truth in it. You know what I mean? Like the Earth curves stencil. Like, where is it?
Yeah,
I love Dimlock.
100,000 feet or 10 feet when we can't do 0 to 10 or 0 to 50? How do we get to 1,000 foot? How did we do a calculation of 1,000 foot of Earth or a mile if we can't even show you what 10 foot looks like? If they can't demonstrate what it looks like themselves, any survey or any global whatever they claim, they can't demonstrate that to you. what are they talking about? How's their calculation even real?
Probably because we travel them that much.
What a wonderful answer.
I mean, it's not really a Wonder Boy answer if you actually go do it.
I was being sarcastic.
Comedic gold. Well, yeah, like when they say numbers and all this stuff, I'm like, I can't eat numbers. And they're like, oh, yeah, but we got evidence. I'm like, okay, well, your evidence is no different than having an icebox over in the corner. It's day 7. I'm about to starve. If I don't get something to eat, I'm not going to make it till tomorrow. But science and, globe science, philosophy, theories, and ideas are just like, okay, don't worry. The food's in the icebox. I'll show you a picture. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not gonna make it tomorrow. I need to have a piece of that food that you claim is in the icebox. They're like, no, we can't show you, but we'll give you a calculation. How about a picture? Okay, we'll show you a fake video of food.
You're showing it if you're actually going out and doing it.
No, I can't eat the picture. So I'm hungry for actual food, right? Hold on. The example is I'm in a room with an icebox. You are standing.
Why is your standard that you have to be able to eat the mile?
Listen,
why is that
because
a
the
reasonable standard?
real material. The food is the physical proof of itself, not your examples of any lies. So the physical proof
you're
of
not
itself.
Here we go,
making any
Stacy.
sense
Here it is, right
whatsoever.
here.
So now what I need to do is eat. And you're going to keep telling me, no, I don't need to eat like you are right now. Why do I need food? Because I need it to live.
What the hell are you talking about?
Why would you keep my scientific physics?
The sentence doesn't make any sense. You sound like you're having a stroke.
The Earth curve stencil is like an apple. You give me the Earth curve stencil, it's like giving me a piece of your Earth, and then I can know it's real. If you can't give me the apple, I'm not going to take your picture either. I'm not going to take your stories.
Dimok, are you suffering a stroke currently?
Food. I think you're suffering from the ability to not give somebody actual physical, tangible material that's real to test.
Dimok, I don't know what better evidence to give you other than you can actually travel these distances.
Yeah, distance equals globe.
Yep. That's very true. If you know anything about geometry, you know that distances tell you everything you need to know about the shape of something.
Straight lines don't curve.
You didn't know that they're straight, do you? In fact, if I connect 4 dots all to each other, there's a very easy geometric proof that can say, hey, is this on these coplanar points or not? And guess what?
And guess what you're going to need? Guess what you're going to need?
Distances.
No, you're going to need a radius, you numpty.
No. You don't need a radius. All you need to know is what are the distances between 4 points on a shared surface. And then you can figure out whether that surface, the points on that surface are coplanar or not.
Absolutely not. All you're going to have is distance and elevation, Meisty.
Incorrect. You don't even need elevation.
Then what are you talking about? Then you don't have elevation?
Copernicus, Travis, you need to learn
What
some
are you
basic
talking
geometry.
about?
If I have 4 points, I can give you 4 geometric proofs right now that how you could find out that 4 points are coplanar or not. Could you give me one?
What?
How do you know if 4 points are coplanar?
You have to have elevation, Meisty.
No, that is incorrect. How do you know?
Then they're not going to be on a plane. Then they're not going to be on a plane. Then, man.
Hey,
he's got his own math, guys. Watch out.
If you have 4 points, Copernicus, how can you tell if those 4 points are coplanar or not? The answer is Travis.
Yeah, don't keep us waiting.
Don't
Do
keep
you
us
really
waiting.
not know?
This is a daily double.
You believe the Earth is a flat plane, and you can't tell me how to find 4 coplanar points?
You seem to be under the impression that someone's claiming that the Earth is a flat plane. Who made that fucking claim, dude?
Oh, sounds like he induced it. What do you think?
What are you talking about, bro?
Great.
Look,
I'm glad you
if
admit that the Earth is not a plane.
Listen, if I mark out on my property,
If you what, Travis?
pretty sure I finished my introductory statement.
Get milk tomorrow before work, yeah.
If I plot out 4 points on my property, I'm going to have distance and more than likely elevation between those 4 points. They're not going to always be at the same elevation, right? Nope, they're not, or nope, they are.
And guess what?
No. I didn't understand your nope. Hold on. I didn't understand your nope. Nope, they are not going to be the same height, or nope, they are going to be the same height.
You can test whether they are coplanar or not.
Okay, here we go again. I'm going to mark out 4 different spots on my property. They are all, let's say, 300 meters apart. Are they all going to be equal elevation?
No, but you're the only one talking about elevation. I am asking a simple question. Are they coplanar or not?
In order for them to be
you
coplanar,
understand the question, Jeremy? Sorry, Travis. Do you understand the phrase coplanar?
Did you hear me start to answer your question?
I know, and you stuttered your way through a different question.
Did you hear me start to answer your last question?
Stutter your way through a different question than I asked.
So the other question that I started through 3 minutes ago is in the past. I'm now trying to address something that you cut me off from answering. So why don't you just tickle your own sack and tell us what you want to tell us?
I already did. That if you have 4 points, you can test whether they are coplanar or not. One of the simple ways of doing that is drawing lines between 3 points.
Great.
And then a line between another 3 points between those 4.
Yeah.
And you will end up with 2 triangles that share a side. You can then ask yourself, according to the law of sines, do the sides of each of those triangles, both of them, do they line up with the law of sines? And if they don't, the points are not coplanar. If they do, the points are coplanar.
Great explanation that's theoretical. Why don't you show us what you're talking about?
If you think geometry is theoretical, then you shouldn't trust the house you live in.
Okay, listen, Meisty. I can hear what you're saying.
Listen, Meisty. Listen, Travis. Answer the question or take the defeat.
Meisty, why are you being so mean? You're like trying to bully me. Are you trying to bully me
here? I'm asking you to answer the question.
I was just trying to ask a clarification question, and you just started bullying me. I don't know if I want to keep
You're bullied by wanting to answer a question.
To be fair, you bully others, so you had to come.
Yeah, no, it was like a look at how smart I am. I know how to measure 4 coplanar points. That's what it was.
There's nothing about look at how smart I am. It's getting Travis to answer
a little bit
damn question.
Yeah, but
I don't think I can.
Copernicus is kind of a bully too, though. So I mean,
So here's a very
Arma's coming out to back up Meisty.
Yeah, because you smell. You suck. All right. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I was just trying to.
So what I'd like, Travis, is for you to pull your head out of your butt and tell me.
It's like a lot of mental mustache twiddling with you. I mean, whatever. I'm
Oh wow! Here they all come in force.
Well, okay, no, for real though. What's the argument? I want to hear this.
The argument is, I got an icebox full of food across the room, right? The icebox represents any globe evidence or proof. You can't eat it, you're going to die in 3 minutes if you don't get any. But the glober will sit there and promise you're going to get it because he has evidence and you can eat it and it's so good. You should the taste and everything that they can calculate and explain to you. But you're going to pass away in 3 minutes if you don't get the food.
This isn't the argument.
It means the evidence, the proof, the real proof. They'll never give it to you. You'll just have to get a calculation for your apples, calculation for your water and milk.
No, what's
Just like you can die in the corner with the calculation.
What's the real argument? RC, I want to hear the argument RC, Meisty, or whatever you guys are talking about. Not this icebox shit.
That is the real. That is the real argument.
Having a stroke.
Started. Yeah.
Dan was reading Icebox Slim.
Pictures.
Box Slim.
No,
No, Super Science.
Super Saiyan.
What I was Super Saiyan earlier was.
Theoretically, we'll have to rectify these apples with the communication process through a picture or conundrum of variable ideas and an equation.
I'm only at 10% of my full power. All right.
Come on! Why'd you mess up his shtick? He was riffing. That was good.
Shit.
Anyway, let's go Super Saiyan. So what we talking about for real? What we talking about?
I don't know what Demok's talking about.
Yeah,
what I would like Travis
right?
to figure out is answer my freaking question. Hey, Travis, how do you test whether the points? How do you test whether the points that you know
are you drawing this on a piece of paper
are coplanar or not?
Are you drawing this on a piece of paper?
You don't need to draw it on the piece of paper.
Okay, so you're putting. Okay, look. So you're putting this out on the ground on good old terra firma, right?
Take any distances you want on the surface of the Earth. Travis, I didn't give you any parameters.
No, I'm saying that we're doing this on the surface of the Earth, right?
What are you talking about?
That's just like so awkward when somebody doesn't answer back and just sits there.
I already told him. I don't know how else to say for the 80th time. The surface of the Earth. I said take any points you want on the surface of the Earth. How is him asking? So you want points on the surface of the Earth after I literally said yes, points on the surface of the Earth,
and say your math. He's being serious.
Him having a stroke is not me not answering a question.
That's true.
All right.
He is having a stroke.
Okay, so let's make one leg of the triangle 15 meters, one leg of the triangle 20 meters, and the other leg of the triangle 5 meters.
Oh, 5, 15. It's 1, 3, 4.
And are you saying that you want me to duplicate the same triangle on one of the legs?
I'm asking you, if you have 4 points.
You said a triangle, dude.
Oh my gosh. All right, let me do this again because you're not listening to jack shit. So, you need 4 points. You can make 2 triangles with 4 points that share a side. Do you understand?
Well, hold on, slow down. 4 points. I have a hold on now. I have a triangle that has 3 points. If I add a 4th point, is it outside the triangle?
Oh my gosh.
So am I just extending
Travis,
one of the legs?
on your paper that you have in front of you, put 4 points on.
We're not on a paper,
Travis,
Meisty. You said it was on the Earth.
You are
Meisty,
confusing.
Confused, Meisty. Are we on
Travis,
the Earth or on a piece of paper?
Beyond any help. So put 4 points on a piece of paper in front of you, Travis.
4 points.
Is the 4th dot inside the triangle?
Jesus. Travis, put 4 points on the piece of paper in front of you.
I don't have any paper. I'm going to do this in my head.
Travis, put 4 points on a piece of paper in front of you.
I don't have a piece of paper.
So if you take 4 points on a piece of paper, you can take 3 of those points and draw a triangle, right, Travis?
I just said I don't have a piece of paper.
Travis.
Meisty.
Points so you can get a triangle, maybe. Okay. What's the 4th one?
Oh my gosh. If you have 4 points on a piece of paper, you can make a triangle with 3 of those points. Now with that 4th point, create a second triangle where it shares the side of the other triangle that you just drew at first.
Oh.
Okay, I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
All right.
Is that like, what is that called? A parallelism? Parallelogram?
No, it's just two triangles, Travis. Nobody said parallelogram.
Oh, okay.
Just two triangles.
Okay.
So now, Travis, that you have two triangles.
Wait. 1, 2, 3. This is fun. I like math.
Yeah, math is pretty cool.
So, if you have those two triangles, according to the law of sines, according to Pythagorean theorem, according to literally every freaking law of geometry, you should be able to test whether those two triangles and the 4 points that create those two triangles are coplanar or not. Because if the one triangle is coplanar, a spherical triangle, right? But if it's just a planar triangle, then what you're going to end up having is it's going to follow the law of sines, correct?
Okay, look, dude. Okay, so look, I made the hypotenuse the same for both triangles. Is that good? So the line that
Travis,
the line.
are you tracking or not?
Listen, the line segment that they're sharing is the hypotenuse. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so they have one shared line segment that's the same length.
Yes.
Okay, and it's on the ground.
Yes.
Okay. Now what?
Now, according to the law of sines, you know that if you share a side on that triangle, and you know the distance between the 2 points that create the share side and the other 2 points that are outside, like that create the two separate triangles.
Yeah.
If you are on a plane using planar geometry, you should be able to tell the distance between the 2 points that you do not have a line between, correct?
Sure.
Great. Guess what?
Chicken butt.
On the Earth, those points, they don't follow that law of sines according to planar geometry.
Okay,
Ergo,
great. No, I get it. No, I get it.
Travis,
let me ergo.
Hold up. Can I finish my sentence?
Punchline already, Mike.
Travis, and I'm going to give the punchline, and you're going to chill out.
Yeah, I want to hear ergo.
Punchline.
Let's hear this.
Ergo, we can conclude these 4 points are not coplanar.
But if we drew them on a piece of paper, they would be, right?
Yeah, because a paper, in theory, those are coplanar points.
Right. So I'm not so stupid, right? I'm doing good so far, Bus. So, Spike. So on a paper, they're going to be coplanar, no question. On the Earth, however, you're saying that they're not going to be. And let me just ask you, hold on. Let me just ask you, is the reason why you know that these two triangles are not going to be coplanar, ... ellipsis,
4 points are not coplanar.
Hold on, I'm almost there. Is the
That's
reason
not what I
why,
said, though. You said the wrong thing.
Is the reason
4 points are not coplanar.
Whatever. Is the reason why you know this the same reason why you know that, hold on. Is it the same reason why you know that two vertical lines on the surface of the Earth diverge?
No, it's careful survey data. That's all.
No, all you're doing with this is simply saying, I know what these distances are between these 4 points, right? Between each of those, all 4 points, I know what the distances are. The simple question is, given these triangles that can exist and knowing the distances,
they don't need to be triangles.
Make up Travis, chill out.
It could have just been an offset square,
Travis,
dude.
chill out.
You just
Travis,
told me drop a box.
Let me finish my sentence. The very simple question and the only question is, does it follow the law of sines such that I would know that these 4 points are coplanar? If the answer is no, then you know that the 4 points are not coplanar.
Yeah, you haven't proven that to me.
I posted an image if it makes it easier to think about looking at an image.
XYZ coordinates for each
You just need an X and a Y You only don't even need
That's all you're
coordinates for
doing?
this. That's the other great point about this. You don't even need
You just need distances. That's it.
All you freaking need are the distances between the points. That is the great thing. I don't have to appeal to the sun, to Jimmy Bob, to GPS, to Jack Diddley shit. All I have to do is simply say, do I know the distances along the surface between these points? That's it.
That means you don't know anything.
I have one thing to say to you, RC.
Wait, what?
Cool beans.
Yeah, so Micey's using simple geometry to
one of
answer the
RC's
question.
I'm just playing. That's one of RC's signature.
Oh, yeah.
Cool beans.
I
don't think I've heard that one since I was like 10 years old, but RC says
Listen,
it a lot.
dude, this is going on my 13th year in working in education. So Cool Beans is something I think.
and Geo.
Is that what the kids say? RC Cool Beans.
It's what the lame old guys that run their schools say.
Oh, Cool Beans.
That's what Jake Peralta and what's his name says in Brooklyn Nine-Nine to
Cool,
each other.
cool. Right.
So Travis, in the very the simplest of proofs that exists in geometry, using no other pieces of information other than the distance between 4 points, you can test one simple question. Are these 4 points coplanar? And when you find out that, holy shit, on the Earth, these 4 points are not coplanar, guess what? You didn't have to assume sphere, triangle, nothing. All you had to say was, I know the law of sines, and I know the distance between these 4 points. Guess what? It ain't a plane.
Yeah, RC is right about this, at least with the basic thing he's laying out. That, like, if you had points that were on a sphere, multiple points at particular distances.
Wait. Why are you talking about a sphere, Geo?
Dude, you don't like to be interrupted. I don't see why.
Yeah, you have to listen to the whole sentence, not just the middle.
Yeah, let's all
triggered on the word.
Be nice.
Like, once that happens, it just throws off the whole thing. So, all right. What was that?
Go ahead, Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh,
no respect.
Well, it's like the people that don't like being interrupted are often the ones that interrupt the most.
Yeah, we need to chill out with that.
All right.
I resemble that remark.
I think what I was trying to say, hold on. All right. I was just trying to say, if you have multiple points at particular distances that are on a sphere and they all connect, if you then flatten that out, the points won't connect.
Right, exactly. Which was what I was trying to get RC to admit that he was assuming that he was on. I'm not on a sphere.
Anything.
I'm not on
I
a
didn't
sphere.
Hey, Travis,
The
I
issue
did not
here is whether the
only thing I'm asking for are the distances between 4 points. That could be on the freaking on a flat surface with all coplanar points. That could be on a pyramid. That could be on a sphere. That could be on a triangle. I don't give a living shit. All I'm asking is that along the surface of an object, and I can see that the Earth is an object. Okay, I'm standing on it, right? So all I do is make the observation the Earth is an object and that has a surface. I can measure distances along those surfaces. There is no assumption there.
I got you.
And now I just say, here are 4 points. Are these 4 points coplanar? Cool beans.
I don't believe you. Either you're being intentionally duplicitous or you're leaving out some information.
No,
but
this is
no, the basic tenets of what he's saying is true. The contention would be whether the actual dirt on the ground, the actual soil, and the actual distances.
And here's the great thing. You can do it over, because everybody loves to go around these forums and they say, well, water is level, it is flat, it is planar, it is all the horizontal, all of these things. And I'm like, cool. You know, we can actually test that.
Yeah, so you'd have to, the next step, RC, is you need to substantiate it.
Right.
And that doesn't mean going on Google and then taking a GPS, none of that. You have to actually substantiate it on the Earth physically, and if you do that, then you would have something.
It's almost like we would need to, I don't know, travel these distances to try to figure out if they're the right distances or not.
Yeah.
Oh my God. How much traveling do you need to do for a 20-meter side, 15-meter side? Like, what the fuck, dude? You're not walking very far.
Maybe we would want to travel thousands hundreds of thousands of cumulative miles a day. Let's say 5 million cumulative miles a day.
You just like to hear your voice talk. You're
You
the
started
only
5 million. You started
like
1.
whatever, dude.
Well, I think everyone would agree. Everyone who would say the Earth is flat, stationary, planar, etc., would agree that the map we're given of the globe is obviously false. If it's not a globe, the globe is false. So the question is, to what degree is it false? Where have they fudged distances? Where are things off? Where are things contorted? So that is where the question comes in. And I think what RC is talking about is a good idea. It's a good thing to do. However, you can't just go off of the information that's given on a globe. You need to actually do it independently, and it needs to be on a large enough distance. And then you have elevation and sea level. There's all these factors to incorporate. So
absolutely, Gio. And Gio, I'm so glad you said that, because the reality is like, wouldn't it be great if private individuals were able to travel these very large distances, right? That people without government oversight were able to do these long distance traveling and verify that, wow, like these distances are indeed correct.
That's not good enough, though. It's just not.
It's not good enough that millions of people do that every day.
It's
Okay, cool.
just to make some broad general statement that people fly to places is not nearly specific enough to decipher very specific distances to an accurate enough level at a large enough size to decipher the shape of the Earth from this method of using the points.
Is 4 meters of accuracy over 7,000 miles? Is that good enough?
Talking about, get the tape measure out and show us how you did the accuracy.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that it's a good point you're bringing up. It would need to be substantiated independently, and meaning on the actual Earth, meaning not just using GPS signals coming from the sky or stuff that you're given
or
from
like
certain models
cars.
or any of that. Yes, because the difference is just because you can put airplane or fuel in an airplane and fly a particular route that you're given is not
Fuel in a car,
not isolating this
or
difference.
or fuel in a car, or wind in the sails of a boat, or hell, how about some nuclear energy in a boat? Like the great part about it, really, in all reality,
Listen,
Gio,
RC, man, everybody can
is
hear
that you can
smarmy
do
attitude in the chat
every
room.
single one
Let
of
me
these
go
things
back
in
to the very
15 different
beginning of
ways.
this entire
Then do it.
debacle.
Then substantiate it. Or, I mean, I'm not saying you have to, but if you want to, you'd have to substantiate it. Right now, you're talking, and I get it.
Substantiate 1,000 times. Only in Gio and Travis's mind is this a question.
Okay, well, you're here trying to bring the question. So if this was a court of law, you have a good idea. It's a good thing. It's not new. I've thought about this for
It
years.
already adjourned. It adjourned 500 years
Please
ago.
don't interrupt me. Just let me. I usually only speak for like 20 seconds at a time. I don't monologue. I just want to say my part. And when you interrupt, it just anyways, it's hard to even say what I'm saying. Anyway, I'm just saying you would need to substantiate it, and you haven't done it. So appealing to all these other sources and that people put airplane or fuel in airplanes and they get in their car and they go places is not substantiating
it. Not only is it substantiating, it is substantiated daily by hundreds of Demok, chill. By thousands of flights, hundreds of shipping routes, and millions of miles driven by cars. So, like, if you think this is substantiated, I don't know. I cannot think of one thing that is more universally substantiated when it comes to knowledge of Earth than distances between points.
Hey, look, RC Meisty just flew in the air 3 times. We must live on a 3-round circle air thing above this dirt that I'm standing on that's flat. This thing must be loop-de-loops, too. Wow.
What if you did survey equipment at 4 points around Lake Tahoe where you can see the other 2 points?
What if you did a tape measure with it?
No, like using survey equipment like laser survey equipment.
Again, the thing that's being assumed is that we're on a globe. There's no way that you're not going to transform. Let's say, for instance, that you plot out on a nice 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, like you've got a large 30-acre property, and you want to use 1 acre, and you're going to use the area of an acre, but it's going to be misshapen or whatever. It's going to be a square, whatever. You know what I mean? So you just draw this out on a piece of paper, and then you draw out how long you want each of those legs to be. So on the paper, it's coplanar, no problem. Then when you go outside and transform it from the paper to the outside, you're going to have the same points. You're going to scale it to the size that you want it to be. The only way it's going to be planar is if you have the markers at the same height, right? Otherwise, you just have distance between the points. You're not proving anything but fucking distance, which is what I said at the beginning of this whole thing. If you want to assume that you're on a ball after that, that's your problem.
Well, this is similar. This whole thing is similar to the like with celestial navigation, where you have GPs, circle of equal altitudes, and then there's distances from the GPs, which is what creates a circle of equal altitudes. And then each GP has sort of like a dartboard. You can have multiple circles of equal altitude coming out from them, and then the distances, and then all those GPs. If you plot them all down, you're going to have this GP, that one, that one, that one, and all of the circles. And they're going to either show coplanar or they're going to show the sphere. So this method that RC is mentioning is similar to that in a way. It's just not using the stars. It's just using straight distances on the ground. So it is a valid method. I just think where RC is perhaps just jumping to a leap or an assumption is just saying that because people travel around the Earth and they're given certain coordinate systems, that somehow that proves it. So I'm just saying he hasn't substantiated it, but it is a good method. And it's one that is more within the grasp, meaning it wouldn't be a huge amount of cost to do this one, but it would take actually matching the distances to the Earth and actually doing it in a way that you could get a definitive answer.
And again, like let's even take away the fact that people verify these distances down to the freaking meter on a daily basis based on things that are in their pockets every day. Let's just like give you that, say like, oh yeah, they're duping us all with that one too, right? Then there must be also duping things like surveying, where we know exact distances down to the effing inch for nearly every part of huge swaths of the world, like the United States or like Western Europe, right? Or like, here's another great thing, the freaking Great Lakes. Easily surveyed things.
Well, let me ask you this, RC. If there was infinite funding to do all these projects, and somebody said to you, "Hey, RC, would you like to be hired? We're gonna pay you $80,000 a year, and you can do all these different things to measure the shape of the Earth." Would you quit your job and say, "Hell yeah, let's do it," or would you say, "I'm not interested"?
You know, they've already been done. That's the.
I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you the question. I'm not asking what other people did. I'm just asking you that question.
And why would I quit my job to do something that has been being done for 200 years?
All right. The reason I asked is not to offer you that position at the moment. The reason I asked is to ask whether you're actually interested in definitively deciphering it and or having data or seeking truth, or whether you're here just kind of to troll and to just kind of annoy people.
No. I not only do I already have all of this data, but we have insane amounts of data from things like INSAR that give you down to the freaking millimeter of exactly how, like, the distances between all points on the face of the United States, Mexico. I'm trying to think of like where they've gotten to. They've done like half of Colombia at this point, most of the northern part of Brazil. Like the amount of INSAR data, just INSAR data, and then the amazing INSAR data that's been done with the Great Lakes water here. It's just like, it is mind blowing how much exact data we have. And so it's not a matter of like, man, I wish I had some of this data. It's like, oh my gosh, like not only do we have 200 years of like very consistent data with this, right? But then we get down to like, oh, let's get crazy about this. Let's get the freaking INSAR data, which is like just mind-numbing amounts of detail when it comes to surveying the freaking surface of the Earth and even things like the Great Lakes.
Yeah, so
here's something you could do.
You could belief based upon data from an authority. I get it. It's just not definitive.
No, it's not. It's not appealing to an authority. It's actually looking at the data and saying, "Does this data match the reality that I experience?" And the answer is absolutely.
No, it doesn't. Without backing it with tape measure, it doesn't match it. That's what we're asking you to do. And
here's something you could do without relying on any data.
Sure, it makes sense.
Here's something you could do without relying on any data: would be to take 4 surveyors to Lake Tahoe and measure the distance between them with laser equipment, just the raw distance. That doesn't require any assumptions about anything.
What's that going to help you do? 50 miles, 80 miles, 70 miles? What?
No, it's on the order of like 2 or 3 miles.
I mean, for what? What would be the?
To determine whether those 4 points are on the same plane or not, and determine whether water is flat or not.
That's going to determine whether water's flat.
That's this whole thing that Meisty's been talking about. You can use 4
Test that
points. to
water's
determine if
flat.
they're
That's another question. You know what I mean? Like water, water's flat, but like you're gonna test it with lasers. You know what I mean?
No, you're going to do geometry with 4 separate points. I posted a picture at 54 past the hour.
Points. Or you're gonna have elevation. You're gonna have elevation, right? So this is different than what okay, so you have XYZ coordinates. So that's not what
shore, and have each one be 5 feet.
didn't talk about that at all, right? So we didn't talk about XYZ, right?
Okay,
He's
so
just
do
talking
it all
about
10 feet above the surface of the lake.
You might as well just consider it to be a flat surface anyway.
That's the whole question, isn't it?
Well, if you don't have any elevation, I don't say like so. What are you really testing? That maps are accurate. That distances between
No, you don't
cities
have
are
to look
accurate.
at any maps. You don't have to do anything. Just go to Lake Tahoe, get 4 surveyors, have them set up 4 points at exactly 10 feet above the surface of the water, and then measure the distances between those 4 points, and then you can tell whether it's flat or not flat.
Water?
Did you do the math as to what the margin of error would have to be and all of that on that?
Using laser survey equipment, I think you could get within a few centimeters, which should be enough.
Under certain conditions, like you're down to conditions. That's why, like, I wanted to
the
say to
distance
Jeremy
doesn't
that.
change.
Oh yeah, because you can make something. You can definitely make something look warped out if you pick the right day. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean, all you have to do is go to Google right now, Google Earth, and if you go to any point around Lake Tahoe, it'll give you the equal elevation all the way across. Every point on the shoreline will tell you it's the same elevation.
Right.
So again, I don't know why this is hard for any of you.
We agree. Same elevation. The lakes are the same elevation.
Right. So listen very carefully. It doesn't matter where the hell you are on the surface of the earth. If you have 4 points and they're all equal elevation, there is nothing that would ever lead you to think that those 4 points that are equal elevation were not coplanar.
Yeah, there
Nothing.
is. Our
Absolutely
definition,
not.
us Globers, our definition of same elevation doesn't mean
I
coplanar.
know, right, great. So here we are. So please tell me how you derived your radius.
Sticks and shadows and calculations. That's a separate topic.
Oh my God,
though.
why do we have conversations with you people?
Well, Copernicus, you're kind of going off. I mean, let's focus.
Yeah, just 4 points. Look at the 4 points, and the whole question is
Really? I mean, that's all they got. You're gonna throw 2 sticks down?
Oh my gosh! All we
time?
got is like the fundamentals of geometry and geometric proofs of whether things are
you know what
coplanar, and
histrionics
like
is?
the most traveled and known pieces of information about our Earth, which are distances along the surface. Like, what do you mean that's all we got?
So I
What
don't
do you mean
know.
that's it's zero assumptions, something we
study
live
theater.
every day,
Yeah, right.
and the
Zero
easiest bunch of
assumptions.
math that you've ever
Right.
experienced.
Right, zero assumptions.
Well, can we
That's lovely
tackle?
pleading for it.
Well, can we tackle what Copernicus is talking about? Like, because I feel like he's saying like you can't like assume like the surface or some shit if you have the 4 points, whatever. But isn't the whole thing that if it's not coplanar, then that disproves like a plane like surface? Isn't that the whole argument?
Again, Arma, you're not man. You're not new to this. This is so insane that I'm even having a conversation with you people. This happens every single time. You guys don't fail to let down. You don't fail at all.
Oh, we
You
would
guys
say the same
can't.
about you, I guess.
So what is your argument, Copernicus, Travis, whatever?
No, you've heard it before.
No, I'm just trying to figure out because you keep saying like, oh, that's it or whatever. Like you can't assume anything from it. But like, I think the whole argument is that if they're not coplanar, then the surface, not
Arma,
plane
you
or
and
whatever.
I had a discussion about objective up and down, and if you are still stuck on that,
I'm not stuck on that. First off, you were stuck on that, but that's also irrelevant. So
if you are still stuck on the
Well, you're stuck on
objective
that.
up and down.
I'm not stuck on that.
Okay, so I didn't interrupt your interruption, okay? So if you are still stuck on the objective up and down, there's nothing I'm going to say about this coplanar argument that's going to make it any clearer
All
for
right.
you.
Well, I'm not stuck on it, so but you could think that though. Just saying. Because you're
You have
stuck
it
on it.
as an XYZ sort of scenario. You could have them be coplanar, and it wouldn't be level or yeah, it would be. I guess you could say it's flat, but it
it
wouldn't
would
be level.
violate the law of
Because-
sine, Snacks.
No. If you were talking about an XYZ triangle,
No, it
basically,
would
then
still
it's not-
violate the law of sines.
No,
Hold
no,
on.
no, it's called an angle, bro. It's like an oblique angle of geometry, bro. It's like
No,
just-
there's okay. Law
It
of
would still be a
sines showed
plane.
you
It's a
that
plane.
every
It's a
freaking triangle that ever exists,
plane. Stop. You're making yourself look
there
foolish.
is
It's like moving
always a
plane card.
proportion between the sides that must exist.
Meisty, you've been talking a lot for the past hour. Snacks just came in, man. Let him talk.
Yeah, bro, let me talk. All right? Okay. All right. Would you affirm that I can talk, or are you just gonna wait to just jump on
Just talk, man. Come on.
Just talk, man. Hey, I'm just saying, like, with three-dimensional space, you can manipulate, let's say, a playing card. Would you agree that that's a planar like a coplanar? Would we just say that, like, a perfect playing card is coplanar? You would agree that in three-dimensional space, you can pivot this card to any which way angle you like, and it's still going to be coplanar. That's what I'm saying. Your argument falls apart if you start using, a three-dimensional world to define a three-dimensional world. But also, you can have angles and it still be coplanar, but it doesn't mean that it's a proof of flatness for flat earthers, and it doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove anything. It
simply proves the very easy idea that they are not coplanar points. Therefore, the idea, especially along the surface of water, right? Matthew posted at 54 after the hour.
Okay, why do you think you're
very
piloting
easy? But what?
flying
Hey,
over the
Snacks,
wall when
Snacks.
I can't. Well, I can't
Hold on,
jump in.
So can you shut up for 3 seconds here?
I can shut up for 3 seconds. but
So
why?
Matthew showed us on this example.
You're not going to
that
have like
even over
good enough
water.
things to say.
It is
I'll
the
just drop out.
easiest thing in the world. It's the easiest thing in the world to see these distances, and these distances are not show that these points are not coplanar. Done.
Here, I'll play like a bit of devil's advocate. The only issue, if it's over water, I think the argument is good. But I think over land, there might be some wiggle room in the sense that, I guess you could have a slight like bulge in like the planar surface. Like imagine, if it is a flat Earth, right? You can have like a slight bulge, and over that distance, I imagine that little bit of a hump, over that tons of miles and whatnot, depending, right? That might not be noticeable. But I think over water, that's where the argument is concrete, because at that point, you would have to assume the water is now slightly bulging, right? And there's like no real reason to assume that on a flat
But
Earth.
it does happen because certain lakes will do that at certain times of the year.
Yeah. Okay. So to be clear, my diagram at 54 past the hour. Let me explain exactly what you need to do. Get four places, 4 surveyors right on the shore at those 4 points, and have them measure exactly 10 feet above the water surface and mark that spot, and then use surveying equipment to determine the distances between those 4 points. Those 4 points are all the exact same elevation, exactly 10 feet above the surface of the water. And with those measurements, you can determine whether those 4 points are coplanar or not. That's the question, and that's how you could tell if
There's
that
no
water
reason
is
to
bulging.
there's no reason to ask that question.
Yeah, there is. You can determine whether that water bulges or not. That's the whole
Okay,
point.
so let me ask. Okay, great, Matthew. So let me ask this question real quick. You and I are going to start at the same point. We both are standing there. I drive a marker into the ground. you walk 5 feet away from me and drive a marker into the ground and make sure it's the same elevation. Are those 2 points coplanar?
Yes.
So then I then go 5 feet away from you, and I do the same thing. Are those 2 points coplanar?
Yes.
Okay, so we just keep leapfrogging 5 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet.
Wait.
So now that
you
we hold on.
any 3 points are coplanar. So the complicated thing comes if you have 4 points. Now there's a question. Maybe they are. Maybe they aren't.
Okay, so let's call them A, B, C, and D. So A to B, you've already conceded that they are coplanar.
Right.
B and C, coplanar.
Right. And A, B, and C are coplanar also. A, B, and C
Okay.
are
Hold on
definitely
now.
in the same plane.
Oh, okay, great. Yeah, thanks. So now, technically, we could call D A prime. So it's the second A. So let's just call it A prime. So now we have another A, and then a B prime, 5 feet apart, and then a C prime, 5 feet apart. Are those new A, B's, and C's coplanar?
Yes.
So is A and A prime coplanar?
Yes, those two. If you take 2 points, they will be a plane that goes through them. In fact, there's
Okay, and
infinite
so
number
is
of planes.
okay. So now is A and C prime coplanar?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so I'm just going to say it again. Now we just continue to leapfrog each other 5 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet, 5 feet, as far as we want. At what point does A and Z prime stop being planar?
Any 2 points are on the same plane. The question is not what any 2 points. The question is if you have 2 points, they're on the same plane. Any 3 points are on the same plane. The question is when you go from 3 to 4, are all 4 of those on the same plane? And that's
okay.
what you
I'm going to try to go back again. Okay, here now let's backtrack again because we just went.
Travis, freaking go to 7th grade math. Bye.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting basic geometry
Okay,
here.
hold on. No, hold on now. Well, then walk me through, Matthew. I'm having a conversation with you, man. Right? We're not hostile, right? Help me out, bro. So here we go. I'm going to start back again because I'm a little bit confused. I'm going to. I have 3 points: A, B, C.
A, B, and C are coplanar. Yes.
Okay. So now you're simply adding. You're saying now 4 points might not be, but we just established. Okay. But I asked you a moment ago if my A and my A prime, which is my 4th point, were coplanar, and you said yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me explain what I'm saying here. Let's say we have A, B, C, and D. So I say the A, B, and C are coplanar simply from the fact that any 3 points are coplanar. Now the question is, then you say, are A and D coplanar? And yes, they're coplanar because there's an infinite number of planes that could be them. And what about A, B, and D? Are they coplanar? And the answer is yes. Or B, C, and D, are they coplanar? The answer is yes. But those might be different planes, and so the question is not, it's not transitive. But that might be too big a word.
Why are they? No. I understand transitive. Why did you say that they might not be planar? Why? Just a minute ago.
If you ask me if any 3 points are coplanar, the answer is always going to be yes, no matter what the 3 points are. The question is, if I say A, B, C, and D, are they coplanar? The answer is not automatically yes. It might be yes or it might be no. So as soon as you add a 4th point, the answer might be no.
But they're the same elevation.
Right, and that's the whole question. Is elevation a plane or not? That's the whole question that we try to figure out. We disagree.
Well, I don't.
You
I
say
don't have
they
any
are, and I say they
confusion.
aren't.
The only confusion I have is listening to you explain what you think is reality. It makes no confusion in my mind that if I have A and A is at 60 inches,
elevation,
and then hold on. So now I'm going to create my second point 150 feet away from me. So I only have 2 points. So let's backtrack because I started out with A and B only 5 feet apart and the same elevation, 60 inches. So now, instead of 5 feet, I'm running out 150. Same elevation. 2 points, not 4. Are those planar?
Any 2 points are always coplanar, yes.
Okay, I'm done. You can do whatever you want after this.
It's just simple geometry.
No, Travis, you have so little knowledge of geometry. It's so obvious. Like, the point is here, Travis, is that any 2 points, no matter what, are going to be coplanar. Any 3 points, Travis, can form a plane, no matter what. The question is when you add a 4th point, it can be coplanar to the other 3, or it could not. But any 3 points are always going to be coplanar, and any 2 points are always going to be coplanar.
Okay.
This is literally a 7th grade standard in math.
Thanks, Meisty. You're the best.
Yeah, on your flat piece of paper. Thank you. We want to know what the dirt's doing outside, buddy.
Yeah, that's the whole question. And doing surveying on Lake Tahoe, like the image I posted, you could figure out that answer.
Nah, doing whatever you're doing doesn't seem right at all.
I understand that you don't get how it works. I agree that you don't understand it.
You're talking about. That doesn't matter what you understand. I understand. That still points out you don't have no idea what you're talking about.
I understand it completely. RC Meisty understood what I was saying in like immediately.
Just draw that for me.
I did draw it 54 past the hour.
You did with a pile of shit earth.
I drew what you would do.
You don't live on a smooth anything. So what are you talking about, first of all? A circle on paper is nowhere near a parabola, a blah, an oblate spheroid, or a pear, or a spherical, whatever the fuck you think you live on with mountains, dips, valleys, trees, like hills. Come on, dude. What are you talking about? You guys are taking coplanar points and shit from stuff that doesn't even exist in points in time on a fucking computer screen from one to the next. You got to do it on the dirt, the topography of the dirt.
Yeah,
you
that's
have
what.
to back claim, not just by looky-loo. Looky-loo is nothing. That's only a piece of it. That's like 3%. Then you have to back the claim. How did you do that? How do you substantiate your baseline on each side from the water line, from everything?
Yeah, I'm saying you could do this with careful surveying of equipment without any of those assumptions.
Now, do you want me to draw you a shape that would make you not make any sense? So if I draw a sphere or something, right, that's a weird potato shape, and it has a little flat piece on it, and you as a little human, you ain't even ventured off that flat piece of the big round potato, now what would you be doing? So you'd see your round earth as a flat, because that piece of potato was flat?
Right.
Now, what would you get from that? So now you'd be on a flat earth now, because that one little piece you measured was flat, right?
Right. If you were, if you didn't have a
earth, from your claim, from doing a lake, you would be on a flat earth and not the potato you really lived on. That'd be weird, right? So are you really surveying anything in reality? Apparently not.
just simple distances, and I think that the distances would show that it's not coplanar.
Said that you would call something what it's not. If you're surveying something and you survey a potato, you would say, I just surveyed a potato. Here's what it looks like, a potato.
Yeah, so that's why I suggest surveying the surface of Lake Tahoe. You know, it's 5 miles across.
Lake Tahoe is the one little flat surface on that potato. What's that tell you about the rest of the potato? Fuck all.
Oh, I don't think it's going to be flat. It's not going to be flat. Lake Tahoe's not flat.
An ant's portion. You're not even as big as that ant if the potato was your earth. You're one
No,
of his
no.
legs.
The question is whether Lake Tahoe is flat, and I think it won't be.
About if you have a flat portion of something on a potato pile of crap, what are you talking about? You're planaring and surfacing and sphering. What are you doing? Really? Show me.
Yeah, no one said that Lake Tahoe was going to be flat, man. It's equal elevation.
Isn't that flat in your mind?
Okay.
On a flat Earth, it really should
listen,
be.
I just told you it's not flat. I'm referring to equal elevation.
The equal elevation would be flat on a flat Earth, though.
Yeah, it would be.
No, because there's hills and dips and valleys before and after it.
Equal elevation 10 feet above Lake Tahoe in 4 different places around the shore should be coplanar if the Earth is flat, and should be not coplanar if the Earth is not flat.
Okay, you didn't listen to what Demok just said, okay? If between A and B there are rises and falls, and we still make those 2 posts the same elevation, but between them there are rises and falls in the surface of the earth. That's not flat. We're talking about a conceptual elevation between 2 points in the fucking air where there's no rises and falls. Okay?
Right. That's why
This isn't hard, gentlemen. This isn't hard.
I mean, I could draw so many cloud shapes that if you were a little bitty microscopic grain of sand on that cloud, whatever you're saying wouldn't even make any sense. You'd just be leveling a piece of bigger than your piece of sand of your existence, and you'd just be a little piece of that shape that's not a sphere or a flat, and you wouldn't know the difference going by the little information that you're trying to take.
I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Yeah,
You
what
never
shape
do,
of the cloud? How can you surface that?
You never do.
No, I do. It's just that right now you guys are just going all over the place. You know, it's.
Survey it.
No, we're not going all over the place, Arma. No, not at all.
No, because it's like you guys are saying one thing and then we're saying another thing, and then it's just like I don't even.
A survey. Show how to survey a cloud. We're waiting.
A cloud?
Yeah, surveyor, super Saiyan surveyor.
This is exactly what I'm talking about, Copernicus. And you said we're not going all over the place. Obviously, we are going all over the place because we got fucking surveying clouds over here. You know, like this is fucking ridiculous.
It's okay, Arma. It's okay. When the penny drops, for you, let us know.
What the fuck are you talking about? There's no penny dropping, all right?
You want me to draw a shape for you of dirt? I'll put it in dirt. You can make a mud pie shape like a cloud. Survey it. That's all I want you to do.
Anyway, so if let's say for example, you know, they did the surveying over, you know, the water and shit, and then you find out that oh shit, in order for this to work, the water would have to be bulging a bit, right? What would be the explanation for why it's
Oh my
bulging?
God! What the hell? Where the hell did you get this water bulge? What are you talking about?
From what I said earlier, because we were saying because the whole idea is that right.
Demonstrate it. It's the idea.
Because the idea.
Demonstration without just claiming stuff and calculating and claiming there's bulging water. You need to have a flat baseline, then the water bulge to show us the differential between the two. We'll wait.
There's other ways to show at the very least that it's not flat. All right, I mean, maybe not bulging, but you could show that it's not flat. So
or not?
What?
Do you have some bulging water?
Do
you have water that goes bulging out of your cup? Like fresh part of bulging cups is water all day up.
Look, anyway. Okay, so anyway, yeah. So the whole coplanar thing, yeah. I mean, I guess that works. You know, if that was to, you know, do it, you know, if you did it over water, right? And obviously, if the points aren't coplanar, you would have to somehow explain away how that's possible with the water in between, because at that point,
explain what away?
How all 4 points are like not coplanar or whatever, because if they're
what
not
the fuck are you talking about? They're all the same elevation.
Yeah, how can you explain away reality? That apple's not an apple. I'm gonna explain it to you.
Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. What does all the same elevation have to do with anything?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What does the same elevation have to do with anything? If I have one post at 60 inches and another post 7 feet away at 60 inches,
yeah,
the tops. Hold on,
yes.
man.
I got the context. I get it now, but that was
okay. So then I should have to say nothing more to you because you should be able to figure out the answer to your question.
But that's the thing, though. So that that works on a flat Earth, but on a ball Earth, something with the same elevation.
I'm sorry.
Isn't coplanar though?
I'm sorry. No, I didn't use the word flat Earth. We're going around Lake Tahoe. There's a shoreline. All I did was go to the water, drive in a stake, and make sure the top was 60 inches.
Yeah.
I went down the beach. Hold on. I went down the beach. I climbed up a little bit of a rise. I went down a little bit of a rise. I hopped over a few big boulders. And then I found another place to drive in my stake at 60 inches. Elevation equal, not flat. The ground is not flat. The points now between the elevated posts are the same elevation. And if I had a long enough crossbar to drop on the top of those, that would be horizontal.
Right.
Is this too difficult for you?
We agree
I
with
get
that.
What are we talking about?
The question is, if you do that 4 times, are those 4 points on the same plane or not? That's the whole
I don't understand why you have that question. I don't have that question.
because
That
our
question
prediction,
will
as
that
Globers, our
question.
prediction is that they won't be coplanar.
Oh,
and
as
flat
globers.
earthers,
I'm sorry. What's a
your prediction
glober?
will be
What?
that they
I'm
will
sorry.
be.
What's a glober?
Somebody who knows the globe is
Great,
Okay,
great.
yeah,
So
'cause it's
tell me again now. Here we are back at the beginning. Tell me again how you derived your radius.
sticks and shadows assumptions.
well. That's why you. That's still besides the point, though. We're just trying to show the coplanar thingy. All right. I mean, why we? Come on.
This is exactly what happened. Look, guys. I did this over an hour
No,
ago.
because
Hold
no,
on,
because you're
Arma.
changing the argument. All right, because you can't argue this argument. So you're like, okay, let me change the argument. No, let's stick to the argument. All right. Otherwise, you know, you're kind of admitting defeat almost.
Listen, Arma. If you think that I'm changing the argument,
Yeah, you kind of are.
okay, Arma. I'm going to start over again. If you think that I'm changing the argument, you don't belong in this conversation.
I belong. All right. I know what you're talking about. I'm talking bullshit.
Okay, then I haven't changed the argument.
You did change the argument though, because that's unrelated. We're talking about if the points or whatever are coplanar, then you want to come in. Oh well, how did you prove the radius or some shit? No, we're just talking about the fucking points if they are coplanar or not. That's it. All right. So don't change the argument. All right. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's right. Zip it.
Right? No. See, the thing is that I
Nah,
know
you
that
shut up because you realized that I was right. You didn't have anything smart to say.
What'd you say that was smart?
I literally just said it. All right. If you didn't hear it, too bad.
Can't repeat it?
No, because I forgot what I said. I'm in the middle of doing something right now. Okay, I'm like multitasking.
Yeah, you're doing something multi.
There you go. So what I was saying is that we weren't talking about this like the radius of the Earth, whatever. We're talking about if points are coplanar or not, and he wanted to move it along to something else. That's what I was talking about.
What's your baseline?
Baseline.
How do you declare your baseline, and how do you substantiate it and make it like concrete physical fact? Where is your physical baseline to go from that you're saying anything is planar anything?
Okay, so I'll be honest, I don't know too much about this. I just know that if you have distances and whatnot, right, that you can kind of prove if something.
Difference. We're looking for the difference in elevation, higher points from lower points, deviation of surface.
Look,
we're not looking for distances.
Okay, I don't know about all that. All I know is that if you have, with the 4 points, whatever, right? If you do distances and whatnot, you can actually figure out if if a point is if 4 points are coplanar or not. Because if you have 3 points, right, or whatever, and you do that and all that, obviously that automatically works, right? Because that's if you have 3 points, that automatically makes like a plane or whatever, right? But if you have a 4th point, right, it's not guaranteed that 4th point is coplanar with the other ones, right? You have to do the measurements now, right? So if the distances between that point and the other points, right? If it's a coplanar thing, then it has an expected distance, right? But if it's not coplanar, then that distance changes, all right? Because now you're adding another like dimension, and therefore it's complicated.
Yeah.
Well, it's complicated for me to explain it anyway. All right, I'm not good at explaining shit. But yeah,
a stick, right? A dowel rod, and put it in the ground. If a squirrel comes and farts on it and moves it a little bit, it's going to be off. If I take a squirrel,
why is it farting?
Same ant squirrel farts by my surveying equipment that I look through with the little the crosshairs, just one smidgen of anything is going to make that thing off by miles. Just a hair of deviation. So what you're talking about, what is the baseline to substantiate your baseline? If you want to say coplanar, what is your coplane baseline to go from and say this thing curves from here or is flat and matches? Everything's vertical point. You don't know.
I don't even know if that's like. Look, all I know, like I said, is that the distances.
You don't know if possible is what you're gonna say, right? You don't
What?
even know.
No, I don't even know if what you're talking about is legitimate. I just know that you have the distances and you can kind of prove using geometry.
Legitimately, I get you. I'm there. I'm with you.
No. Okay.
Yeah, so you don't need a baseline if you're just doing straight distances between two survey stations.
Well, how do you know something's going round or down or up from anywhere? How do you know what it is?
No, if you're measuring distance between two survey locations, you can measure just the straight distance between those 2 points.
Yeah.
That doesn't. What the fuck's that doing for you?
Just getting
so
the
it's 2
distance.
inches between my toes. It doesn't give you the shape of my body. What are you talking about?
Well, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the whole freaking coplanar shit. This is why you guys don't understand. No, you're not following along. Listen. No. Wait a minute. So check it out, right? So if you have 1 point, all right, that doesn't say anything. 2 points. Hold on. So 2 points. It's on the same line. It has to be. That's just how it is, right? Because however you look at it. 3 points. Automatically that's a plane, right? Bam. All right. You could make a triangle, and that triangle can define like a plane that it's on, right? 4 points. All right. Is it what is it, like 3 or some shit? That point, whatever. Regardless, all right. You can't 4 points. The fourth point doesn't have to be on the same plane, right? So the idea, right, is that if you were to measure the distances between 4 points and all that shit, right?
The tip of your sticks, like he was saying, could be 60 inches. Listen, he said go around the area, put a stake, 60 inches. When you put one by you, it's going to differentiate from mine. And we still have 3. We can still make a triangle, and it ain't going to make no fucking sense. It ain't going to be a level triangle. But you can still make the same triangle, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so here's the thing, right? So if you have 4 points, if you measure the distance between the 4 points, you measure the 4 distance, measure the 4 distances between the points. Shut up. Let me finish for okay. So if you have 4 points,
what you don't know is my advice.
I know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so if you have 4 points, all right, and you
don't know.
No, I don't know like some of the stuff that you're talking about, right? I know this simple fact though. Right?
What armor can I talk to today? Flat
this
armor
armor.
or round armor?
It's always round armor. There's never a flat armor. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, so anyway, so that's 4 points, right?
Flat
You measure
right now, right?
If you measure the distances, right, between the 4 points, right, there is
flat plane.
Okay, so let's assume a flat plane, right? There's an expected there's an expected number expected distance for each one, all right? If it's a flat plane, right? With that being said, if it deviates from that, right, then we cannot assume a flat plane because there's no way it could work on a flat plane with those distances.
So there's a zero tolerance. What's your standard? What's your standard for deviation?
What? I don't know. I'm just saying you can't deviate. I mean, now of course this is talking about like in a perfect world where it's perfectly flat and shit. Then yeah, obviously if you're like if we're talking about like a flat Earth where there's like I don't know. It's still besides the point. The point is.
Never seen anything not vertical. Welcome to Flat Earth, dude. Get real. You know the fucking thing you're using to survey? It's a vertical stick. You can't do it if the stick's not vertical. You can't do it with a horizontal stick. You can't do it with a weird stick. You can't do it with a diagonal stick, can you? Will that work for you? It's got to be vertical. Thank you.
No, I'm just talking about I'm talking about the theory behind it. I don't even know how you would actually go about doing it with the actual physical shit.
We want to stay away from that. We want physical measurements of material stuff.
But you agree that in theory it would work, though, right?
No, nothing you said didn't even make any sense. We need to see that.
Get the hell out of here! You go fly a kite, man.
Yeah, well, don't lie to me. I'm not
lying. I'm not lying for shit, man. You're lying. Get out of here.
What are you talking about? So stop
What are you talking about? That's right. Anyway, you guys, yeah. You guys can explain it because I don't really know how to do it, physically. I just know the theory behind it. Would anyone like to describe how to do it in reality, or?
I think we need to talk to like expert surveyors. They could explain it better. I don't know exactly.
So if you're, I don't know, if you're just basically talking about measuring it in 2 dimensions, like an XY plot, right, for each point.
You can measure.
Or I don't know, like I guess there's a different way I've heard this same case presented where you can either, pre-state like the distances you want to have between the points, or where they could just be randomly selected or whatever. Because if you just have a triangle and you apply one more point outside that triangle, you're going to make the square, and then you can do whatever you like with the exacting power of triangular math. Wonderful. All right. Okay. Good good enough, right? I don't know for that. We're gonna get a coplanar based on distances. I mean, to whatever tolerance, like I said, like that whatever you think that tolerance needs to be. Like, it could be plus or minus some amount of feet, maybe. I don't know.
I think with survey equipment, you can get down to the centimeters, like in distances.
Okay, yeah, it's just going to depend on like how much you induce, like how much control, because it makes it more or less difficult to do accurately. That's all. Like any kind of testing, if somebody's being relied upon to perform those measurements, they may not be difficult to do in and of themselves, but to make sure that everything else, like the atmospheric conditions, all a time of year perhaps of the, because if you measure, obviously, the two sticks thing that you referenced, right? Apparently that wasn't even done in the same year. Like or who's the two sticks guy? He didn't.
Eratosthenes.
Like
how they show it's a
what
film.
from what you can use the proof in an opposite angle, right? For it not to include any sphericity, but like I don't even think that the measurements on the two sticks were actually done in the same year.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that. Yeah.
So the variation in year to year might not be much, but it might be something, and I don't think that's ever spoken about. Like it's just if you're a glober, you should you should probably want to have better things to say than the guy in two sticks. I mean,
yeah. So Eratosthenes had heard that the sun shines straight down a well on the longest day of the year. And I think he assumed that happens year to year. I think that's a correct assumption. So down in Syene, that happens. On the longest day of the year, the sun is directly above Syene. And so I think it's a reasonable assumption that if he did it in another year, the same thing would happen.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
And he was right. I mean, the we call it the Tropic of Cancer now. We know that the sun, the subsolar point comes as far north as the Tropic of Cancer on the.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Yeah, so you're going to be able to like measure it, like, but maybe a few days out of the year where it's like completely over,
right
after. Right. So
by the way, it's coming up
just
in just a couple of days of September 22nd, I think, this year.
Right. And so like. That's fine, right? So what is that? That's just we're.
Oh, it went quiet. What happened? Hello?
Yeah, we're still here.
Interesting. Yeah, like the whole coplanar thing or whatever, I know a while back it was I mean it wasn't done with like surveying or anything, so I guess that one, that one's a little weird. But it was like this whole thing about like what was it, like 4 or 5 points on the United States, whatever. And when we did the math, we found out that there was like 40 miles or so missing on the flat Earth, or on in the United States, whatever. But on the ball Earth, it checked out just fine. Something like that. I think it was like around 40 miles or so, or between like 2 points.
Right.
Yeah, and I also did it myself too. I did like now granted, the way I did it was kind of like shitty because I did it like in a game, like a little game design program called like Game Maker, right? It's kind of like, I guess the language is kind of like JavaScript in a way. But anyway, I did it in that, and I just had it really cheesy where the points would kind of just like add and subtract like a distance, whatever, until they like got to like a point where they were like pretty much the closest they could be or whatever, like with triangles and shit, whatever. But basically in my program, it also showed that, roughly like 40 miles or so was missing on the flat surface. Yeah. But like I said, I guess if I was to play devil's advocate, I could say that on the flat Earth, maybe the United States is kind of bulging very slightly over 3,000-ish miles or so. I forgot how big the United States is, like 3,000 something. But yeah, maybe over that much distance on the flat Earth, it is bulging a little bit, and it's very it's subtle and not noticeable.
I just posted a nice animation of this idea.
You're echoing, Arma.
Oh, rip. Yeah, here's that. Yeah, there you go. See, it has like missing a, and then it shows like.
Are you slow?
Where?
You're echoing, dude.
Yeah, but how? I mean, that can't be on me. I think I'm echoing through someone else. I think.
It's not cool.
Am I echoing for anyone else?
I don't hear an echo.
You're not. I think what Demok has, I think he's like watching somebody's live stream, and it's like echoing for him.
That's weird though. Cause I don't know. That's weird. But yeah, that's a cool one. Yeah, that's like New York to Paris and stuff. See, now that would be a pretty decent bulge on the flat Earth, and that probably wouldn't check out though. But I think the United States one though kind of works, because with only 40 miles, you could kind of fudge it and say, okay, yeah, on the flat Earth, United States is just kind of bulging a bit. Why, I don't know, but you could make that argument maybe.
Not a very good one though.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, if I had to play devil's advocate, though, that would be the argument. But for this, though, I don't know if you could really pull that off, because this is also over water, though. So, and this one, I don't know.
Where'd you get the distances?
What for what?
For the little GIF you posted.
Oh, that's not.
Yeah, those are well-known distances verified by flight times and all kinds of things. Ocean liners, GPS, all kinds of stuff.
Have you verified them yourself?
No, that's why if you want to do it yourself, you should do something like the Lake Tahoe example that I said.
Right, I'm just saying you don't know that those distances are accurate.
Yeah, and that's one of the possibilities. Either those distances are wrong or the Earth is not flat. So if you're going to say the Earth is not flat, then you must say those distances are wrong.
Yeah.
I don't think you must do it.
You're forced to say that some of those distances are wrong geometrically.
So. Where's that measure?
Basic geometry, like 38 past the hour.
It's on paper.
Yeah,
damn it.
This is 38. Are you looking at the GIF?
About that, we're not arguing number over number minus number. The shape of 72122 doesn't exist. What we're trying to say is to get a material measurement of the dirt with the dirt. Tell us what the dirt's from point to point.
Hey, Demok, your mic is pretty bad, bro.
Yeah, man.
Fix it.
You're cutting out. You're not echoing though, but you are cutting out.
Everybody's echoing. It just started.
No, Demok. No one's echoing. It's
yeah,
just you.
I don't hear any echoes.
Are you on your phone, Demok?
It's not echoing no more.
Okay.
Oh,
well, I'm glad that
crazy.
worked out.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm on a tablet. I never used it before.
Oh. Well, anyway. Yeah. So. That is a tricky one on the flat Earth. I guess with the other guy's argument, though, yeah, you would have to, I guess to prove it to yourself, you have to verify it for yourself. But I don't really, for me personally, I don't really care to prove, because I already said it already. For me, it's I guess it is technically a belief, if, like philosophically anyway, if you want to, touch on it from that, angle.
I actually agree. I wouldn't say you can prove that the Earth is a globe. I would say it in terms of you can find strong evidence that the Earth is a globe. I think proof should be reserved for mathematics and logic.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm perfectly fine with believing in it because I think there's strong evidence and just like really strong evidence. I mean, I've said this 1,000 times, but I mean for fuck's sake. Well, there's strong evidence for like at least spheres in space.
You won't give us. You'll give us evidence of an apple, but we can't get a bite to save our life, right?
I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. Flat Earth is it's a little tricky. It's a little weird, I don't get it. This doesn't make sense.
Is there anything you do get?
On Flat Earth, I mean, I get the arguments. I'm just saying they don't logically really flow. Like
you'll figure it out, dude. If it interests you and you want to look into it enough, you'll figure it out.
No, I mean, I figured it out. I understand the arguments. They just don't logically flow. I mean,
oh yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm with you there. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, like
doesn't make sense.
Like perspective, like the that shit. I get what they're getting on about, but it doesn't check out. I mean,
so you think light helps you see around curves?
I mean, refraction is a thing. I mean, it's not like it doesn't exist.
Yeah, but what
right, but
you're
seeing.
Because you said it doesn't make any sense, but what are your senses tell you?
Hold on.
Oh, my senses tell me if I go outside right now and I look at the sky, I don't see the sun, therefore it's not there. I think it's below the horizon underneath my feet. But you guys say I stand outside in the middle of the night, look around, and there's nothing between my eyes and the sun except for thin air. But somehow I magically can't see it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
When a bird disappears flying straight up at an angle at 33 degrees away from you.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it gets too small eventually.
Can you see to the bottom of the ocean? No, there's water there. Isn't that sad?
No, there's been times where I could see the whole sun, the whole circle of the sun, and lo and behold, 10 minutes later, I couldn't. What happened in those 10 minutes? I would call it a sunset.
What don't you comprehend about the moisture and humidity buildup of atmosphere?
In 10 minutes, it's going to go far enough that I can't even see any of it?
But see, my argument with that, though, is that for it to do that,
show me.
For the air to do that.
Fly when nothing's in the way of you and that fly. Show me how many millions of miles you can see it away. You know how idiotic that sounds?
Oh, that's idiotic. Yeah, fly's too small. You couldn't see it.
Yeah. It's too small. How is that?
But DMOC, right? So
right there. What do you mean too small?
But DMOC, with the sun
on it and make it bigger.
But DMOC, that doesn't apply. But DMOC, that doesn't apply.
But
DMOC,
the air.
This argument doesn't follow though, because you literally just said, or at least I have to assume.
Bring it back. If you can bring it back, I'm with you.
Nobody in the history of the world has ever brought back the sun after it's set.
Is it blocking something that don't exist, right? I'm telling you, it's the air that's blocking it that does exist. You're saying hills of dirt. I beg to differ. I'm saying you can't see a bird forever. You can't see an airplane flying straight forever with nothing in your way at all but air. A plane, a bird, a hill, a mountain. You take a building and throw it in the air and keep it throwing it, and it goes away from you. You won't be able to see it at a certain distance.
That's right. That's right.
What are you talking about? So where's the curve?
I saw the sun set behind the curve. What do you mean?
Well, if you get to observatory and stick it through the water, the ocean, we'll be able to look at that and prove you right or wrong, won't we? When we just go look down 33 degrees and see the sun below our feet.
Have you ever seen the sunset over the ocean?
How this works on a globe. Tube observatory. Do you understand? Are we ever going to be able to put a tube through the edge of the ocean to see the sun go down under our feet around some dirt of a globe?
No, you don't need one.
The edge of the globe is. That should be easy, right? Stick a 20-foot pole off the edge of the dirt where there's no dirt or water underneath the earth. You can't do that, can you? Was that too hard for you? I bet you can't do that. I'll bet my life.
Yeah, it'd be too big.
You can't
I'm gonna go that far, man.
Anywhere where the edge of the dirt is.
So, Demok, have you ever seen the sunset over the ocean?
Seen a horizontal stick not have earth underneath it? That's what we're looking for. We're not looking for story time, Dr. Seuss. You can write a Bible later.
Sure, your grandkids will read it and have fun.
Talking about. Anyway.
Yeah. So I saw the sunset over the ocean, and at one moment I could see the sun getting lower and lower, and I could see the whole circle of the sun. You know, about 5 minutes before
You got
sunset,
another.
and
You got
then
about 3 or 4 more observers lined up watching you lie when they see it up in the air while you watch it go down somehow. How the fuck
yeah.
does that work?
Oh
If
yeah,
your buddy
we were standing on a hill, and there was like dozens of us watching the
at
sunset.
3 and your buddy's at 4, and your buddy sees it straight up in the air, not going between you and him, down in between you two, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about a simple sunset. I was describing a simple sunset. It's not
What's
complicated.
that? Where's that at?
No.
Show me.
Friendship Hill. Yeah, Friendship Hill in Los Angeles, where you can watch the sunset over the ocean.
How many air mile degrees of a sunset are you looking at? How far are you looking through the air
Oh,
mile
I have
degrees?
no idea.
Well, hold on. Actually, hold on. Hold on. Let me pause that real fast. Let me pause that real fast.
It's doing.
Wait, what?
You don't have an idea of anything, but then all of a sudden you know everything. It's fucking weird.
Actually,
I know what I
second
saw.
thought,
I saw a
let me slow
sunset.
down, actually.
You saw air. You saw a blurry sun get magnified and then disappear through a lot of air. Do you know where the sun is, how far away it is to begin with when you see it anyway? What if it's thousands of miles away from you anyway when you first think you see it? What if it's not even close to you as you think it is anyway? And then when it goes a little further away, it's way further away than what you thought it was. See, when you don't understand and can't demonstrate or you don't comprehend anything, what the fuck do we have to go by but your story of Narnia? Well, Narnia works like this because I don't know. How does that work out? You can't demonstrate Narnia. We're not believing it. Nobody's buying it.
I think most people do believe in sunsets. I wouldn't call it Narnia.
Well, a belief is where you went wrong, Bible boy. That's where your religion comes into play. Believe, fuck believe. Show the side view of a sun going down around the dirt, past the dirt mark, 33 degrees below something. Don't so fucking say why. If you live on a ball, you should have all this footage, not why. You shouldn't be asking me why you live on a ball with ball footage of balls and proof of it by videoing it. I should just look at it and shut up and not be a flat earther anymore, right? Right.
That's not that simple. I mean, you have to actually be willing to.
Show
No,
us how
yeah,
the
you have to be willing to actually accept.
What about the moon that's only one fourth the size? So 4 moons, right? That means your Earth ain't quiet.
Yeah, the moon's another good example. In the full moon doesn't change size.
Stuff around it, you'd see everything tilt. Where do you see the tilt on Earth? Good example. The moon's not shit. Listen, you're not.
Wait, what do you mean? I don't get this argument.
And show me where they're all vertical.
Wait, I don't get your argument. Wait, so what is this?
Vertical sticks on a ball. Can't have them. Gotta catch them all.
Pokemon. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, can you guys hear me? I had a question for you, Arma. Hey, are you in the Eastern Standard Time area in North America?
Yes.
Can you see the moon?
Right now?
Yeah, right now.
I mean, it's probably out, but I mean, it's kind of hard
it's
to
on
tell.
The east side. It's gonna be on your east side.
East side. Hold on, I'm trying to picture right now Google Maps right now because I've seen my house before on Google Maps.
What are you talking about? Go outside, bro.
I'm trying to think. I'm first trying to figure out what where east is, which direction that is. I don't got a compass on me.
Oh, dude, are you serious? You don't know where east is from your house?
No, I don't.
Over.
Come on, man. Okay, let me see something. Google Maps, actually. Let me see.
You're using Google Maps to know where east is at your house. Every time you leave your house, you don't know the direction.
No, I don't need to.
How do you get anywhere?
Why do I need to know east?
You just drive on a road?
Yeah, I mean you don't gotta know like east, west. At least I don't anyway.
Oh man. Okay, bro. Dude, you just exposed yourself.
No, I did not. All right, let me see. So, give me a second.
Yeah, the moon should be visible from the east coast of the United States, right about now.
Oh, okay. So east is actually
it's
that
on
direction.
Just go outside and look at the moon. Do a 360 and find the damn moon.
Okay. Let me see. Well, actually, the moon always. I should have figured. I mean, the moon always rises from this direction. I don't know.
No, it doesn't.
No, from the direction I'm talking about. You don't know what the direction it is, so silence. Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it now. It's like a close to a half, but it's like a gibbous thingy. I don't know what the fuck it's called.
Close to a half moon, right? And it's on your east side. But the sun just set in the west from you about 4 hours ago.
Okay.
And the Earth, the sun is supposed to be under you now, right? How is it casting a shadow? How is it
It's not a shadow.
Right now, hold on. What it's doing is it's shining its light on the moon upwards, right? Because you see like the upper part of the moon crest. It's like almost half, little more than half. That means the sun is shining at it from underneath, giving the other side of the moon a shadow. You can't see it because it's underneath. How is that possible?
Simple geometry. It makes
simple geometry.
sense.
I could map it out.
There is no geometry. The sun just set for me actually 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
It literally just went over the horizon. So how did it get all the way underneath the Earth and to shine from underneath the moon right now?
Yeah. So once again, we could, it's geometry. I can do it in Blender, and see how it checks out. But I mean, just saying, this doesn't make.
Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, but just saying.
If you use the model, it will make sense.
Yeah.
Go ahead and model it for me if you'd like. Go ahead.
Because
I'd love it.
Yeah. I mean, I could actually do it right now, probably, because I actually have. I actually modeled out the Earth and the Sun distances and
Why
shit.
don't you just use Stellarium since it's tracking all these celestial objects?
Is that free?
Live as we speak in a bucket.
Is Stellarium free? I don't think it is. I don't have Stellarium, so no.
Any Globers here have Stellarium?
It's got all the Glober math in it, though.
Yeah, but I mean,
hey DMOC, let me ask DMOC. Can you see the moon?
He's gone. We lost him.
Oh, he's over there smoking meth. Okay. Anyway, what's that other Glober? The one that assumes and admits he begs the question?
I don't know what that is.
Are you talking
He
about me?
assumes the radius value.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If you're going to calculate the radius, you have to assume that the globe exists.
Okay, what's your name?
Matthew.
Matthew. Okay, great, Matthew. Hey, I was listening to you and what you did last night. You got crushed, by the way. Anyway.
No, I agree. He didn't know what he was talking about. Thank you.
No, he knew exactly what he was talking about, and you couldn't refute it. And
he doesn't. He pretends like he knows all about quantum mechanics, but he's learned just enough to like put together word salad stuff.
You guys weren't talking about quantum mechanics. I'll stop you right there. You guys weren't talking
has this
about
weird electrical theory.
theory.
He says that electrics.
No, he was not talking about that. It was not even anywhere near what he was talking about. Why do you say that?
Oh no, I'm talking about his broader theories. He thinks that gravity.
No, why don't you address the actual argument? Why don't you address the actual argument that he posed to you and you didn't have an answer? Neither did that other guy. Hayden as a shill.
Come on, talking nonsense.
Look, I'm paid less than $30,000 a month to chill for NASA. It's not. I mean, I'm paid less than that amount. So don't call me a shill.
You wish. Anyway, where the moon is, for that shadow to be casted on the other side of the moon that we can't see, that means that the sun is pointing underneath it, shining at it, facing it, right?
Okay.
So it would be underneath right now. But the sun just literally 2 hours ago just barely went over the western side of North America. So how did it wrap all the way around the Earth, and now it's shining from underneath the moon?
I would do a 3D model of it just to see if it works or not. I mean, this is just you kind of just
Yeah, the basic answer is simple geometry. I mean, a simpler example would be, what if you're on the equator during a full moon at midnight? The The full moon is
I don't
directly
care.
above you.
We're in North America. Everybody here is in North America.
Sure about that. Are you sure about that?
Well, you're the one. You're the one that says you have proof for it, so and that it works. So go ahead. I'm waiting.
No, we were talking earlier about how we would say strong evidence instead of proof.
I mean, I could stream it, or like, what am I doing?
Whatever you want to do, man.
Yeah, because I love showing off that model, man. I put a lot of, I didn't put that much work into it, but I put a decent amount of work into it. Yeah.
I'm jealous. I tried to learn Blender once, and I know a little bit, but probably not as good as you.
What you need to do is just find there's this one tutorial that I did where he's like, oh, let's make a character together, and it's like a few episodes, whatever. Literally just doing that one tutorial, you pretty much like learn everything in Blender. Like, oh, like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's like the best way to learn it.
That's
anyway,
fascinating.
Sorry, my
Bore
bad.
me. Anyway, what we're talking about is, are you going to model it hour per hour when the sun is setting and where the moon is, and are you going to go hour per hour and then you're going to show the progression? Or are you just going to say, here's the sun, here's the moon, and this is why it's casting the shadow it's casting?
I guess I could do the hour per hour, hour to hour thing.
Yeah, if it works
love
the 1
that,
hour,
too.
then why would you need to show it at the other hour? I mean, you pick any hour and it'll work.
Where's my flat Earth
No,
folder?
the point is, hold on. The point is the sun is going over the horizon on the west side of on the west side of North America. So that means the sun is over there, but the moon is on the east side, casting a half moon with the top part of the moon casting a shadow or having a shadow. That means that the sun is shining underneath it.
Look, I recognize it might be difficult to understand three-dimensional geometry in your head to sort of think about it. That's why models can be useful, but I promise you it works with geometrically.
Dude, everybody's promised me things and they never come through. Okay? So I don't want your promises.
I'm saying that it
I
does
just want
work.
some. No, I just want some proof.
Wait, hold on. Whoa. What am I looking at here? Okay.
Yo, good white light. What do you want me to call you? All three of those words, or can I call you something shorter?
Whatever you like, man. Good. You can call me Good White. You can call me White. You can call me
I'll call you
Light.
White.
Whatever you want, man.
For sure.
White.
That's cool.
When did you realize that you weren't on a spinning ball? How did that go down?
2008. Watched that movie. What is it called? It was about the 2008 housing bubble. Watched that.
Zeitgeist?
No, it's called it's with Matt Damon. It's some little documentary about, the 2008 housing bubble, the 2008 market crash.
Okay.
So that delved into everything else, 9/11, and then all the other market crashes, because I've always been interested in finance, because I like money. But anyway, yeah.
Are you still talking? Because it sounded like you cut out.
Oh no, I stopped talking.
Damn.
But like, what did you you saw a Matt Damon documentary and got into 9/11, but surely it wasn't someone just was like, oh yeah, the Earth is flat, and you're like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. There must have been a little bit of.
What it was I was watching a Joe Rogan podcast, and Eddie Bravo came on, and then mentioned Eric Dubay. Watched a few of those videos, and I was like, holy shit. I couldn't believe it, man. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, because back then, dude, I was like, you know, I lived on a road called Saturn, and I was like, I was all into, you know, the planets, and I had just went to not an observatory, but it was a stargazing event, and I seen all the planets. Polaris was there, and I seen the moon, and it was a full moon, and it was bright, dude. You could see the craters, contours. It looked like a sphere. You know, it didn't look like some luminiferous light or whatever some guys like to say. But no, man, it looked like a sphere. It was awesome. It was moving. And then I even seen the ISS. So, you know, when I seen all these things, I'm like, well, you know, I was torn between the two, and I've been this way ever since.
Have you ever seen Saturn?
And then I kind of concluded that things are very difficult to prove.
Don?
Have you ever seen Saturn through a telescope? You've seen the rings of Saturn with your own eyes?
No, not with my own eyes, but I've seen some videos on YouTube, and it looks pretty amazing. And Saturn, that's what actually sent me back to the globe, to be honest. About a year ago, I went back to the globe, and now I'm back, flatter than ever. Did I say
you try to get out
or flatter?
Flatter than ever. I don't know. Yeah, I've seen the rings of Saturn with my own eyes through a telescope, but I was totally like unfazed because I don't think that what we're looking at above our heads is what we're standing on, or should represent what we're standing on. I think that they're very separate things.
No. Hold on. The whole idea of Saturn and a ring around it means what's in the middle, and then when you look at what's in the middle, it has to be a sphere, right?
Right.
So, and then they have everything in their models to explain that. So yeah, Saturn still keeps me not attached to the globe, but it still has there's still reasonable doubt for what I live on.
But dude, where in nature or anywhere really have you seen something that looks like Saturn? Like, to me, Saturn's a one of a kind. It's a
Jupiter.
one of a kind thing, dude.
No, Jupiter's like that too. Jupiter
Jupiter has rings.
No, it's obviously a sphere.
Right. Just because there's balls in the sky, though, that doesn't mean that's what we're on.
No, it doesn't. But it does suggest that sometimes things can form into spheres, like Jupiter and Saturn. So it's not unreasonable to think that what we're on is also a sphere. It's not.
I do think that's unreasonable.
Don't forget about Uranus.
Well, it's not unreasonable to think.
That's exactly my logic, right? You see a gigantic moon, then you see a Saturn, which has to be further away because it's not as big. And then, they've done the numbers, they've worked everything out, and it works on their model, and it works good. That's the whole thing. That's still, I didn't go full flat Earth, but there is some anomalies when it comes to the globe.
Yeah, I'd say don't give up on the globe until you find something that works better. And I think just with the flat Earth stuff, hardly any of it works at all.
Well, yeah, somebody was talking about science, how it never stops progressing. So that's kind of where I'm at.
That's true.
Doesn't mean, yeah.
But dude, your model's broken. I mean,
no, it's not my model. It's whatever.
No, not your model. I'm talking about. Yeah, the globe model is totally broken. Like,
it may be hard to understand at some points, but it's not broken. That's a
okay. So where's the universe?
What do you mean?
Exactly. You don't even know where you are, dude.
Yeah, I don't know exactly where I am, but I still think the Earth is not flat.
Okay. I mean, but you've never seen a curve with your own eyes, so you're just I don't know what to tell you, dude. You've got a lot of beliefs and assumptions.
Everything works together. If it's nicely together, we have explanations for everything. We have predictions. I guess I would prefer
Do
to
not have
keep that.
explanations for everything.
We have
that's
a decent explanation for a sunset.
Yeah, you got. Okay.
I mean,
no,
my
but
explanation.
Matthew, there's been like experiments done. Like, have you ever seen that guy Dave Weiss? He's in his kitchen.
Yeah, no,
and he
I've
has
spoken
a rope.
with him.
Well, no, you've seen that little experiment he's done to simulate a light going, like, appearing as if it's going over something. You've seen that little demonstration he's done, right?
Where he has like the lens in front of it.
No, he has a light. He has a camera facing down a countertop. Then he has a rope along that, and then he has some things out in the distance to the other side of the rope, from like point A to point B, and it's like a 6-pack of bottles, like a beer bottles or something. And then what he does is he has a light source, just like a regular light bulb, like a lamp, and along that rope, he walks that light, and it appears as if it's going over on the other side.
Dude, you're roboting really badly.
Show
He's past the event horizon.
I think he's in
Lost
outer
him.
space.
The light traveling straight along the rope, so nothing went over anything. It's perspective.
Hey, can you hear us, White? Good, White. If you can hear us, you are not doing so well with your connection.
Shut up, robot. You didn't catch none of that.
Yeah, I catched a little bit of it, here and there.
Yeah, I think I may have seen the video you're talking about. I just don't find it convincing. So yeah, I hear what you're saying.
See, here's it's an alternative view, but you're not considering it.
No, I consider it and reject it as not being a good argument.
Well, check your belief.
Right, it doesn't fit with my belief. I looked at it, I considered it, and I rejected it.
Now wait a minute, Matthew. When we say that to Globers, they say that we don't understand, right?
Right.
So is that what you mean? Is that what that means in Glober? Like
right.
No, it should cast a percentage of doubt on your current paradigm, right? But for him, it's 0 doubt because he just automatically because he has a current belief system and he's not going to let anything interfere with that because
Okay.
And you just get worse and worse.
He's defending his identity.
Hey,
in
bud,
the
you
process.
gotta disconnect and reconnect, or do something because it's pretty bad. Your connection.
He's in the ether.
Did you hear what I said, Matthew?
Hey, how about now? Better?
Yeah, that's better.
You didn't answer the question.
For now, anyway.
Glober's called. You don't understand. So you don't understand the argument, Matthew?
Hey, do I have to repeat myself?
No, I understand the argument that David Weiss put a camera on a countertop and moved something far away, and it appeared to disappear bottom up. That's the argument, right?
It did not appear bottom up. So you don't even understand the experiment, dude. Hey, so you automatically dismiss it without understanding.
Just hold on hey, bud, just hold on one second. Hank or Larry was in the middle of asking Matthew a question, so just give it a rest for a second.
Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to know. I was pretty much done. I apologize. I probably shouldn't be debating tonight.
No, you're fine.
Peace out.
Nah, dude, I want to hear from you,
so
Larry.
They're done.
What's going on?
There's a charm.
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm playing Titanfall.
Clear
so
that
I don't really have
Matthew.
much else to say. Sorry.
It's all good. It's all good.
Hey, Matthew had a misconception of what that experiment was demonstrating. You heard that. So how could he dismiss it and not take a for it?
Oh,
Or
due
an
to my
alternative.
due to my strongly held belief that the Earth is a globe, I think that something else must be going on in that experiment that you described, and that's not what's happening with the sun.
But you didn't even understand it, so you've never considered it. So there was no way for you to even accept anything else because you don't even know what it's about.
Yeah, I was basing it based on your description, and you're right. I should watch it myself sometime. So yeah,
I could share it with you if you don't mind, man. I'll share it with you, and you can.
Yeah, I could watch it.
Well, it's like a 3-minute video. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. I'm driving right now, but just
I
give
could
me
look
a
it
few
up.
minutes.
If
I'm
it's
gonna
David
be
Weiss,
stopping.
I could look it up.
Yeah, it was done like 3 years ago. I don't even know the name of it. I got it saved there.
Ew.
So, Platypus, I want to hear from you, man. What do you got to say?
About what?
About anything. Do you have anything intelligent to add to this combo?
Intelligent? No, I'm just gonna go. Let's make a stupid joke.
I don't really have anything to add. I mean, my standard of evidence is pretty high, so I'm not going to be shown like a picture or a video or given a math equation and been like, yeah, see, it's a globe. I'm going to have a lot of questions. I got to I got to see it to believe it, really.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way.
Yeah,
Global
so
and
Stolen, I have a question.
I
Do
think
you
I was
think the
in the
moon
middle
is
of
real?
talking, but can you guys still?
You're kind of
Kinda
breaking up
cutting
again.
in and out.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Yeah,
I'll go ahead and hang back.
Yeah, you should just mute yourself until you get better reception. No, till you get better reception, because it's difficult listening to you.
I know, but it came off
Stolen
as
Valor, do you think the moon is an actual physical object?
Who are you asking? You asking me?
Yeah, you.
Like a big rock in the sky?
Well, maybe I'll put it this way. Do you think that it follows the rules of perspective? Like it gets smaller when it goes farther, it gets bigger when it's closer?
No.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the moon is, to be honest. I don't think it's reflecting light from the sun. I don't think it's a big shiny rock in the sky. I'll tell you, and I don't think we've landed on it. So
I think it does to what you said. I think it gets bigger when it's farther and smaller when it's closer.
yeah, okay.
The interesting thing is, when it's a full moon, it's the same exact size in the sky from when it rises until when it sets.
Nah, I see it on Harvest Moon and it looks huge and orange.
I'm not talking about how it looks. I'm talking about in a full moon, like how big it measures.
We're talking about the moon, right? So the moon's not anything but the moon every day, all day, right? So the day I see it, it's way bigger and further away. And then when you're talking about the full moon, you're talking about it'll be up above and small as fuck, little bitty, just a little bitty.
In the same day or the same night, I guess, or well, actually, it could be the day. Well, I don't know.
Anytime. What do you mean?
So within 24 hours, you're saying it gets bigger and smaller?
Right. Anytime it's above your head, it's gonna match that looking thing mostly, and it'll be like small above at that height. Now, if it looks closer, it's gonna look different. Now, when it's like it's on the horizon, it's gonna be fucking huge.
Yeah, but here's the thing. There's an issue with this, though. There's an issue with this because this is your observation, but you never actually measured it. So you're kind of just going based off of, like a hunch.
Yeah,
like, oh,
based off that logic, you never measured it either, man.
well, no, angular size. Measuring it. Okay, D-Muck, you're cutting out. I don't.
Miles, did I? What are you talking about? I claim
Arma. Hey, Arma.
When
hey,
I
hold on, D-Muck. Hey, you didn't measure it either, Arma. Based off your logic. So,
well, I've seen videos where people measured it. Remember, by the way, I'm talking about angular size, by the way. But I've seen people where they done it, yeah. And they've you measure it whatever from the horizon whatever, and then when it's up above whatever. From what I've seen, angular size wise, it doesn't change. Yeah, it doesn't change.
In air degrees?
Hey, are you still doing? Hey, Arma, are you still doing that model?
Well, I mean, I already have the model set up, so I'm just waiting for whenever you're not driving, because looking at a stream
Okay.
and driving, that's a little risky.
No, go ahead and show the other people. Maybe they can understand kind of my idea, and they can just you can talk it through with them. I don't know if they can see the same thing I'm seeing and has the same question I'm seeing. Is everybody on the same page with me?
Yeah, I mean, just,
can everybody see the moon right now?
When you look through the air, if the air is wider, it's going to look like an image towards the road, or towards the horizon, it's going to look wider and expanded and stretched out and fucking huge.
Hey, Platypus, can you see the moon?
I'm driving right now. I cannot see the moon, but I have some questions about the sun and the moon being in the sky at the same time and how that is supposed to be working as well. Like when you've got like a half moon in the sky and you've got the sun in the sky, it's daytime. And so you've got the sun, which is supposed to be hitting the earth and then casting a shadow on the moon. And that's definitely not happening because the fucking sun and the moon are like right over my head. And then you've got the moon, the moon looks fucking transparent during the day.
That's fine. That checks out.
No, because it's got the sun right next to it and it's supposed to be reflecting fucking light. Why what the fuck is up with that, dude? That doesn't even make sense. So I don't really.
Yes.
So the moon is like a giant. Hold on. When the moon is full at night, it's like a giant mirror, and it's fucking like this giant golden yellow light. But in the daytime, it stops being a mirror. Like it stops reflecting light. It looks pretty much transparent. How is that happening?
Okay, so you understand, right, that at nighttime, and then in daytime,
obviously
right?
I don't understand.
Okay.
So tell me how it stops being a mirror in the daytime.
So it's not that it stops being a mirror in the daytime. In fact, I don't even know if it's definitionally like I don't know what the definition of like a mirror in terms of like how much light it needs to reflect on us. So I'm not going to get into that, but it never stops reflecting light. All right, I know it looks brighter at nighttime, but you have to consider that at nighttime the sky is dark. All right, it's like really dark. All right, your eyes have adjusted to the nighttime. Hold on, let me finish. Right, so here, how about this? Have you ever been outside? It's nice and bright.
And the earth is a grain of sand, and the sun is 93 million miles away.
No, hold on. Hey, Demok,
come on, Demok.
The moon is only 240,000 miles away, Demok.
Okay, so
240, right?
Come on, man.
Hey,
Demok,
I only want one person talking right now. Thank you. One person talking. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Arma was mid-sentence, man. Go for it, Arma.
All right, so you've ever okay, actually let's start off with inside. Okay, so let's say you're inside your house, right? And the light's coming through, right? It's pretty bright inside the room, right? But have you ever gone outside, right? And then looked inside that, the window, whatever, into the room and noticed that it's like super dark in there compared to outside?
No.
You've never
or
done
are
that?
you just equivocating this to our eyes not being able to adjust? Is that what you're saying? It's just a matter of our eyes adjusting.
Oh, it's okay. Just try again. I've never done that. So
no, the point is our eyes do adjust.
Yeah.
Explain to me how the moon is not reflective during the
so
day.
I was going to get to that, but the whole point
he's actually saying that it's only our eyes that haven't adjusted.
Well, let me just get to the point. Okay, so I was trying to put that there because I wanted to kind of show you like down the road. So now check this out, right? So, in the daytime, like let's say you're driving, whatever, right? You look at the road, right? It's obviously, like essentially like black or, it's dark. It's like very dark, whatever, it's the road, right?
No, I've never seen a road before. I'm sorry, dude. I'm going to be pretty difficult with these little hypotheticals you're giving me. You're going to just have to explain to me why the moon is not reflecting light during the daytime and looks transparent.
I need to give you examples.
Have you been outside during the daytime and seen the moon?
Yes, it's because the sky is brighter than the dark side of the moon. Simple answer.
Yes, but the thing is,
we never see the dark side of the moon. What are you talking about?
No, we do.
You think the dark side of the moon is? You think the dark side of the moon is facing us during the daytime?
Sometimes, like a half moon.
Depends on how you define the dark side.
No.
If when you say dark
side of the moon is the dark side of the moon because it actually never faces us.
No, that's the far side of the moon. You're confusing the far side with the dark side.
Okay, maybe I am. I'm sorry. I thought that's what you meant. So when you say the
No,
dark side of the moon, you mean the part of the moon that's having the Earth's shadow cast on it. That's what you mean?
No, the part of the moon that's not lit by the sun.
Yes, that's what's going on.
No.
Hey,
Did you hear my example? I'm talking about a half moon in the middle of the day. No, dude, I'm answering the question. Thank you. I'm talking about a half moon in the middle of the day that's transparent. You got the sun in the sky as well. How is that going on there?
The sky is brighter than the dark part of the moon.
Wait,
the blue sky.
I feel like you've never seen a moon before or something. I don't know.
No, I know exactly what you're talking
to.
about. That's the simple answer.
Wait,
No,
are you
you can
answering
see
the transparency part, or are you answering the?
I've actually seen the dark side of the moon in the daytime.
What?
Right.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, seeing the dark side of the moon in the daytime, but it wasn't
but
shining.
Right now,
right? It's not shining.
Yeah. Hey, right now, dude, you can't see the dark side of the moon because where the sun is supposedly shining on the moon, it would have to be from underneath because the upper part of the moon is the dark side of the moon. That means, and it's casting a half shadow. That means it's almost literally underneath it. So you'll see when you see the moon coming up, the moon should be coming up anytime soon, and the sunset for you like let's see, about an hour and a half ago, right, Platypus?
No.
Well, okay.
No,
when did it set for you?
Sunset about 3 hours ago.
The moon's up and it's not where it should be.
You know, we totally lost the topic.
So it's 9:30 for you. You're saying that
it's 12
hey, you're
o'clock where
saying
I'm
the
at, midnight.
sunset at 6:30 for you?
Usually at midnight, the moon is all the way north for me, like up in the sky going to the north.
Okay, Platypus, here.
What are you talking about? The moon has nothing to do with what time. I mean, the time of when the moon is highest has nothing to do with it.
Isn't that cool that it's chaotic and you can't keep track of it? That's what I love
No,
to
it's
explain
perfect.
to you and let you explain it to yourself. So you can't keep track of it, huh?
No, it's perfectly regular. It rises an hour later every night.
It's regular?
Yeah, you can.
So you know, so you right now can go outside anytime. So tomorrow you could be like, the moon's going to be right here at 3 o'clock, Democ, and you're going to point to that spot on your camera, and that's where it's going to be?
Right. You can use time and date to do this for you.
No. You're going to go out right today and tell us where it's going to be tomorrow by you pointing in the sky.
Right.
Where it's going to be, where you think it's going to be.
It rises an hour later every night. You don't know this?
So how many hours is in the sky for me?
So it's not quite an hour.
It's midnight right now. How many hours a day do I see it?
About 12 hours
a day
is
do
up
you
and
see it?
about
It's the
12 hours
question.
is down.
It changes by 50 minutes a day, Democ.
No. If I see it from 4 in the morning and it's 12 midnight right now, how many hours do I see it? It's way in front of me in the east right now, and it still has a lot of time. So how many? I mean, what's that? 24, 30? How many hours am I seeing the moon?
Here, okay, I'm sorry. I'd like to just stick to one topic. I didn't want to let it get away from us. But
No,
Democ.
we need to stay on this topic.
No, Democ, because you went. All right, Democ, please stop.
Go ahead, Platypus.
I was hoping that Arma or Matthew, or I don't know if those are the same people, I'm not sure, but if they could explain to me just why the moon is so bright and seems to be shining light, and then in the daytime when the sun's right next to it, it's not shining. There's no, like, you don't have like moon rays during the daytime or anything like that.
Yeah, so if you look at 24 past the hour, there's a picture of a crescent moon, and the sky is so bright that it's hard to see the moon, but the bright side of the moon shines through the sky, the blue sky, but the dark side of the moon is not bright enough to shine through.
I'm gonna walk you through this. So you have a light source, that's the sun, right? And then you have another object that has I don't know, what's the moon's reflectivity?
It's like 11% or something, 10%. I forget. It's around 10%. 12, I think.
So are you telling me you're not going to see light reflecting off that?
You can see light reflecting off the bright side in the daytime, yeah, but not the dark side.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
are
don't
you
know.
guys
I don't know what
done?
to say.
Hey, hold on,
Yeah,
guys. So
yeah.
right now,
May I
the
just
sun.
take one
Hold on,
stab at
man.
this
I'm
real quick?
talking. Gio, can I get some moderation, please? Everybody was
Gotcha.
quiet, and I would like to speak, please.
No, I just wanted to just button that up last thing.
Yeah, but you paused for like 5 seconds, so I'm not
Yeah, it's all
talking
right. I'm
over
still
anything.
gonna say it though. Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead, Stats.
Gio,
Yeah, yeah, because there's these craters, right? You're familiar with what a parabolic reflector dish is, right? Right,
Right.
right. You know how they magnify, sort of amplify light, right? And they do it at certain angles, like of
Right.
approach,
Sure.
right? So, like, if you had a bunch of parabolic reflector dishes, like on a somewhat curved surface, right? Then you would expect that you would see the effect of that if you had a light source, because that's what parabolic reflector dishes do. But
Right.
we understand that the moon does not operate by these rules, because it's a difficult thing, right? But it should, right? Right? We
No,
should see
craters
like
aren't
this
parabolic.
reflectivity higher. It should be higher than the rest of the other surface
No, craters
during
aren't
the
parabolic.
day. What he's talking about during the day, it being all washed out, you should at least see magnified light, because I don't know if you've ever seen a solar generation, like a solar power plant, but that's bright as hell. It's
Right.
really bright. You know what I mean? The moon should at least be kind of showing you some kind of brightness levels of thing. I think.
Right. If there
You
were
know?
parabolic mirrors on the moon, then we would
Right.
expect
They're just
there aren't.
asteroids that are like these concentric, perfect-ish things. It's
Concentric
similar. You know what I
circles are
mean?
not
You know.
parabolic.
Yeah, but you should still see like a type of shadow point that should tell you like the direction of the light source. That's
If there
all.
were parabolic shapes on the moon, maybe, but there aren't. Nobody says there are. Why would you say that they're parabolic?
They're dishes. They're
There
dish
aren't
shapes.
dishes on the moon, no.
Yeah, from like asteroid impact craters. Some
Yeah,
people call them.
those are sort of circular craters. They're not parabolic.
Aren't they perfect? I mean,
No.
basically, yeah, because they're like equally distributed, like impacts from like in a powder substance.
Yeah, but they're not parabolic.
Hmm.
And it's sort of a rough surface anyway. I mean, if you had some polished mirror up there, I think I could see what you're saying, but nobody's
Right, right.
polishing
So
mirrors
with
on the moon.
okay, so it's a totally rough surface, right? Because
Right.
it's heated up to like what heat does it get up to? It gets really hot and then it cools right down, so it gets heated and condensed all the time, stays in powdery form.
Right.
Wow, that's a pretty interesting substance right there.
Regolith, it's called. You're right.
Regolith, yes, also known as bullshitium. But yeah.
Oh, calm down now.
No, I think he's got a point.
Why?
I mean, there's just a lot of really fantastical things that,
Is there a lot of
like,
regolith that you can point to samples of? Not really, but you
There's not a
can buy
lot.
all
No.
kinds of samples of estimations of regolith.
Wait, so you're complaining that regolith doesn't act exactly like you imagine it would, and then saying, "Oh, that's proof that it doesn't exist." Maybe it just acts differently.
That's maybe you're in your head, maybe.
Oh, that's what I thought you were
No,
saying. You're like, "Oh, regolith it doesn't do this
it's
and
a
this,
mystery
therefore it's fake."
item, right?
Not really.
It's okay. Okay, so if you believe in moon rocks, you believe in moon rocks.
Yeah, rocks get hot and get cold. They don't like become shiny and
But you
perfect.
believe in moon rocks that were collected. You're saying regolith is that stuff.
I love moon rocks.
That's all.
when the NASA gave like fake moon rocks to that one country, turned out to be petrified wood.
I don't think they ever gave fake moon rocks, petrified wood to anybody.
Oh, they did.
You don't have to. It's not
No, they
about
didn't.
you.
Yeah, you haven't heard of those that were petrified rocks? They also found that a lot of the ones that were claimed to be the moon rocks are actually rocks that are found in the Arctic region. And Werner von Braun was doing these expeditions there right around that time where they claim to be getting moon rocks back. So it seems as though they're from Earth.
Right. Nice guy he was. Werner von Braun. Nice guy.
Yeah, on his
The
tombstone, he
just
put Psalm 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of
1911.
God, and the sky shows his handiwork.
The firmament.
Yeah, the
Wait,
firmament.
Yeah, the firmament.
it doesn't say firmament on his tombstone.
No, it says the book and chapter. Sorry, chapter and line in the book. And if you go read the line, it has firmament in it.
Maybe in your translation, a modern translation would say the heavens declare the glory of God, and the sky shows his handiwork.
No.
Another one is the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Skies, they use skies, firmament, so there are a couple.
So yeah, so who says showeth anymore? That sounds like an old English word.
It's the King James one.
Yeah.
Oh, from 1611? It's 2022 now, so wouldn't you use a more modern translation?
Nah.
Was the actual the actual wording of the actual text of the scriptures?
Here, I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up right now. I got you. What is it? Psalm
Yeah, it's
1911.
rakia, which means sky.
No, rakia does not mean sky.
It's 19:1.
What do you think it means?
19:1. Sorry.
It means the vault.
What am I thinking about? Guns?
Or
Yeah, I'm thinking about guns.
Ordinances
Yeah, the
that
sky.
talked about it like hammered out, expanded metal, like brass, like into a shield. And then I have one that talks about it the way that you talk about it. That's the Catholic one.
Yeah, Matthew, in the Hebrew, it reads, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth His handiwork." You
No, that's
basically
English.
you basically have the closest to God's word, Hebrew in the Old Testament and Greek in the Hebrew in the Old Testament and Greek in the New Testament. And so I think we should throw away these other translations and just go with the closest to God's word, and that's Hebrew in the first part of the book and Greek in the second part of the book. Because otherwise, you can do whatever you want to do. You can do Isaiah 40:22 and call the circle of the earth the shape of the sphere of the earth, the ball of the earth, the globe of the earth, like McToon does, and totally distort the whole thing. I wish Christians, self-professing Christians, wouldn't distort God's word. Thanks.
I agree. I think that Christians shouldn't distort God's word.
Matthew, do you always agree with men? You always trust men? Do you?
No, not at all.
That's
No, I was thinking.
What does expanse mean?
Firmament.
It's talking about what you see in the sky, I suppose. I mean, rakia.
No,
is
what
the
are
name
the
of the book.
definitions of expanse?
What do you mean? Expanse means expanse. It's like a big empty space.
Really? Okay, I'll read your definition. It's an area of something, typically land or sea, or presenting a wide, continuous surface.
Oh, here it is. Strong's Concordance, rakia. Properly an expanse that is the firmament or apparently visible arch of the sky. It's a masculine
What about
noun.
the verses that says it's the sky vault?
And if you look at the actual Strong Concordance from Bible Hub, it says it's an extended surface expanse.
Yeah, an expanse.
Right. So
that is firmament, a visible arch of the sky.
Right. So
vault of heaven.
Right. So presenting a wide, continuous surface. Correct. So it's a surface, right?
Right. Right.
But is the sky a surface?
No.
Well, this definition here for rakia says means that which is firmly hammered, stamped, and it comes from the Phoenician term tin dish. The meaning of the verb RQ concerns with hammering of the vault of heavens into firmness. And says the the Vulgate translates Rakia with firmamentum, and that which remains the best rendering. And that remains the best rendering. Yeah, it's kind of both. It's like vaulted expanse, but also like a hammered, like a vault, because a vault has a like it is a vault is expansive. It also has a ceiling, and it's also very, very tall.
Now, why would Werner von Braun, the Nazi rocket scientist, rock star guy from like early NASA, why would he leave that on his tombstone? Because it should have been like a mocking thing, right? He should have been like mocking God, like, I am, building my Babylonian rockets to the sky and you can't stop me, but
He
it was
should have been
more of
like,
just a
thanks,
reverence thing, right? It looked like reverence.
Larry.
Well,
Yeah.
when you take it out of context, it just sounds like he's giving glory to the sky, of which, his career was put forth to.
Right,
But
right.
when you put it,
But
when
he
you put it
should
in context, it's just an admission. So
he should be giving glory to the 12,000 Jewish slaves who were killed in the rocket tunnels of the NASA, or the Nazi rocketry program for the V2.
It's funny you just said those, because I was a little earlier. I was about to say how, because I was thinking the other day how, like, you've got Nazi, NASA, and Werner von Braun is, a Nazi war criminal, comes right over to head up NASA. The similarities in the terms is just so obvious. It's like 2 letters off, Nazi, NASA, and then they bring all the Nazi, scientists over in Project Paperclip. It's like, if someone can't see how just on that based alone,
Not just to NASA, but then they imported the doctors and stuff like that to Air Force, which is NASA.
The
Hold
fact
on,
that
hold on.
So Nazi medical technology made its way into the developing American.
the fact that NASA and Nazi
aeromedicine.
But hold on,
We
I'm sorry.
had war criminals. We had war criminals. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we had war criminals working as private contractors for the developing government. It's fine. That's
Hold
just
on,
what
I'm
happened.
sorry. Hold on, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but NASA isn't actually a word. You do know this, yeah?
Same with Nazi, right?
No, NASA is a word in Hebrew. Absolutely.
No, it's not. It's not even a word in Hebrew, and it's not even a word in English.
Besides it being a word in Hebrew, it's like also a word in like a dialect of Indian or something like that. It's
in Hebrew, NASA
don't
means
worry
to
about it.
lift or to carry. Nasha means to deceive.
To deceive. Exactly.
That's Nasha with the
But
SH.
Yeah,
NASA means to lift or to carry.
So they're lifting, carrying people to fake deceptions.
SH is a
hey,
No,
look,
those
I
are
just need
merely
to
coincidences.
I need to make it clear, man. Like what they're doing is they're
compound like that.
Who
It
is-
would have been Nasa. Nasa. There was no compound
Okay.
SH. Sorry, go ahead.
I can't tell if you're talking or if you're just lighting up. Something's
The
lighting up.
space agency, right, it's the first letter of each word. So NASA is not even a word. Yeah, it's the first letter of each word.
Yeah, we understand that. It's an acronym. Yes, it is an acronym. It is an acronym, but if you take a look at what I just posted,
well then,
it is a word as well. If you look at the word I just posted, it's NASA.
Right, so you're taking an acronym, right? And then you're deciding that acronym is now a word, and then you're going to say, right, well, this word is so similar to this word, and then this word is similar to this word, and therefore they're all fucking connected.
Okay.
Do you know how
No, I wouldn't say
crazy
it's that far.
sounds?
No, the government, it's not that far. The Government Space Agency does stand for NASA, the acronym for what it is. However, there's all the roots of who they are in terms of the Hebrew, the whole 9 yards, and all of their symbolism, and it goes very, very deep. However, when we just look into their dictionary, as it were, their a compendium of translations of these languages, we see that NASA, which is pronounced Naja, I believe, it's not quite NASA with an S, and it is a word in that lineage, and the definition is to deceive.
Okay. Can I just get this out and then I'll go mute? Just, you guys are like looking at this incorrectly. It comes down to number one, phonetics. So it doesn't necessarily matter how you spell it or how close it is. It's phonetics. That's the like one of the easiest ways to know that it has Jewish roots. You find a bunch of different words that sound almost the same. You go look at where they came from and how they were used. You're like, oh, I had no idea. What you find is that they just sound the same, even though they're spelled different or look different or whatever. Okay. Number two is numerology. Okay. Those are the two things that you need to look into when you're looking at roots like this. You'll find that it shares significance across the whole gamut of researching these people.
And NASA stands for the National Association of Scale Aeromodelers. It has nothing to do with Space Association, just people who build models.
No, it's a National Association of Space Administration. That's what NASA stands for.
I heard it stands for Never a Space Adventure.
But
also, the fact that NASA and Nazi both have
remember what CIA got said?
is completely
Not a space agency.
They're scale aeromodelers. What do you think that all the Apollo 11 stuff, like that's not, there's not miniatures made of that stuff?
I thought NASA stood for not another 7 arseholes.
What was the one you said, Snacks? Never scale. What was the one you said?
No, it's the National Association of Scale Aeromodelers.
Okay.
It's not. It's a thing. It's a thing. They also made like the moon. They modeled the moon in like, I don't know, like pretty. It's huge. I don't know, but they like that's what they did the shots with. That's what they shot all the shots with. I don't know.
Yeah, like an aeronaut was essentially the astronaut, as they're trying to claim now, because astro is connected to beyond the Earth's atmosphere. So
Yeah.
astrophysics, all this astro stuff. But aeronaut was the original term, which was for people that were, the term used for going very high up in airships and things.
Throw him in a vacuum cleaner bag and call him a spaceman. Whatever. Yeah, give him a helmet. You know.
Hot air balloons and airships, and actually going to high altitude. Yeah.
Full of hot air. There's a reason why people use that as a way to say people that are full of shit, right? It developed at a certain period of time, you know. I think it NASA was proclaiming to have like satellite technology well before they ever had technology, where they're just using like weather balloons of some kind of, you know what I mean, before they had, and it's like they're just cameras on weather balloons, and they're like, we use this crazy technology that they're not using. They're like dreaming that they maybe one day that they will, but it's propaganda from the 50s and 60s. Like they just assert that we have this fucking technology. It's crazy. This is what this is right now. Yep, look at this. Yep, it's just film footage. You know?
And oddly, weather satellites work, and we can predict hurricanes.
Ground technology and slightly
Damn,
augmented.
it's almost like we have a Doppler system set up all over the fucking world. Shit.
Yeah, too bad they don't work in the middle of the ocean. But fortunately, we can see what happens in the middle of the ocean from weather satellites hundreds of miles away from Dopplers.
Oh, it's almost like they could fucking have balloons all over the shit too. Damn, dude. Like, what the fuck?
It's almost like The Earth's
From the Earth,
electromagnetic
man.
field can
For
be
cheaper.
measured right from any source point, and you can use the Earth's actual magnetic grid to locate and find things too. And a lot of technology is built on that shit as well.
Andrew, Matthew, you've used that satellite in space over oceans, and that's why we get such good reception. But you never ever say buoys. You never ever research buoys in the water and what they can do. You automatically go to global positioning instead of ground positioning, and it's sad that you do that, but it does keep your spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball illusion alive.
Yeah, because satellite receivers work in the middle of the ocean, hundreds of miles away from any buoys. It still works.
And the buoys without the satellites and in the outer space monkey religion work just fine too.
I don't know what monkey religion you're talking about, but yes, GPS satellites work.
Well, we're told that Webb space, James Webb can look out and see the 14.5 billion years ago, and we're told that, and we see Algeria out there in space, and then they tell us that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old and something was created out of nothing, and that we're all relatives of amoebas and monkeys, and so obviously if you don't want to believe in evolution, that's fine, but the planets and the solar systems and outer space and our little spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball is evolutionary. So you reject the fact that we came from monkeys, but you accept and embrace the fact that you're evolutionary.
Cosmic evolution.
Yeah, you believe in your evolutionary spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball. So you reject one and embrace the other. I don't understand it, but hey, we're gonna be cordial and be friends. Thanks.
So, Matthew, do you know about the cosmic evolution? The Big Bang and inflationary period and all that
I don't know
stuff, and
too
how
much
it's
about that cosmology, but yeah, I mean, I posted a picture of a nebula that shows the heavens declare the glory of God. It shows how powerful and wonderful God is. But I think that Jim was wanting to say that man created that image and not give glory to God. Is that right?
That is I'm not directing this towards you, Matthew. It is a demonic presentation of something that God did not make. That is a man-made demonic presentation to glorify your outer space monkey religion. That's all it is.
Oh, I think it's one of God's beautiful creations.
No, it's see the whole thing, Matthew. I'm not going to read it to you tonight because I've already done it twice. Genesis 1:14-19 suggests nothing of the sort that you just posted. Absolutely nothing. And then Isaiah 40:22, 1 Chronicles 16:30, Psalms 19:1, Psalms 19:6, Revelation 1:7, and Revelation 7:1, and a bunch of other ones have absolutely nothing to do with that picture that you just posted and the outer space monkey religion. But we'll be friends. But we'll be friends.
Okay. Yeah, we can be friends. But so to be clear, you're saying that God didn't create that. It's not part of his beautiful creation. It's a satanic deception made by man.
Absolutely.
Okay, I disagree.
Yeah,
okay.
It's the second commandment. No false idols, images of anything of the heavens or on the earth or below the earth. Isn't that one of the things?
Yeah, so nobody should worship that image, obviously.
Yeah, but Michael 4:2 says that this magic sky wizard isn't even real.
What?
He was coming up with all these names and fucking numbers. Yeah? So I just thought, well, my name's Michael, I'm 42, so Michael 4:2 says your magic sky wizard isn't real.
Okay.
I was wondering there.
That's good.
I
And,
didn't
you
know
know,
anybody knew
you know
exactly
what?
what the moon was doing. Can we
And,
see what it does at 130,000 feet and see
and,
how it matches your claim?
and you know, we'll be friends too, so that's okay.
So 130,000 feet, if we can see what the moon does, how the shadows react. So why would the moon not act the same way at 130,000 feet as it does underneath the air when everything's supposed to be 230,000 miles away compared to 93 million? So when is this point when the moon and the sun actually present themselves as that?
What are you talking about?
D-Mark, we stopped talking about the moon ages ago.
Why'd you
Yeah.
do that? Do you have any footage of the moon at
D-Mark,
130,000 feet making any of your claims come true?
D-Mark,
That would be
D-Mark,
pretty cool.
D-Mark, just go back outside and start shaking your stick again.
Huh?
Don't do that outside, D-Mark. That's powder 10. That'll get you powder 10.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. I don't have any
That's a good one,
sticks.
actually.
Who
Well,
makes the claim?
D-Mark,
Who makes
the
the
last
claim
time
that
I just didn't know everybody knew what the moon did, and I didn't know they knew what they were talking about. I didn't see anybody demonstrate what the moon does. They talk. Like, did you know this did this every 2 minutes at 2 5-minute intervals at 350 when you bake your cake? Don't jump. Listen, what I'm saying is,
Mark, this is just a whirlwind of chaos, bro.
yeah, I know. It's a whirlwind of no demonstrations, too. It's so funny that we won't have a demonstration, just a lot of claims. Isn't that the funniest comic shit you ever heard?
You've derailed the
world of
conversation
chaotic,
with
no
just a
demonstration.
whirlwind of incomprehensible chaos.
Yeah, one physics we have that can't be demonstrated by anybody, and they're all magic. That's called chaos.
Chaos.
who made the claim?
You can't demonstrate every
Who
claim
made the
off
claim?
Google. You can't demonstrate any claim off Google. So why we keep reading off there? That's chaos. That's called insanity.
Did
I
somebody
really
make
don't
a
mean this.
claim that the moon is 130,000 feet high in the
Hold
sky?
on. I
No, he
really
started
don't
saying
mean.
something about observing it from 130,000 feet, which I think is an interesting proposition, of course, and the positionings of it. I think it'd be cool if we had a lot more footage of the moon at those high altitudes and could do more. What would really be cool is to have 3 balloons at once that are all at high altitude that you could then view, looking at each other like in a triangle, but then you also could view the celestial objects and you would know where they're physically placed on the Earth. It's like almost like a version of celestial navigation, but you create the balloons yourself and link the GPS and then be able to get the view from above. I think there's a lot that could be revealed in that.
I really don't mean this in a bad way, but is D-Mark on drugs? Because I mean,
let's carry on with the
kind of a
I'm on
slanderous
a
thing to say.
non-demonstrating drug, a drug where you can't demonstrate none of your claims. It's a high drug.
He's on a demonstration.
130,000 feet drug.
Hey, you have 2 vaginas.
What?
130,000 feet. That's pretty high, D-Mark.
Are you calling him a duck?
D-Mark, you have 2 vaginas.
Oh, vaginas.
All right, that shut him up.
You have 2 IQs.
Oh, damn.
Fight with each other in the ring like
Damn.
MMA fighters.
Okay, that was actually not half bad. That was okay.
Bro. Matthew, let me ask
You
you
went
this.
hard with that one.
Uppercut. Matthew, let me ask you this. If you, in your journey, come to the conclusion that the Earth is indeed, stationary and doesn't have curvature, has a planar geometry, or even if you discover something else, but anything that it's not a globe and you do pop the bubble on that, do you feel like you would be motivated to communicate it to others or support the human community in this way, or would it just be something that you would kind of watch from the outside? Oh, he's deafened. That was my question for him. I guess if anyone else wants to answer it, I guess it would have to be a globe earther though. Yeah.
Did y'all watch the whole video and the whole debate with it? And not with it, I thought this physics professor or whatever was gonna bring some meat and potatoes, but wow.
He was like a whiny college student. Like, where's my safe space? There's too many of you guys. So they should have made it more from like attacking like arguments to let's just hear what this guy has to say and you're the special guest. Give him the mic.
And they somewhat
I think
did.
he kind of felt. Yeah, I think they tried.
Someone did, but in the end, he actually said what was really bothering. He did not want to talk to Wizard.
Yeah, I think he said, "I don't want to talk to you anymore." I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, and pretty much in the end, he actually admitted, like, it wasn't the whole group. It was just that he didn't want to speak to Wizard at all.
that was funny. I mean, it was 4 hours. I watched about half of it. Obviously you can go back and watch it whenever you want to now. But I found it interesting that the other three gentlemen were really great, but Austin really got under the Bryant Myers skin. He really did.
Well, what's it's going to do? What he's going to do? He's going to investigate things. He's going to figure things out. He's going to uncover things, and he's going to share it with people. And can't nobody stop him.
Sure wish we could ever see a spot where we could not see dirt and water horizontally somewhere on this thing we live on.
What are you talking about, Demok?
Huh? What are you talking about?
You
Horizontally,
never been to
you
the
don't know
Great
that
Lakes?
direction. You don't know what that means? Horizontal, a flat line sticking out from where you are. So if you're on a hill, the flat line you stick out would be a horizontal line looking like a diving board. Do you understand now? Is that hard?
I understood that already, man. I'm talking
You
about
understand?
this shit about
Diving board.
Demok, 2 minutes. Demok, 2 minutes ago,
Horizontal
you.
object, sticky stick, like a selfie stick out of your
Right.
car window. Your car window is the radius of the earth, the circumference of the earth, right? you stick your selfie stick out of the car window. You see not the car anymore. You see the street. Let's have that view.
Demok,
The car represents your globe. You do understand that, right?
No, I actually blanked out. Say that again.
Right, Demok,
The car
you do
represents your
know.
earth.
Oh my
You stick your
god!
selfie stick out your car.
Can somebody just
Yeah, we
shut
got
him
to
up for 2 minutes?
on to something else.
Right, Demok, 2 minutes ago you were talking about the moon. Now you come in and start rabbiting on about cars and other shit.
It being the globe Earth or
Do the
something.
two brain cells in your head not even communicate with each other?
Hey,
There can only be one.
Hey, Gio, Matthew's back on. You want to ask him your question again when he's here? When he's on?
Oh yeah, Matthew, you there?
Sorry, I just step out for a second.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I just there's this question just popped in my mind, and I just asked it. But then right after I asked it, you were deafened. So
Oh, sorry.
you left.
I knew you were going to ask me a hard question. I left beforehand. Yeah.
No, I guess I was just like noticing your interest in all these discussions and so on, and you're very cordial and kind, which is awesome, and you're respectful and you it's awesome. But you hold your ground as well. So yeah, it's
thanks and likewise. It's fun to talk to you.
Yeah, for sure, man. Awesome. But yeah, I guess my question was like, if you on whatever journey you're on, as it were, in terms of this whole discussion and all that, and the various additional things that'll be happening in the future. Tests, experiments, etc. But if you come to the conclusion yourself that the Earth is not a globe, and whether you come to the conclusion that it's a planar surface, stationary, etc., it's sort of besides the point. But ultimately that it's not a globe. And if I guess my question is, would you feel motivated to be involved further, like in terms of like how would that change your worldview as to how your outlook would be, like in the sense of like would you want to kind of help develop more understandings or support others in the whole process, or would you more kind of just step back and kind of just view it from the outside in a sense, if there's this large paradigm shift? I guess that's my ultimate question. What role would you possibly feel called to play in that process? I guess the first time I asked it was a little more concise. Now I'm kind of not finding the words, but I think that's the general sense of it.
Yeah, I'm a teacher at heart. I love explaining things. If I came to believe the Earth was flat, I'd come in here and say, "Hey, I'm sorry. I realized that the Earth is flat, just like you guys were saying all along. Apologize to you guys, but now I'm going to help the cause and try to explain it really well and try to convince other people that it's flat."
That's not what we're trying to do, right? We're not trying to convince people that it's flat.
Well,
We're
explain it
trying to
well
convince
so that they can make
people
their own.
to
Yeah, so they
go
can make their own,
outside and
do their own research and come to their own conclusions.
sorry. We're asking people to go outside and falsify your model.
Well, I think if I
That's
end
what
up
we're
being a flat earther, I'd want to give positive evidence for the flat Earth just as much as falsifying the globe Earth model. I think both are important.
Hey, Matthew, if God wills it, would you say you have another 15 years of teaching before you look into retiring?
Possibly. I don't know.
If you came to know that you didn't live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball, would you be maybe a little bit more quiet about it at school, and maybe a little more outward outside of school, or would you pronounce it to the school that you teach in, the college you teach in, that you came to see the light of day?
Yeah, I would. Well, so especially in educational contexts, good teachers help students see the things for themselves. So I'd want to do everything I can to help students come to their own conclusions and come to the correct conclusions. So yeah, I would try to get them to see things the way that things really are.
So why is it not working here then?
Have you seen any curvature, Matthew?
Oh, that's a separate question. You're asking why I haven't converted yet?
No.
No, I said, why is it not working here then? Why have you done such a bad job at teaching here?
I think I've explained the globe idea fairly well. I obviously.
Do you think that we didn't understand the globe idea?
I understand it very well. Yeah.
Do you think that we didn't understand the globe idea?
I think there's some things that some people here had misconceptions about, like the fact that rockets could work in a vacuum, how moon phases correlate with the sun, different ideas about the globe or heliocentric theory that maybe I can help explain.
Can you show us a rocket working on a vacuum? You got a vacuum?
No, I was talking about theoretically, whether it's even theoretically possible.
Oh, I was talking about was it actually possible? Because nature doesn't like vacuums, right?
Right.
Nature doesn't make like perfect spheres.
Yeah.
I'm talking about how one argument I've heard from flat earthers is that a rocket couldn't even in theory work in a vacuum because there's no air to push off of.
Bubbles. Yeah, bubbles.
So where do you see bubbles?
I don't know. Like
underwater.
Underwater. There you go.
So how long do they last? A long time?
I mean, you said in nature. I mean, what you have to kind of define nature first. I mean, if we're gonna really do this,
non-synthetic, not man-made.
I mean, are we also talking about just like things that happen? Like, I mean, like okay,
Spheres in nature.
Well, okay, so I guess bubbles would count then, right? It's nonsense. I mean, that's
so do bubbles do they stand still? Like, do they just stay, or are they booking it to the surface to reach equilibrium?
I mean, okay, but I mean, we're talking about
So
what happens in nature, though.
They're not perfect spheres, right? They're wobbling, and
they're pretty close. They're pretty close. They're pretty close. Yeah.
I've seen bubbles. They look like they're hauling ass. They're not.
It depends on how big they are. If they're big, then they're probably pretty wobbly. But if they're tiny, they're pretty spherical.
I don't know, man. I guess I'll have to think about it.
Actually, you can see bubbles underwater that don't move.
Bubbles that
Okay.
Have you ever? I don't know. Have you ever seen a Siamese fighting fish build a nest?
What?
Can't say that I have, but if it's against the surface, it's not a sphere.
Right. Well, I used to.
Beer foam is the same thing.
I used to have a Siamese fighting fish, and when I put the female in the tank under a bowl to help encourage him to build a nest, he builds a nest from air bubbles. Perfectly round, tiny little air bubbles.
Hmm.
So yeah, you can get perfectly round spheres in nature.
Yeah, and I mean, also you also have to define perfect. You know, I mean, not perfect, but yeah, I guess yeah, perfect. You have to define perfect sphere because I mean, like nothing is a perfect sphere, and like not even we don't even claim Earth is a
Yeah, I wasn't
perfect
going to
sphere.
go down that road.
So you kind of need to give us like
Yeah, I wasn't going to be that serious.
Okay, well, there you go. There's a lot of spheres in nature. You're just not looking hard enough.
You may be correct.
Well, you know what? Actually, I'll respect that. Actually, thank you. All right, I'll respect that.
But what about vacuums, though?
Vacuums?
In nature?
Yes,
They're-
suction cups on an octopus.
You can buy them from Argos.
Okay, that's funny too. But
cups.
suction cups on a octopus. I mean, I guess I think someone a while back told me that it wasn't really a good argument because apparently the vacuums, the vacuum, of a suction cup of an octopus isn't like that strong. Like it's not even like really considered a vacuum. But I mean, I don't know. The vacuums are weird. Like you kind of have to also define vacuum too. Like how much like air are we talking, or how little air are we talking about, or whatever the fuck water, or, depending on what medium we're in.
Okay, so everybody knows that like a lot of people are like having paradigm shifts right now, and people are like going against the particle thing because is my cell phone really emitting particles? And if I hold my cell phone up to my eye, are like little photon BBs hitting my eyeball? It's like people are like talking about that right now, right? It's like, well, there's no perfect vacuum, right? You can't make one. And even if you could suck every single bit of the material out of it, there would still be quantum foam or 0-point energy or whatever you want to call it. So there is no such thing as vacuum, even if you could. So it's like this theoretical idea of like, infinity. It's a concept. A vacuum is a concept that doesn't exist in reality, right? And I hear Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's talking about different tiers of infinity. And I'm like, the fuck? This dude's crazy. But everybody thinks that Witset's crazy because he's talking about nothing isn't really nothing, right? And nobody says anything about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, he's so smart. I'm so proud of him. There's different tiers of infinity. Different tiers of infinities, I think is what he said. Different infinities. So, yeah. That's a weird concept too, right?
Man,
But
maybe.
he gets paid like, this dude gets paid like, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, right, to talk about these concepts. But like other people who are investigating what is nothing, like, oh, they're crazy people. You probably shouldn't listen to them.
I mean,
They don't believe what everybody else believes. Because I got all these, particles on my eye from my cell phone.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, it could be crazy. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, have you looked into what Neil is talking about with the infinities? Or you just kind of
No, I didn't see the whole thing. I just, it's a concept, right? There's
maybe it's a
different
good concept.
infinities, different levels of infinity or different tiers, whatever he said. It's just a concept.
Yeah, I think infinity doesn't exist in the physical world, but we can like make mathematical constructs and have countably infinite and uncountably infinite, and they're different sizes of infinity. Like the number of rational numbers is countably infinite, but the number of irrational numbers is uncountably infinite.
see.
But no one thinks that there's an actual infinite number of anything in the real world, just mathematical concepts.
I wonder if I should get philosophical with this or not.
Yeah, I was gonna go ask you if you think the creator is infinite.
Yes, God is infinite. Well, he has infinite attributes. He's infinite love, infinite power, infinite knowledge and wisdom, stuff like that. But I'm talking in the real world, in the physical world, nothing is infinite.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I'm mixed because I feel like when you think about it, I feel like something has to be infinite because, what's setting that limit otherwise,
Well, yeah, there's something called potential infinity, like the number of days is potentially infinite. There's more days, more and more. If it keeps going forever, that's potential infinity, but nothing has ever reached an actual infinity.
Yeah, but I mean, like in terms of like physical things, like if there is a hard cap of like physical things that can exist, like what's defining that hard like cutoff, like why is it like a bajillion, and that's it. Like I feel like infinite things kind of have to exist. I don't know. Maybe I'm taking this conversation in a weird turn. I'm just saying.
Well, it's kind of like if we were to count the grains of sand on Earth, it's a really big number. And you may ask, well, why is it that big number, not this other big number? But in the end, anything that's physical has some finite thing to it, because no matter how many grains of sand there could always be more, just add more. And so no matter how big the universe is, there could be more, you just add a little bit more. And so it's finite because you could add to it, is the basic idea.
Yeah. So, okay. So is your argument then that because the number of sand thingy particles, grains of sand on the Earth, because it has a number to it, that it's likely that there's also like a limit to things existing, having a number? I don't know.
Well, let's see. I should refine it a little bit. Anything where you can imagine it being bigger is by definition not infinite. So if you can imagine there being more grains of sand than there actually are, like here's some grains of sand, but there could be more, and that means that what we have now is not infinite. Same thing with the size of the universe. No matter how big the size of the universe is, if you could imagine it being slightly bigger, then it's not infinite, because we could think of something bigger than that.
That's true. Yeah.
Matthew, is there dirt in the sky that we can walk on?
There are planets.
Or instead of calling it dirt or Earth, maybe you could call it Mars.
Walk on the moon or on Mars.
Venus. Yeah. We could walk on those, huh?
I mean, not anytime soon. It is theoretically possible to walk on the moon and to walk on Mars, yes.
But would you be willing to bet the farm or the family jewels?
What?
Be willing to put your life on it? What he's asking.
Oh.
There are lots of things I believe that I wouldn't put my life on it. I mean, I think Paris exists, but I'm not going to put my life on it.
I'd put my life down for Paris.
Really?
Me too.
Why?
Yeah. I've never been there, but
yeah, but why would you wager your life on something like that?
It's not.
I've met a lot of people that have been there.
Yeah, me too. I think Paris exists.
It's not too far-fetched for me to think that there's other dirt across the big drink, right, that we could walk on. But dirt in the sky that we could walk on, I wouldn't bet my family jewels.
Depends. Is it a mandatory bet? Like you have to, or you just gotta choose one, or is it like you can kind of like say I'm not gonna make this bet? Because if I have to, then I'd probably lean towards dirt in the sky. But if I didn't have to, I'd be like, well, I'm not trying this. There's a lot of uncertainty,
Yeah, don't play Russian roulette, no matter how many chambers there are.
How many people, do you know who's been to who's been to Paris, seen the Eiffel Tower, but there's 24 men, mostly Freemasons, if not all Freemasons, who have set foot on this thing 238,000 miles away.
So
they got nothing to hide, right, Jim?
Yes, so I think we have a better opportunity to win the bet with France than we do with that 238,000 mile thing away that only 24 white guys, Freemasons, have ever set foot on. Right.
So just FYI, it's 12 people who've set foot on the moon and 24 total who've been there and back.
Okay. I'm still your friend, Matthew. I love how Apollo 10 in May of 1969 supposedly circled this moon 31 times, and the best time ever to take pictures without a quote atmosphere or the sun in the way, the dark side of the moon, they never did. And when they asked Michael Collins on August 12th, 1969, or actually they asked Neil Armstrong on August 12th, 1969, "Did you see any stars on the moon?" He said no, and then Michael Collins leaned in and said, "I didn't see any stars either," as he was circling the moon and on the dark side. And then, of course, a few years later, he wrote a book and said, "Yeah, I remember the stars." So I find it fascinating that the very best time to see stars and take pictures of stars ever, the dark side of the moon, was never done.
But watch me take this drive. George Bush.
Oh my God, dude, that was so great.
I miss what they did on the
George
moon.
Bush.
They were like, "We ain't gonna take no pictures on the dark side or anything, but watch this drive."
Now watch me hit this drive, dude. That's so funny. What was he talking about? Like Bin Laden or something?
Neil Armstrong, when he was on the moon, he was on the bright side of the moon. Yeah. Therefore, it's just like being on the Earth during the day. You can't see the stars because it's too bright. Yeah. Now, if the guy is in the module going round the moon and he is looking at the dark side of the moon, that means he is facing the sun. Do you not get that? He is looking at the dark side of the moon, so he must be facing the sun.
If he's on the dark side of the moon and he's looking to his left, you say he sees the dark side of the moon. He looks to his right, he sees the stars with no atmosphere or sun in the way. And that would have been the perfect time for Michael Collins to take a picture, or Apollo 10 as they went around 31 times. And yes, Matthew, you're right. 12 have set foot and 24 have gone outside of, quote, Earth's atmosphere, if I'm correct.
Earth's gravity well, yes.
If he is facing the dark side of the moon and he is looking at the dark side of the moon, he is still facing the sun. Yeah? So it doesn't matter which direction he looks. The capsule he is in is still facing the dark side of the moon and facing the sun. So it doesn't matter how he turns his head, the sunlight is still coming in the module.
No, it's not. If he's on the dark side of the moon, that the dark side of the moon is not being lit by the sun. So the supposed capsule is not being lit by the sun either. And he could look the other way and see all kinds of stars that he could never, ever see on Earth with an atmosphere and all those things. So we can disagree and we can still be friends.
Wouldn't his eyes have been adjusted though to the brighter stuff though? So I mean, his eyes probably wouldn't even be able to pick up the stars.
You guys are coping so hard. Oh my God.
I don't think it's coping. I think it's being creative. You gotta do that with these arguments.
Just keep in mind they're wearing spacesuits with zippers on them, right?
Yeah. And the other question I would ask is, did he actually have a camera with him when he was at the dark side of the moon?
Do you think that NASA, in their infinite wisdom, would have said, "Hey, Apollo 10, you're going to circle the moon 31 times, and it's the very best time to see stars with no atmosphere and no sun in the way. So, but we're not going to send a camera up with you. We're just going to let you circle 31 times and take your word for it. If you wanted to shut us people up, all you have to do is show a whole bunch of pictures from the dark side of the moon, but nobody has ever done that. And Michael Collins could have done the same thing too. So, oops, NASA forgot to send a camera with them.
Yeah, but the thing is, we have satellites in space that take pictures of the stars for us, right? So if they're already there taking the pictures anyway, then why send a camera up with the guy when he's circling the moon to take pictures that we already have pictures of?
I thought you said the astronaut wrote a book and said he did see the stars. So what are you talking about?
Are we talking about the same thing? What are you...
Yeah, Michael Collins said on August 12th, 1969, that the press conference with Aldrin, Armstrong, and him, he didn't see any stars, but he wrote a book later on in his life and said, yes, I did see stars. So as he got older, his memory got better, and he wrote a book that said he saw stars.
How memory works, actually. Shout out to memories.
Guess we'll just have to ask what what was going on through it, in his head, I guess.
Sometimes when you go to the moon, you just don't look at the stars. You just don't look up. I mean, it's you just didn't look up the whole time.
Yeah, he passed away.
Considering there's nothing else to look at besides a fucking rock in space and space itself.
I think he passed away in 2021. I think the only one still alive is Aldrin.
Wow, old Buzz
to infinity and beyond. Get me another beer.
Buzz outlived him, huh? Wow. I guess there you have it.
So we got two Buzzes alive: Buzz Aldrin, and Buzz Lightyear, and his friend Woody.
Buzz live for years.
Oh.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about that. Like, what is it like to be a super old man and you lied your ass off your whole fucking life? Your whole life is a lie. And now there's a bunch of like purple-haired, robot people, running around like being I don't know. It's got to be bizarre. What a bizarre way to die, to go out. It's a complete lie.
You guys are so awesome for what you didn't do. You guys are the best.
Yeah, I still want somebody to debunk debunk my debunk of spacesuits. Where did they test those spacesuits? Did they make a vacuum chamber?
Yeah, vacuum chambers, clever engineering. Why is that so hard
dude,
to
that's
believe?
crazy. How did the zippers maintain the pressure and keep oxygen? Have you ever kept oxygen inside of a suit that had zippers and stuff?
No, it's difficult. They use rubber, they tested it, and it works. I mean, are you going to say that just because you can't think of how to do it, nobody can?
No, I just call bullshit on zippers in a fucking spacesuit.
So you call BS on something that you don't understand?
Oh, explain to me, how do the zippers keep a suit pressurized?
I don't know, but it's not that difficult. It's like clever
Does it seem
science and
reasonable to
engineering.
you?
It does.
It does. Do you think they still have zippers on spacesuits when they go do their spacewalks, or do you think they've developed maybe a better technology?
They probably use something better now. I mean, obviously, material science has advanced quite a bit since.
But you don't even know what the initial material is that they used, or how they got zippers to work to pressurize.
Right. I have no idea how they did it.
Okay. Do you believe that?
Yes, there are things that I don't understand, and when I don't understand them, I don't automatically assume that they're false. For example, I don't understand how my cell phone gives radio signals to send text messages, but I think some people are clever and can figure it out, so I don't doubt it.
Wasn't your cell phone
We've used zippers before, right? You've used zippers before, right?
Yes, I have used zippers before.
Do you think that those were capable of holding in gases or liquids, or
No, clearly not. The zippers I've used would fail miserably at all of that.
So you think they were special space zippers, or?
Yes, they're special space zippers.
Okay, cool.
Oh, come on.
You want to know how
No,
they
no,
work?
no,
You want
no.
hey, smart guy. They can't imagine that, might not know everything. There are people, like was just mentioned, that can design something and engineer it. There is a zipper. There is a zipper and a pressure. Hold on, and there's a pressure layer and one zipper strap. They want to see. I'll give a picture of the suit and how it works if you're interested. But just coming in here and saying I don't understand, so it can't work.
That's me, dude.
Have you ever seen a zipper before on my sleeping bag? It can barely keep my fucking fart smell out of there, let alone pressurize it.
He didn't say any of that, though.
I mean,
No,
that's what he meant.
Yeah.
That's what he meant.
As
What
long as
about
we're
the
cool.
what about that little spaceship that they were traveling around in, made of curtain rods, and the walls were so thin? You're going into the one of the most harshest environments in the universe, and you're floating around in this thing that's made of tin foil.
Well, there's nothing to act on it. Why would you have to worry about anything other than the collapsing of it upon impact on the moon? As long as you don't really have a hard landing, nothing can penetrate it. Nothing's going to penetrate it. There's no air molecules to fight against, so it can be made of very thin materials. You can punch
How
your
did they
fingers
know?
right
So
through
it's
it.
basically a space balloon with rocket
Yeah, how
science.
did they know that they?
Yeah, basically a
land
space
with the
balloon. Yeah,
tinfoil hull?
exactly. That's a good way of characterizing it.
Clever engineering.
Someone's still heckling in the background. Here, I'm going to take a picture of how the zipper's on.
Yeah, clever engineering is the answer. They did it.
And I'll get a picture of it. So I will give you the third zipper that gives the actual pressure activation of the suit so that air cannot escape. Remember, it only has to be 3 psi. That's basically a balloon.
Within space balloons.
How many
Pressure
millions
differential
you
inside.
reckon it
Pressure
costs them
differential
to
inside
develop
is very, very minimal.
What
It's
about
like a plastic bag. It's like a baggie. It's like a
Danik.
baggie that you
Battery powered
sandwich
space
in.
balloon.
Got your
Daddy,
Ziploc
yeah.
baggie.
Even cut off
A Ziploc baggie can handle about 3 psi.
Zanuck,
Janik, if you had one
That's still-
psi if you had 1 psi in a balloon that was let's say 2 liters in size, and you filled it up to 1 psi of air, and you brought it up to let's say 100,000 feet, what would happen to that balloon that's
It would
2 liters in
it would collapse. It would collapse into nothing.
It wouldn't.
collapse.
It wouldn't expand, Zanuck.
No, then you're talking about 1 psi. Oh, you want to go upward? I'm sorry. I got it.
Wait, what way do you think I'm talking about when I say
I didn't.
100,000 feet?
I only heard bits and pieces down from the space down to the ground. Go up, yeah, it'll expand, and it'll be 14 psi in there, and that 14 psi would blow the shit out of a plastic bag.
Oh no, I'm asking you what would happen if the balloon was 1 psi and 2 liters of and this ain't really a math question.
And you went to 100,000 feet. I just told you it'd explode very quickly.
Right, but
because it could only handle. I just got done telling you. I just got done telling you it can handle about 3 psi before it pops. So that would probably get you to about maybe 8,000-9,000 feet before it pop.
Okay, now let me get to my point. Now, so you say it would expand. Okay, and if it was all flexible, if it had unlimited flexibility, it would pretty much stay at 1 psi and just keep expanding, right? The higher it went.
Yes.
Okay, now what if we had super tough material that didn't expand at all, and it held 2 liters, and we put 1 psi in it, and we brought it up to 100,000 feet. It wasn't able to expand. What would happen inside of the super
Inside the
stiff
stop talking. Inside the pressure would be 13 psi. Nothing else.
So the 1 psi. So the 1 psi, since it couldn't expand, it would go up in pressure up to 13. You say?
Yes, because we're talking about a differential pressure between the inside and the outside.
What
That's
if
where the
what if I went up to 200,000 feet?
Still 13.7 psi because it's close to. It's very
Rocket
close to
powered
14.7.
battery powered space balloons to the moon.
The difference between sea level and 100,000 or 200,000 or 300,000 or 5,000 miles in space is only a fraction of psi.
Okay. Now here's my point.
Several thousandths of a psi difference. No change at all.
So if we put 1 psi in the in let's say a lander, okay, and it was only 2 liters of gas, of basically oxygen, and it filled up the whole lander,
to 14 or 13 or 14 psi, how could they breathe that? I mean, it's still only the 1 liter of oxygen, right?
No, wrong. You breathe oxygen. You don't breathe pressure. You can have 3 psi and have enough oxygen.
Well, you just said that 1 liter. You just said the 1 liter in a stiff balloon that couldn't expand would go up to like 13 or let's just say 14 psi.
Brian, I sometimes wonder if that brain of yours actually is.
Just think about it, bro. Hold on.
Brian.
Well,
you got to be joking.
Throwing an ad hom is not.
No, but
what would happen if we added?
This is basic math. This is like not being able to do. This is like not being able to do addition, Brian.
Well, think about this. Hold on, let me ask my question. So, what if we had 5 pounds in that stiff balloon, and I mean 5 liters of oxygen instead of 1? Instead of 1 liter of oxygen in that stiff balloon, if we had 5 liters of oxygen, so let's say 5 psi, and 5 liters of oxygen in that stiff ass balloon.
Well, you're just talking gibberish. I didn't know what you were trying
what
to
would
say.
the pressure be then? I'm asking, what would the pressure be?
You just told me 5 psi. You just told me 5 psi.
No. I'm saying at the ground it was 5 liters of oxygen. Okay, and the stiff balloon.
I don't care how big it is. I want to know what the pressure is.
I mean, 5 psi. Okay,
what year
5
was
psi at the
Roswell, New
ground.
Mexico?
Hold on a second, Larry.
Here, it's 5 psi at the ground instead of 1, and it's
okay.
The same 2 liter size.
Okay.
And we go up to 100,000 feet.
Okay, and that's gonna be a 9 psi.
Now it's gonna be what?
9 psi.
So it goes from 5 psi to 9 psi, but from 1 to 14.
Went from 1, because you did 1 psi, which had a differential of 1 psi. Now you have 0 on the outside. It's 1 minus the 14, so it'd be 13.7. Now you started with 5 psi. You subtract 5 from the 13.7 and get 9 psi.
Okay, so if we had the 2 balloons side by side, the expanding balloons.
No, you said they weren't expanding, Brian.
No, I'm changing. I'm trying to get you thinking.
Can't expand. You said they both can't expand.
Don't panic.
I'm not panicking. I'm just making sure you stay consistent.
Panic. If you don't stop interrupting, I'm going to mute you. You're doing all of it.
Yeah, just bear with me, Zanet, because there's a point to all this.
Hard to bear with
now we're back.
Where is this leading, though, Brian? What's
okay? Okay,
thank you,
I'm going to get him to realize. I'm going to get him to realize that if we have expanding balloons and we have just 1 liter of oxygen, okay, and it's 1 psi at the ground.
It's so painful.
Shut up, dude. It will be painful, especially that's probably why you won't let me talk. Here's the point. We have 1 psi in a 1 liter balloon at the ground level, and we send it up high and it can't expand. It's going to go up to 14 psi. Okay, now if we put 5 liters in that same balloon of gas and let it go up and then can't expand, he's saying it's going to go up less.
Yes.
But think about that. So the 5 psi is going to be less pressure than the 1 psi when we go up higher.
Yes.
So if it could expand, it wouldn't expand more then, right?
Okay, should I explain to you what's happening, Brian, since you don't clearly understand?
Yeah, just start with the answer to that question. So if the balloons could expand side by side, the one with 5 psi wouldn't expand bigger?
No. Why would it?
Because there's more.
That's not why things would expand. You have 2 objects that were not going to change in size, you said. There was a fixed volume. It was a stiff container. Okay, so the 5 psi becomes 9 psi at 100,000. And the 1 psi becomes 13 psi at 100,000.
In the same size container?
Neither one of them expanded, Brian. Brian, you're not thinking clearly. I'm trying to help you. Really, I am. I feel compassion for you.
I'm just
you're not
clarifying, bro. Are we talking the same container?
Grade. I'm not being insultive. This is 3rd grade math. Yeah, 1
Why are you
PSI.
being an asshole, bro? I'm trying to be cool with you.
I'm not. You've been dragging me through the mud here for an hour.
You just threw me in the 3rd grade and you won't answer a question. Are we still talking about the same size container?
Same? Oh, no, I didn't. I don't know what the container is. You tell me.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. The same size container at ground level. One we squeezed 1 psi in, and the other we squeezed 5 in. Same size.
Correct. Right.
Now we take it up to 100,000 feet. The
Okay.
one that's 1 pound psi, you say is going to go up to 14. Now, what's the one that's 5 pounds of psi in the same size container going to be?
You add the 14 psi to them, both of them.
Okay, so now back. This is the final comment. So back to the ground, and now we're putting the same amounts in the expanding balloons, same size expanding balloons, and we put the 1 pound of psi at the ground level, and then the one next to it with 5 pounds of psi. So it's going to be 5 times as big on the ground, but when it gets up in the air, it's barely going to be bigger, right? It's going to be about the same size.
I thought we were talking about containers that don't change the
Yeah.
size.
Now who's in the 3rd grade?
No, you're changing you're moving the goalpost. What are we talking? The container, both containers are the same size. They can't expand. You want to know what the pressure differential is, right?
Danik, do you take Adderall?
I'm trying to find out what he's asking. I'm just sitting here listening. He's stuttering all over the place. He's all over the map.
Dude, all right.
He can't even convey the message very well. I'm just trying to understand what he's trying to talk about.
I think you understood pretty well, bro. What
do you think's going to happen? Okay, Brian,
Every time he was about to finish what he was saying, you would kind of start talking over him. And as somebody who like struggles with stuttering myself and being spoken over, and then it makes me stutter more, I know what that's like. And so that's, just be patient, man. We got all the time in the world,
I'm
bro.
being very patient. I'm in no hurry. I'm in no hurry at all, Brian. I just want to know what you're saying. Asking.
You have 1 pound. I'll repeat it. We got 2 different scenarios. The first scenario is 1 pound, 1 psi, and a expanded balloon next to 5 psi and an expanding balloon. The second scenario is 1 psi in a fixed size, and then 5 psi right next to it in a fixed size. In other words, it can't expand. You said the fixed size will go up to 100,000 feet. One will become 14, and you said the other one would become 9. So the bigger one.
Let's break it down. What happens? So we have 1 psi in the balloon, and the outside is 14.7, but it's really 0. We're really going gauge pressure of 1 psi. But we should probably use absolute pressure. That way we can probably understand what we're talking about a little easier. It's up to you. Whatever you think would be easier to.
I'm just trying to help you teach yourself because you got a mental block. So just keep going.
I don't have a mental block. So your 1 psi bag, as it starts to rise, the outside pressure is going down. So the differential pressure between the outside and inside is going to be 13 psi, right? Because it was 14 outside, 1 in. Now it's 0 outside and 1 in. So the difference is 13 psi. Does that make sense?
Good so far? Okay, now the one with 5 psi. Explain that one.
5 psi has a differential of between the outside and inside of 5 psi. And there's 14 outside. And 5 inside. So really the total pressure of the outside and inside is going to be 14 plus the 5, 19. Absolute. But we're going relative gauge pressure. So the gauge pressure is 5 psi. You go up, the differential is 5 psi because outside is 14. But 14 goes to 0. So you subtract the 14 from the 5 to get the pressure differential of that balloon. So now it's really 9 psi differential. There's only a 9 psi differential between the outside. If I remove all the pressure from the outside, because the outside pressure is now 0 and the inside pressure is 5 psi, the change, the delta, is 9 psi.
So that's your final answer is 14
there's a pressure
for the 1 pound and 9 for the 5 psi.
Pressure differential changed. 9 psi was the change in pressure.
So make sure I'm crystal clear. The one with 1 psi is going to be more pressure than the one with 5 pounds of pressure. So it's going to be 14 and 9.
What are you guys on about right now?
Dude, I'm so lost.
Yeah, you just don't understand what the pressure differential. You're missing. I guess maybe I should explain the terms better.
No.
I'm asking you, is that your final answer? I'm just trying to see. Is that your final answer?
I've given you the answer, the same answer over and over again.
I'm waiting for him to be like, "No, your lungs can only hold this much." So, where does this relate?
I was going to clarify, but I want to make sure that's his final answer.
Let's say if it was, you know what? Here's
Let's
something
say it
better.
is.
Let's say both were. Let's say we had a vacuum. I always, I taught my kids this physics, kids in classes, and also my kids this. I always say go to the extremes. Let's go to the extreme, Brian. Let's say we had zero, had a vacuum chamber on the ground.
That's fine, dude. That's fine. I'm not going to hold to the exact number.
Mechanics answer whatever you want it to be to just finish this story.
I know. I get it, GL. This might be the end because this always teach other people kind of concept. So you have a vacuum chamber and it has 14 psi in the outside walls acting on it. Zero inside, still zero. It goes to 100,000 feet. Outside is now zero. Also, the pressure differential is zero. So the zero changed 14 psi, but it's now zero outside, zero inside. There's no pressure differential by making it go up because it started with a vacuum. But if it had 5 psi in it and you brought that up to the top, there'd only be a pressure change of 13, whatever we said, 5 minus.
Just call it 14. Call it 14. Call it 14. So 14 minus 5 would be 9.
By 9. Now we have a 9 psi change in pressure between this pressure chamber and the outside atmosphere, which is near zero. If we only had 1 psi, which is near the vacuum, there'd only be a smaller change. It's going to be a greater change.
So it'd be 14. Okay, so by that logic, the 1 psi of air is going to be more pressure than the 5 psi in the same size container. That's what you just said.
No, the other way. Remember?
You said 14 and 9. Did anybody hear it different? That's why I clarified.
No, 14 minus the one with 13. We said 13.
Okay, 13 and 9. Sorry. So the one that was 1 pound, 1 psi is turns into 13, and the one which 5 psi turned into 9.
That was the change in pressure on the walls of that container.
Okay, give me a new answer then, because that's what
the same answer.
So
1
13
PSI,
and 9. So 13 and 9.
The zero would go from.
I don't care about all that. I'm just getting your final answer.
They're both zero. That's the same answer, Brian. The zero. Remember
13
the zero?
and 9.
Started out as zero. It ends up at zero, but it's a 14 psi change on the wall.
Nothing's
right?
starting at zero, bro. We're starting with 1 and 5. You know it.
I thought that would make it easier to understand.
No, you didn't say nothing. I said it over and over. 1 and 5. You repeated it.
Yes, the forces act. Okay, I'll say it one more time and I'll stop. One last time, promise. And I'll give you the three scenarios: the 0, the 1, and the 5, so you can understand it clearly. The 0 had 14 psi acting on the walls. You need a structure at sea level that be able to support that.
What was 0, bro?
So
why are you saying 0?
We had a vacuum. We had a vacuum at sea level. Vacuum chamber.
What?
Say it's a box. Say it's a box. It can't. The structure doesn't move. So we're validating what you said.
Well, let's throw that one out and go back to the question. 1 and 5. Okay.
You said it's 1 psi inside.
Yeah, you got one that's 1 psi.
So it's basically
and then
a
1
vacuum.
at 5. Okay, you've
So
just
it's basically a vacuum, right?
it. I'm asking you
Oh
to
my God,
explain
listen,
your final
we're
answer
not-
for the
We're
fourth
not.
time, please.
Stop with the final answer. You don't understand the basic concepts, Brian. I'm trying to help you.
I don't care about the basic
Does it have
concepts.
one?
I just
Did you
want,
add
I
one
want you
psi?
to.
Hold on. Does it have 1 psi inside gauge pressure, or is it 1 psi a vacuum compared to 14 points outside?
It's 1 psi gauge pressure at the ground. It's 1 psi gauge pressure at the ground.
Pressure. So it's really 15 psi.
Like nothing new under the sun. I could have predicted about 4.5 minutes ago that this was going to end, and you guys just looping and endless technical stuff that like you weren't even understanding, and then talking over each other. I could have predicted.
Yeah, let me get to the point, man. I thought he'd teach himself. But he's gonna, I'm not even gonna ask him again. Yeah, I think everybody was clear. I might have been a little slow at first getting off the ground, but I think everybody was very crystal clear that we had two scenarios: one with 2 expanding balloons, 1 psi and 5 psi, and then one with fixed unstretchable containers, 1 psi and 5 psi. We heard his answer twice. 9 and 13. He even clarified that the one that was 1 psi
is now
would be
the
more.
1 psi chamber is 15 psi, right? Because you had 14.7 plus another 1 psi.
Right, another one's 9, right.
15.7. That's 15.7 psi.
You guys so there, he triple qualified that the 5 psi will literally be
No. We've just changed. I misunderstood what you said. Now you're talking about adding 1 psi to the ambient pressure. So it's 15.7 psi. Right? or you just have a balloon with 1 psi in it.
Bro, how many times? It's a simple third grade question, bro. Like I said, I'm not even holding you to the math.
I'm just, hey, you know what? It's all about terms. We have a problem with absolute pressure and gauge pressure. Now you're telling me it's gauge pressure. I was trying to ask you that earlier and you wouldn't answer.
What's the difference between 15
I told you it's
and
gauge
0?
pressure, bro. How else are you going to measure it?
I'm actually happy to hear Page's voice.
Well, what's the difference between 14 and 0?
Anyway, so is that your fight? Okay, gauge pressure. Anyway, I think I did a pretty good job of showing Zenix's lack of understanding of pressure differential because he clearly thinks that the shit ain't going to expand more and it's not going to go up more in pressure. He answered wrong in both scenarios. I think I just did a good job of demonstrating that. But if I'm getting on people's nerves, I apologize. I'll stop.
Brian, what's the difference?
I was going to go somewhere else. I was really going to go somewhere else with it, but I don't even have to. You already demonstrated yourself.
When you said 1 psi, I thought any container was 1 psi, like near.
Look,
so I misunderstood you.
And look, Brian, we both know that you go up in a recycled washing machine, so let's just move on.
Yeah, thank you. I second that.
You're not helping, Bandy.
I'd like to know what he's even actually heading for.
Did everybody forget how much pressure is inside a can of Coke?
Enough to go. Shh.
Yeah, enough to go. Shh, which is a lot more than 14. Yeah. Then that's a can of Coke, which is how thick? So I mean, there's a difference between expansive pressures and compressive pressures.
Listen carefully, Xanax. Listen carefully, Xanax. He's teaching you something.
I just told you there's two measurements. I was going off absolute pressure, 1 psi, and you went above ambient or above the gauge pressure. Gauge pressure of 1 psi would then be 15 psi. If you should have said if I have 15 psi in the container, what happens?
I told you gauge pressure, and you repeated the same answer, bro. Don't try and weasel out.
All right.
I'll give you the hot tip, NASA. A can of Coke looks like it's been so much better constructed than that recycled washing machine.
Actually, no. It's a very simple.
Come on. You've got to look at that thing, NASA, and just roll
30
your
years
eyes.
old.
Come on.
Yeah,
it's 30 years old, and half of it's built by Russians. Come on.
It's made of the same materials, but a can of Coke actually has a better seal.
Yeah. In the bottle?
Well, you don't have Brian, usually don't open a can of Coke and reseal it. That's the problem that they have to do up there.
So, Brian, you're absolutely right. So, if you have add 1 psi to something, the container that's sitting at ambient, and it's 15, then you got 5, that's going to be 19 psi, and the other one's even higher. Then they'll all be. Oh, I'm almost done. It's agreeing with. So you're right. Yes, there's be a higher differential pressure on the container as you go up. So you're right. Yeah, I don't know what you're getting with, but that's actually the answer. Right. I thought you were talking about a vacuum.
You guys are like a dog with a bone. God.
But he was still talking about it when you were dead time.
I wasn't even trying to be right. I was just asking you questions.
So what's the point?
Your lack of knowledge.
Tie it back to the lander or whatever you thought was going to space that had this 1 liter bag of oxygen or something.
We were talking about super special space zippers. That's what we were talking about.
Right.
So what would happen in the expanded balloons, Danik? Size-wise, the 1 psi and the expanding balloons are in the same size as the expanding, and the 5 pound. Last question, y'all. What would happen to
the 5 psi balloon? The 5 psi would be bigger. The 1 psi would be smaller. Yes, the more pressure would be in 5 psi. If it didn't, I'm covering all bases. That container would have higher pressure differential if it had 5 psi than 1. So yeah, if that's what you're asking about. Yes,
would it be 5 times bigger?
Not 5 times bigger. If it's 5 psi, it's not 5 times bigger. Then what? The 1
PSI?
No, because this is why I got derailed in the beginning. No, you have a 1 psi above ambient, so 15. Then you go to 5 psi over ambient, which is 20 or 19. So the difference is between 19 and 15. That's only a 25% increase in size. So that would be the 25% in size. So it's not 5 times because now the reason I was thinking about the vacuum because you said 1 and 5 and you're thinking 5 times. That made me think it was a vacuum of 1 psi and then 5 psi. not even close to the ambient, which is 47. You fixed that, told me it was additive to his gauge pressure. I might have missed that
Just
earlier. I
asking
think you might have
questions,
said it. I might
bro.
have missed it.
Just asking questions. So it
Okay,
wouldn't be
so you
5
got it
times
right.
bigger.
So you got it right. You got it right intuitively.
I'm not trying to get nothing right, Zanuck. I'm just
I know.
asking you questions.
I get that. I get it. So what is the point? What are you're saying that this lander, which has, or spacesuit has 3 psi in it, will start out with 3 psi and end up something more in space? No, they don't fill it in space. I mean, they don't fill it on the ground. They have the thing open. It's ambient inside, ambient outside. They zip it up. Then they release all the pressure inside the space capsule, and you go to your spacewalk. The differential pressure is only 3 psi, like a balloon, like a tough balloon or a plastic bag that you pressurized.
Okay. So you had 5 individual 1 psi instead of the 5-pounder. Then it would be 5 times the size as the one psi balloon, right?
Where's the 1 psi at? Where's
right
the 1
next to the
PSI at?
right next to its 5 twins. There'd be 5 times the size, right? 5 times the total volume up at 100,000 feet.
Brian, it's 5 psi over what it started out at sea level, right? Or is it 5 psi total?
I just changed the 5 psi and just made 5 1 individual.
If it's 5 psi inside, that means this is why I started this one, Brian. If you start,
it's just a different question, bro. You're not.
I know it is,
but
but the container. That means okay. So take the 5 psi container or balloon and bring it down to sea level. What happens to it? The structure that can't collapse.
Yeah, that wasn't the question,
right?
Bro.
It'll be an
You're
extreme
aggravating
vacuum.
people. Just hurry up and answer so we can get on with this, please. Got 5 individual 1-pound
Brian,
balloons and then one.
You're doing this on purpose.
Asking questions.
Zanuck, can you please just concede? Please. Just concede.
No, because this is fun. I enjoy this.
No, it's not fun to listen to. Come on.
I know, but it's got to be something else has to be.
Zanuck,
do you ever, it's like when the girl was asking about how far do you go at 60 miles an hour? How far do you go in an hour? And they fight about it for like an hour. This is what it's like, Brian. You're mixing up it. Now you're saying the balloon has 5 psi.
Bro, you're fighting with yourself, bro. I'm only asking questions. You're fighting with yourself, stupid.
Okay, so if you were in space and you had an ambient pressure, like both empty containers, and they both had 0 pressure, and you put 1 psi in one, 5 psi in the other, yes, the 5 psi would be large, 5 times larger, if it was able to stretch. And
I'm asking you about
and not have any resistance.
You already gave me your answers. I gave you the new question. So now instead of the 5 psi, I broke it down into 5 individuals. So now we have the one by itself, the same 1 psi one, next to 5 of its identical twins. So instead of 5 psi, now you have on the other side you have 5 1-pounds. So it'd be 5 times the volume, right? The 5 compared to the 1, right?
No, because it depends on what the force of the container is to make it stretch out to be larger. Is it a balloon? It might take some certain amount of pressure to make it larger.
They're all identical.
Is the pressure inside?
5 on one side, 1 on the other.
You're assuming that for every 1 psi I add, I have 5 times the mass. And that doesn't
Not
make a lot of
assuming
sense.
nothing. I'm just giving you the scenario. They're all identical. 5 on one side, 1 on the other.
Okay, so let's say we have a really like those really loose like the ones that you have the cleaning plastic bags. So the volume of that bag with 1 psi would be some size, but it still would be stretched, even if it was a thin material. You can't make it 5 psi without it stretching, and the stretching has a force associated with it. So the density would have to change. So I can't tell you that it would be 5. So I can't tell you that the basic gas laws here. Bring them up. If it says volume of that container, if it's restricted, by 5 times, like a fifth of it, then it would be the pressure would have to go up 5 times.
But this is
it's not a balloon. Balloons in a way.
What selfish? Let me respond.
If I have a 1 psi container and I make it 1/5 the size, pressure. How about that?
All right, so this is sophistry when he starts bringing in variables that don't matter. He starts telling me I'm right or I was wrong when I'm not even fucking. All I'm doing is literally asking this dude questions. and literally when you don't have the answer, you start spitting out bullshit.
I do, because you're talking about balloons.
I don't know why you're interrupting me, because I'm making my final point. My final point is, if you care to answer the question one last time, the exact question is it's about the volume. So if we have 6 identical balloons, one on one side that's same size, 1 psi at ground level, and then 5 on the other side, identical to the first one, and they're all 1 psi each at the ground level, and then they go up. The 5 and the 1 is what's the volume going to? Is it going to be 5 to 1?
No. Now we're going back to the sea level again. See, Brian? See, now it's 14.1, 14 plus 1, and 14
I rest my
plus
case.
5. Does anyone know?
All right.
If you have a balloon on the ground level and you add 1 psi to it, you have 15.7 psi. And the other balloon would be...
It wouldn't be a twin then, would it, Zanuck? It wouldn't be identical, would it?
No, it'd be 20% larger.
Okay, so the 5, so we have 6 that are all identical in every way. And they're identical in their position at the ground level. Okay, and we put 1 psi in every one of them, and we weigh it off just perfect. And they're all in the same exact container, whoever, it doesn't matter what kind. It's just, it doesn't, we send them up, 5 on one side and 1 on the other. All of them are identical. So the 1 psi on the one side is not going to be less by 5 times, because you have 5 more of them on the other side. Should be 5 times more volume, right?
God, Brian, seriously? Brian, again.
Seriously.
Ground level. No, okay, I'm going to walk you through it. You just said, I don't know if this 5 times as many balloons. It's confusing me. Whatever number of balloons.
Don't just answer the question. Don't walk me through it. It's a simple question.
I already thought I did. So the one balloon that had 1 psi added to it would have 15.7 psi. It would have a 15.7 psi differential at altitude at 100,000 feet.
Not asking all that, bro.
Hold on. Let me just finish. Maybe the other balloon had 5 psi in it, so it has a 19.7 psi.
What balloon has 5 psi, bro? What balloon has 5 psi? I thought I made it crystal fucking clear that they're all identical.
So one had 1 psi,
way.
One had 5
in
psi.
In every way, that there's 5 identical fucking twins.
You said one had 1 psi, one had 5 psi. No?
No, 5 of them on one side, identical to the one. You know what I said, dummy. Don't play stupid.
5 identical balloons. Okay. And what?
Identical twins.
Okay. 5 balloons with 1 psi in them.
And so then one with 1 psi.
And one has 1 psi?
I don't care about the totals, bro. I want to know the freaking comparison. Is the one?
If you
they're all the
stop
same.
talking over me, just listen to my question. You have 5 balloons with 1 psi. Do you see the problem here, Brian? I'm just asking.
How do you know the questions? How do you know the question?
I can't. I don't have the answer. You're not answering.
Well, let me tell you the question.
5 balloons with 1 psi. Is that what you said? 5 identical balloons.
Guys, you have been looping on the exact same thing for at least 12 minutes now.
Gio, can you help me out with this, man?
It's just the same stuff in circles. It's not even, I don't even know what it is. It's a conversation.
Neither do I.
Dude, but anybody would know, though. It's a pretty simple question, Would everybody at least with that?
Okay. Brian, can you just answer my simple question? Is there 5 balloons with 1 psi in it?
Why don't you guys just sum up quickly and then we can get on this.
All right. Brian,
I'm enjoying exposing this dude, man. Y'all ain't really exposing this very simple question.
Everyone knows.
Well, maybe someone else. You're not kind of giving any room for anyone else to.
Okay, I'll step back.
Wait.
I'll step back, man.
Ryan, I just want to reflect to you. I'm trying to make sure I understand.
I made it crystal clear. I'm not going to repeat it.
You didn't.
Well, I mean, it's fine if you guys wanted to have a bit of a one-on-one, but it's just looping. It's not.
I know, Gio. Just let him answer the question, then I'll be done. Seriously, if you answer the question, Brian, I'll be completely over with.
Yeah,
just
I've made it crystal clear.
No, it's not.
Obviously,
it's not crystal clear, Brian.
They're all identical, Zanuck. Shut up if you want me to ask it again.
How many?
They're all identical.
5? You said 5.
5 and 1. 5 and 1. 5 and 1. All identical in every way.
What does that mean, 5 and 1? What do you mean 5 and 1?
5 on one side, 1 on the other.
Why is it on one side or the other? What does that even mean? Get 5 balloons on one side, 5 on the other.
Shut up and go on mute. You can't comprehend what does that mean on one side and 1 on the other. Just shut up.
Do they all have 1 psi in it?
I think he literally is. This is literally is his smart.
Do they all
he's
have
not
1
reading
psi in it? Brian, do they all have 1 psi?
I'm not repeating a simple question. Just drop it,
It's
Xanax.
not
I'm
simple
gonna-
because nobody understands what the
Brian,
fuck you're talking about.
It kind of seems like you're trolling him because you're not really saying the point. You're trying to get him in a gotcha. Now you're just going into ad homs and trying to.
Bro! Okay, I'm sorry I'm coming across like that. I did have a
Settle
final
down.
point I was going to make, but here's my point. I'm just trying to get him to acknowledge that 5 identical balloons is going to be 5 times the amount of gas. Okay, 5 identical twins. He won't acknowledge. He said, no, it won't be 5 times as much gas. And
I
he
didn't
started
say that. I
explaining all this
didn't know
horse
what you're
shit.
asking for. Yes, 5 balloons of 1 psi each is 5 times the gas. Is that what you're saying?
Then the
Yes,
one
they're
with
both,
1
if they're
psi.
all identical balloons and they all have 1 psi in it, they are 5 times the gas, Brian. Yes.
Okay, now, so if I have 5 in a container that can expand just like the other ones, and I took all the 5 and dumped them in a ever expandable balloon, now all of a sudden it's not going to be 5 times as much gas.
Is the balloon bigger?
It's ever expanding.
If it's 5 times
much
as
it
large?
needs to.
If it's 5
as
times as
big
large,
as it
it'll
needs
still
to be,
one
bro.
big- Oh my God, Brian! You
It's a
seem like you're
volume
obsessed.
question, bro. It's a volume
Obsessed.
question. I'm not going to tell you
Is
the
your
volume.
head spinning around? Listen, Brian. 5 times the containers, 1 psi. 5 times as large will still have 1 psi, but 5 times as much gas in it. All still 1
Okay.
psi.
So it won't be 5 times the volume if we put it all in one expandable container. Thank you.
Yes, 5 times the volume.
That's all I needed to hear, Xanax.
Well, just to get it clear, it's 5 times the volume because it's not like you said it wasn't 5 times the volume. What was it, Steve?
Yeah,
Well,
Brian.
no, because he was talking about something else.
5 psi and a balloon that can expand to infinite volumes. And he doesn't want to concede that he's wrong, that it will expand. It's 5 times as more.
No,
and so I
because
tried to break it down by splitting it up to give him the concept. I was trying to give him the concept by dividing it down.
Remember,
still didn't get it.
Hold on. Remember, the 1 psi in any container at sea level, because you said at ground level, means it has absolute pressure of 15.7. And when it goes to altitude, there's a 15.7 change in pressure between the outside of the walls and the inside of the balloon. If you have a 5 psi balloon, that'll be 5 psi more, but it's only 20% greater size because it's only 20% roughly increase in gas volume, in mass. So no, that's where you're being misled. That's where you're using your analogy comparison to these 5 balloons incorrectly.
Good to know. Good to know.
Do you get it? I mean, I'm trying to work with you, Brian,
I get what you just said. Nobody said anything about any of that. I just thought I made it clear, but apparently I didn't. I apologize for not making it crystal clear that these balloons in the one scenario are ever expanding, infinite expansion, and if you have 5 psi at the ground, okay, and then 1 psi, so 2 different sizes. What you said is it would be 13 and 9. So you said the one with the 1 psi was going to be more psi up high, and then when I separated it, I finally got you to concede, or give the right answer after just holding your hand that 5 identical balloons to the one, there's 6 in total, would be 5 times the volume. So this question is about volume, and so then the final one is
not what I said at all. I corrected myself in knowing that you were not talking about gauge pressure. I was thinking you were talking about absolute pressure. You're talking about gauge pressure. Gauge pressure. Brian, don't talk over me for a second, please. You were talking about, you said it very clearly later, gauge pressures. Then I changed the story and said, okay, 14.7 plus the 1 is 15.
How's the pressure going to change if it's ever expanding container?
What do you mean ever expanding container?
If it's an ever expanding container could expand to infinite size, how would the pressure change, Danik?
Right.
Is it this ever expanding container keeping the force constant?
We need to put a new record on.
Right. That's what I was asking.
I know, right?
Right.
Just take the record and chuck it in the frisbee it.
Wait,
you're still not getting
expansion, right?
He's going back and forth between absolute pressure and gauge pressure, and he thinks.
Now, I've never said absolute pressure ever, even.
I know
once.
you didn't say anything. I'm telling you, either.
I said gauge pressure, bro.
Yeah, well, I was interpreting by what you were saying that you were talking about absolute pressure because you said we had
This
1
is
psi
literally
and
starting to
5
annoy
psi
me
would be
now,
5
so I know
times
how
the
y'all
size.
feel, bro. Let's just
Because you
drop it,
said it'd
man.
be 5 times the size, I assume because you said 5 times the size, we're talking about 1 psi and a 5 psi container. That's 5
Right, yeah.
times, but that's not
So
what gauge
I'll
pressure
just end it
would
with
tell
this,
you.
Danik. I'll end it with this.
Gauge pressure. Just
Can a
stop talking
balloon
for a second.
with infinite
Stop talking for a
expansion
second.
can it change in pressure by going up high? If it has infinite elasticity, it's ever expanding to infinity. In other words, it'll never explode. It's got infinite expansion qualities. And can the pressure change from sea level to 100,000 feet? Okay, no matter what the pressure is, if it can keep on expanding, will the pressure change?
Depends on the rate
If
of
you want,
pressure exchange.
no, it depends on the volume. If it can make if it can keep on matching the change in pressure with volume, then no, pressure will stay the same.
That's why I said it depends on the exchange. If there's more pressure added to the system than the expansion vacuums out, then yes, you could add. But if not, then no.
So now the one with the 5 pounds of pressure next to the one with the 1 pound of pressure. Okay. So would it be 5 if it's they're an ever expanding same material, hadn't changed, not once in this example. So would it be 5 times the size, the 5 psi?
No, that's
would it be
why.
5 times
That's what I'm
larger than the 1 psi if it's an ever expanding if it's an ever expanding material?
Let me explain why, Brian. Again, and I'm sounding like Travis again. Listen, you start out with 1 psi over ambient. That means you have 15.7 psi in that one container balloon, whatever you want to call it. Another container balloon has ambient plus 5 psi.
You just said that the pressure won't change.
Please let me finish, Brian.
It just literally said the pressure won't change if it can expand.
Brian, it won't change if the volume
finish,
changes.
Brian. Come on.
He won't let me finish. So you got one container, balloon, plexiglass, Tupperware, whatever you want to call it. It's got ambient pressure plus 1 psi. You said that's gauge pressure. The other balloon container, Tupperware, whatever, has got ambient pressure 14.7 plus 5 psi. So it's got about 19 psi in it, absolute pressure. When it gets to 100,000 feet, when the outside is 0, you got one that's 19 and one that's 15. So it's roughly 20% greater, 5%. It's not 5 times, because 5 times would be related if actually the container was 1 psi.
Yeah, kind of what I was thinking.
And the other was 5 psi, and there was no that was in a container
not
inside
scaling properly.
So the pressure will go up, even though it's ever expanding material can expand to infinity. So now you're saying the pressure will go up.
The pressure, the pressure inside the container is not going up. If it's ever expanding, it'll stay constant. Because you told me that this is an ever expanding, infinitely elastic container. So we're going to maintain whatever's in that container. It'll stay at 14.7 psi.
So if it can expand freely, it won't be 5 times as much. If it can expand freely to infinity, it won't be 5 times the size.
Why would it be
the volume?
Why would it be 5 times? You've only
because it's 5 times more.
No, it's not 5 times more. That's the point. It's going 15 to 19. It's only 25% more.
So if I have a 1 psi and I'm asking the same question. If I have 1 psi and an ever expanding balloon that can expand to infinity, you're telling me that the pressure will change at 100,000 feet. Are you going to stick with your old answer or give me a new one?
No, we changed the answer to your absolute, your gauge pressure change. You may have not said anything other than that, but I interpreted it as absolute. We changed it to gauge pressure, and the change in pressure will be 20%, or the volume will increase 20%.
Okay, and the one balloon
over the 1 psi.
Even though it can expand, so it'll expand and the pressure will go up. That's what you're saying.
Well, it depends on how this infinitely expand. Is this infinitely expanding going to change the volume proportional to the pressure? I mean, we don't know the elasticity rating of this container you're talking about.
Yes, you do, because I've clearly said it expands to infinity, over and over and over.
So at what rate? But at what rate? At what rate does it expand?
Now, who's controlling?
Why not just keep the container the same size and just talk about the pressure inside? That way you get a better. Then you can play with the size of the container later on, like.
I tried to do the pressure one with the non-expandable, but dude, you went off
That's
so
a better
far in the
example.
weeds. It gave me a
No, it wasn't.
headache. So I
What you're
figured I'd
talking
just
about.
make it simple and watch
No,
you
that's not
dance
simple. It's
around.
even more complicated. Now you have the pressure forces of which this
It's
container
very
would
simple,
expand.
bro. The pressure's not going to change if it can expand. It's going to stay proportional. It's going to expand
Now,
and keep on expanding at 1 psi if it's an infinite expanding material.
great. So then the answer still stands. It will be 25% larger. Do you understand why?
I understand that you're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not at all. I just got done telling you that
Yeah.
5 psi, 1 psi is not a 5-to-1 ratio of the pressure in those containers. It's 15 psi to 19 psi, 20% in change in pressure. So you're confused on absolute. Again, as the words of Travis, confused about those two terms, what they actually mean. You've given me the scenario. I totally understand it, and you're reading it incorrectly, Ryan.
If they're in the same container, okay, if they're in the same container, then 5 psi basically is going to be 5 times the amount. If it could just keep
Ryan, are you not
expanding.
listening to me?
The way I was thinking
Did
of
you
it.
not listen? Did you not listen to what I said?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
The 1 psi is really 15 psi. The 5 psi container is really 19 psi. That's the max pressure they're going to act on. You have zero outside. That's a 20% change in pressure or a 20% change in size and volume. I can't make it any more clearer than that.
Okay, so that's your final answer. Fine, let's
That's
move
my
on.
final
Then.
answer. That's the correct answer. It's simple math. It's not. You're just forgetting. You're making a simple, very critical mistake in thinking that 1 psi to 5 psi is the pressure, is the absolute pressure. It's not. The absolute
You
pressure
forgot
is
about the
15.
expansion, though, Zanuck. If it's 5 times as much gas at the ground, because the container's going to expand to whatever.
It's not
till I
5
get to
times
5.
as much. When
Yes,
you
it
add
is
5,
because it's expanding.
no, Brian. When you add 5 psi to 15, you have 20, right? When you add 5 psi to 1 psi to 15, you get 16, rounding up. So you get 15 versus 20. The change you made at ground level was not 5 times difference. It was only 25% more air
Yes,
in
it
that.
was, because that's how I asked the question. That's how I stated it. That's how I started
No,
the
I mean,
question.
everybody
How
here
are you
listening
changing?
probably
So now you're literally trying to change my question.
I'm not changing your question. Just because you have 5 psi added versus 1 psi added doesn't mean there's 5 times
Bro,
more
if I
air
have
in that
5
container.
twins, and then add them to an ever-expanding balloon, bro, if I add them 5 twins to one balloon that's ever-expanding, how all of a sudden is it not 5 times as much, bro?
Bro,
that doesn't even make sense.
you're not making any sense to yourself. And I can address that if you
well,
like.
maybe I'm not. If I'm not, I apologize, because I thought it was
Brian,
crystal clear.
you have to release the things you think are true. Go back to the absolute pressure. What is the absolute pressure of that balloon on the ground? Absolute.
The absolute pressure is the 6 twins is 1 psi, and then
No,
then we
not the
take the
absolute
5.
pressure.
Then we take the 5 and put it into a container to 5 psi, and then give it ever expanding qualities.
That's where you're making the error, Brian.
That's just a question, bro. How's the error if it's a question
Brian,
I'm giving you?
You're ignoring absolute pressure means you take the 14.7 and add it to the 1. You
Bro,
just can't take the 1.
I'm also ignoring the fact that ever expanding to infinity material doesn't exist. It's just a question
Oh,
to see
then
if
leave
you
it
can
out.
answer it correctly.
Pick whatever container you want. Pick whatever container you want, Brian. Just think about it for a second before you talk. You got a container. Go back. Forget about the ever-expanding magic containers. Just say Tupperware. I got a Tupperware container.
Leave it to Zanuck. If you don't make claims, he'll sit there and just tell you
No,
you're
but you're
asking your
trying to make it
question
simple
wrong.
and you made it even harder because the elasticity of a container, we already talked about what it would be, Gavin, Ryan. So
Your question is wrong.
My question's
Sorry, I'll work
wrong?
on my questions. I'll work on my questions, man.
Brian, you got a container. You got absolute pressure of 15 psi in a container. The gauge says 0. Do you agree?
That's not the question, bro. I mean, I thought you understood that I broke the 5 down into 5 1-pound containers that are identical, and then added them all back together. I thought you understood that.
Those
I really
1 pound
did.
containers.
So it's
Those
a
1
hypothetical.
PSI container. Those 1 PSI container. Is that gauge pressure at the surface of the Earth?
Why do you keep asking me that, bro? I keep saying it
Because
over
it's
and over and over.
important.
That I'll
It's a
never mention
critical
absolute
question.
pressure. No, it's not. It's you. It's you and your
Brian,
sophistry.
Brian, it's not sophistry. Brian, it's not anything but
Just trying to complicate shit for no reason, bro.
Brian, is it gauge pressure, that 1 PSI at the surface of the Earth? For that small container?
Danik, just give it up, bro. Okay, let's
Just say yes or
move
no.
on. We're annoying people, bro, and you don't care at all, do you? You
Brian,
literally don't care.
simple question. You have to tell us what you're measuring, what values you're talking about, because we have no idea. I can't read your mind, obviously. So is it gauge pressure?
Okay, one last time. Let me clarify it a little bit better, okay? So we took the 5 and the 1, okay? First it was 5 pounds in one and 1 in the other on one side, and then 5, so we had 2 in total, 5 pound and a 1 pound PSI, okay? So then we broke it down, okay? Let me finish. Then we broke it down into 5 individual 1 PSI. We took the big one and just broke it down hypothetically into 5 1 PSI, which is just like identical to the first one. Okay. Then we added them back together into a container to 5 PSI on the ground, five times as much gas. It's a hypothetical question, and with a hypothetical material that can expand to infinity. So it's 5 times as much gas. The 5 is just to give you something to go by to start. Okay, but basically, I thought I made it clear. Maybe I didn't. That it's 5 times as much gas at the ground. But so basically, I added them all together and put it in material that can expand to infinity.
Okay, fine. Is the container 5 times larger, Brian?
It's whatever size it needs to be. It's a comparison question. It's a
It'd be the
differential
same size. If it was 5 times the gas, it'd be 5 for numbers. But you have a major flaw that I'll talk about in 1 second. But if you have your 5 psi broken into 1 psi containers, is that 1 psi?
Hypothetical, Danik. I'm not trying to be right or wrong.
I know. It's hypothetical. Is the 1 psi gauge pressure or absolute pressure? Simple question. And it means all the difference.
Why do you keep saying absolute pressure, dude? You're a donkey if you say absolute pressure ever again in your life to me in this conversation. If not, you're a regular man. Never mention absolute pressure. Never will, bro. It's a hypothetical.
So how do you measure the 1 psi?
You don't. You just answer the question. You don't measure it. You just look at the size of it, basically, and you know that the other one's 5 times more to start with. That's all you know. We separated it, then you knew we added it back together. You don't need to think past that. You just need to think that once it lifts, it's 5 times more gas.
Now you're going back to where I started. Okay, this is kind of funny because now you're going back to both those being a.
Well, I didn't mean to. I thought I was being clear.
One has a 1. So now you brought me back to the beginning before I corrected it, spoke your language, I thought. Now you're going back to what I originally assumed, which is the vacuum, 1 psi vacuum, not 14.7, 1 psi, and the other one's 5 psi. Well, as you bring those containers up to the altitude, yes, one would be 5 times larger than the other because they were close to vacuums at the surface.
Okay, so now
wouldn't be filling any balloon because, pardon me.
Now we take the container, okay, that now we whatever size it is doesn't matter right at this point. Doesn't matter.
You're totally right.
But we change the material where it can't expand at all. No, so now you're with me. Now you're with me 100%. This is the absolute final question. So now we spray some shit on the materials at what the size that they are. It's 5 times more gas. Now we spray material where the shit can't expand at all and will never burst. And we raise it up to 100,000 feet. The 5 times more. That's 5 psi for whatever size it needs to be at that point. And then the 1 psi on the other side for whatever size it needs to be to make it 1/5 of the gas. So we raise it up to 100,000 feet. Now, in comparison to each other, okay, what's the pressure for each individual one? I guess I'll ask it like that.
Oh my God.
Gauge pressure. Gauge pressure.
So Brian, they started out at 1 psi, and then one starts at 5 psi, and it goes to 100,000 feet. The outside pressure is 0. That means one baggie or one container has a 1 psi differential. The other one has a 5 psi differential. So if they're the same size containers, it stands to reason that the 5 psi would have 5 times more mass and 5 times more air inside of it, but they both be the same size, and it'd have 5 times more pressure.
Very
so
good.
Back to the Giorgio he was like,
if you said that to begin with, I could have gotten to my point that I was trying to get to. So my point I was really trying to get to was the fact that the 1 pound, so that 1 psi that we started with turned into 14.7. I was going to say, how could they breathe in a lunar rover that's not expanding if all they put in was like a liter, or let's say just enough gas to make it 1 psi? In other words, it wouldn't be enough air to breathe. It's the same thing. It's like you couldn't fill it up like an airplane, like 14.7 at the ground, and then blast off into the vacuum, because then you'd wind up with way more pressure than that. So in other words, it's all about a differential. So in my opinion, there wouldn't be enough gas.
Airliners fly around at altitudes that are about 5 psi, and they pressurize the cabin to be about 7 to 8,000 feet. So it's roughly about 12 psi or 11 psi, maybe call it 10 psi. So you got 5 psi differential between the outside of the airplane and the inside of the aircraft. About 5 psi differential. So that's where that comes from.
Does the size of the vacuum around it make a difference?
Yeah, the walls would have to support the structure. So if you go up to space with a liner, now you have 10 psi inside and 10 and you're supporting 10 psi. Now, the space station, allegedly the space station, real, not, it's gonna have to support 14.7 because they basically give you 14.7 pressure differential between the outside, which is 0, and inside, which is 14.7. Airliners are 10 and the outside is 5, so it's about half, a little less than half of the pressure differential. So they structure it to. I suppose
I'm good with
you
that,
can handle it.
but it barely took any gas to get it up to 14.7 though. At the space station, all they had to do is add a tiny bit to get it up to 14.7 because the differential, right?
They have to add 1 time the volume to get 14.7.
You will agree though, in a closed container like ISS or the module are fairly mostly closed, that different amounts of gas will give different psi. In other words, it's not going to be the same as it is like at 50,000 feet or at sea level. In other words, a small amount of gas is all it's going to take to get it up to 14.7, right? It ain't the same as much air on Earth getting it up to 14.7. It's all about the differential, right?
Yeah, no, you have to have the same amount of gas, the same exact volume of gas that mass of gas that would need to create 14.7 you would need in space as well.
Really? So if we were 14.7 gauge pressure at the ground, and we'd be 14.7 gauge pressure in low Earth orbit?
Absolute pressure, Brian.
You're not 14.7 gauge pressure on the 0 pressure on the.
All right, fair enough. Okay, so we're 0. We're basically ambient. Now I'll allow you to say absolute pressure because we're. All right, you're no longer a donkey if you say absolute pressure. I'm just kidding. But so now
I was trying to help you understand it, Ryan.
No, I did understand it. I was trying to not confuse you with it. Now, apparently, wasn't doing a very good job.
Are you kidding me right now?
It was a question. Yeah, I was trying not to confuse
you.
You with my question.
You had a lot of examples that didn't make.
I was trying to. Patient. A lot of people, we would have got there a lot sooner, Zanik. In fact, probably almost anybody else in the world, I could have got there a little faster.
I've heard your conversations before. They're no different than with me.
Anyway, so it doesn't take less gas, so if we had 1 psi gauge pressure at the ground, okay, then that's the same amount of gas as it would be in low Earth orbit.
If you have 1 psi in the space station and you want to have 14.7, you'd have to multiply whatever gas is in there by 14 to get that much pressure in there. Proportional. The volume.
Hey, how did anybody ever prove that that it's 14.7 around us? Like, is that just because I remember that was going around for a while because that was interesting. Gas is a funny thing. If people people don't think it's a funny thing. Like
that funny. Not that funny.
Well,
You're funny.
dude, the freaking no, hold on, the balloon and freaking liquid nitrogen, and we watch a whole balloon just completely deflate, and then it warms back up in like 20 seconds and reinflates. So we've got a balloon full of air. We know that all that air is inside the balloon, yet it's completely flat. It just completely deflated. I'm not talking about a little bit. It completely deflated, and then warms back up and reinflates right in front of your eyes. That's pretty cool.
The molecules moving as fast, they stop banging against the sides of the balloon, so it collapses. Warms back up, it expands the balloon again. That's
right. So we could have pressure up there where it's cold, up at extreme heights. Let's say like 120,000 feet or something, where it starts getting super cold, way in the negatives. And so basically, you could kind of picture that. Hold on, you could picture that balloon in your head. So the air's still up there, and it's just colder. And so it's filling up less space, it's going to read less pressure, but it's still up there. So it's going to be harder to breathe, but it's not any denser or less dense. It's just pressure. It's still up there.
No,
it's taking up less space.
Way ahead of yourself, Brian. You're right. You get the air really cold inside the space. Let's see how the heating system stopped. We got behind the back of the moon. It stopped, and it was in the shade, and it started getting freezing, like negative 250
Hey guys,
the air
at this point,
and you would have. Let me answer the question real quick. So I give it a little bit of thought. So the air would get very cold, and the pressure would drop. It might drop down to 10 psi or lower. Who knows? I mean, you got it's. You look at the charts on what pressure would change for volume only on temperature alone. Also following gas law. Nothing
You're robotic, Zanuck.
Surprising there. Nothing surprising there. Temperature will change the pressure. Volume will change the pressure. I mean, you have 4 or 5, three basic laws to look at.
Gears, dude. For the sake of the room, you guys have been completely just dominating the mic here for the last hour.
It's been that long? It has been. Jeez. Right.
I see Ruhif's in the house, and I don't know if if you're at your mic, but I know that you guys were going to pick up on something last night. What's up, Ruhif?
Hey, I think we finished it last night, didn't we?
Not exactly, Ruhif.
Hey,
I think you said I need to change the levels. Hey?
Before you have to feed the dogs, Rui, and run away.
2 hours and 15 minutes till feeding dogs, but 20 minutes until feeding children.
Oh, God. All right, so just be warned, he's already get the excuse out there already, so get him on the ropes quickly. Get him on the ropes quickly.
Ruhif, did you see this debate thing that they did on Jaren's channel?
No, I know there's a fight between Oakley and Jaren, but I don't really know much about it.
No. This was they debated a master's in physics guy, and then it was like 4 of them, I guess. I've only watched parts of it. I was actually just skimming through it, which is why I brought it up, because I was just kind of flipping through.
I think it was Zanuck. That's Zanuck's real face for the voice changer.
That's Zanuck without the voice changer.
Oh, really?
No, that's Zanuck's real face with that's Zanuck's real face with a voice changer.
What did you think of it, Gio? Bits you've seen.
Yeah, I've only seen parts of it.
4 hours, 20 minutes. Fuck.
I could tell by the interrupting, man. And I forgot to make that final point. I'll drop the mic, but I wanted to say if we just open the hatch and let regular air in, it's 14.7. That amount of air, once we get to the ISS and low Earth orbit, will be way more than 14.7 psi. They'd have to let air out, so it wouldn't be as much.
Why
air.
did he say that? Why would you say that?
Final conclusion is this: it wouldn't be as much air
Brian,
as on the ground.
Why would you say that?
No,
why would you say that?
Zanuck, don't, please.
I have to. It's like a moth to the flame. I can't help myself.
Please.
I can't help myself.
No, Zanuck, seriously.
Yeah, Zanuck, we know you can't help yourself. And Gio has asked you to step away from this.
Because he does it so honestly. Okay, the ISS has a and it starts going lower. What happens to the air?
I got to post something in the chat. 1 second.
How you doing, Ruhif?
I'm going to post a couple.
Lovely.
Brian, I'm going to help you with a couple gas laws. And you can.
I'm just fucking with you, dude. I'm fucking with you, man.
Charles, Okay.
About
Charles
the
Law.
absolute pressure thing, dude. I was just fucking with you, bro. I was fucking with everybody, really. I know it. I understand exactly what you said.
That was a
before.
1 hour joke.
No. I was serious about the combining the 5 earlier. You didn't
The
comprehend
patch was a joke.
it up and adding it together and making. I was trying everything to get you to comprehend that that more air, more space.
You got me to comprehend.
Let's not do it. Let's not do it, Zanny. We got Ruif and let's.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure what DP wants to talk about. Like, I thought we finished it in 10 seconds last night.
Last night? I didn't speak to you last night, Ruhif.
No.
Night before then, whatever. 24 hours ago?
Yeah,
No,
they were on about that Falcon 9 rocket thing, and then you popped in, and then we were gonna kind of transfer the topic a bit, and then you basically left the room, and then you said you'd be right back, but I don't know if you ever came back.
Oh,
do you remember
yeah, sorry.
Do you remember
we talked?
Ruhif? Do you remember you trolled me because I had a phone call?
Yes, I did.
And you hung around to wait until I got back from my phone call.
Yeah.
And then I got not even 3 words into a sentence, and you said you got to feed the dogs.
Yes. How good was that?
Do you remember that? Yeah. Can you remember the point I was making when you trolled me?
No, actually. What was it?
No, that's
usually not on the mind when trolling, I guess.
Yeah, I wasn't really listening.
Well, you know, it's kind of standard for Ruhif as well that he can't remember the topic when he comes back to a conversation.
Talk about so many topics here, though.
True. Yeah.
Do you want a little reminder? It was about your picture with the sunset behind the. Was it a mountain on the horizon?
Play with the levels.
Yes, exactly. I want you to be intellectually honest with that picture, Ruhif.
Right. And what was my response?
I gotta go feed the dogs.
Exactly. Thank you, Gio.
Yesterday. So 24 hours ago, I said I'm not going to play with the levels. I don't think that could ever possibly change the size of the sun noticeably.
Well, Ruhif, that picture is subject to glare. That the sun is that picture. The sun is subject to magnification due to the atmosphere. What you need is a true image. So you either need a infrared, an IR picture, which cuts through all the shit, or you need to play around with that picture. Drop out the hue, the saturation, play with the levels. You need to do all of that, Ruhif.
Number 1, subject to glare. No, it's not. That was the whole point of analysing
That's your
the photo.
claim. That's your claim, Ruhif. That's just a claim.
The angular size of the sun, 0.53 degrees, and I measured that in the photo, which means no glare.
Ruhif, I don't care. That photograph is a standard photograph. You need to take that through Photoshop. You need to drop the levels out. You need to play with the hue, the saturation, and you need to look at how that photograph changes and what becomes apparent through doing those processes.
And my answer is no, I don't. Feel free to do it yourself, though, DP. And you can call me dishonest or whatever. I don't care.
Which image? I don't. Where is this?
I just posted it just then.
Oh.
Yeah. So I did some analysis on it to show that the width of the sun is 0.53 degrees. Therefore, no glare.
Yeah. That is a useless analogy, Ruhif. You are intellectually dishonest.
Wait, so you're saying there is glare in it? Well, who's saying there's? I mean, the other guy's saying
there's no glare in that photo.
I didn't say there's no glare, Ruhif. You need to prove that there's no glare.
I have.
What, by an angular measurement? How does that prove that there's no glare in the picture?
Because the sun is always 0.53 degrees of angular size.
Well, if you're so sure with what you're saying, Ruhif, take it through Photoshop. Drop out the hue, the saturation. Prove me wrong.
I'm not going to because it's a waste of time. Feel free to do it, though. I'm not wasting my time on that because I know it won't change.
Well, you're just being intellectually dishonest then, Ruhif, as far as I'm concerned.
That's your opinion, DP. That's fine.
those photographs, right? They're just a representation, and you can play with the levels with Photoshop or an equivalent package.
Yeah. This
And
is a weird
the
argument.
photographs do change, or what you can see in the photograph does change when you play with the levels, the hue, the saturation.
Go and play with the levels and prove me wrong, DP.
Rohith, I
I'm
know
not
you're
gonna
not
waste my time.
capable. I know you're not capable of using Photoshop, right? This is
Well,
your
I am.
limitation. You have deep pockets. If you can't do it yourself, pay somebody to do it.
I'm not doing it because it's a waste of time. If you want to do
That's
it,
your
feel
opinion,
free. You will have the joy of proving me wrong, won't you? The absolute joy of it.
If you had any confidence in the picture you've presented as a proof of your argument, you would have the joy in proving me wrong. So go and do it, Rohith.
I'm not going to do it.
Well,
this is what I settled last night, right? I said I'm not going to do it. Feel free to do it.
Rohith, right? If you take any photograph, any at all, doesn't matter what it's of, if you play with the levels, what is visible in that photograph changes. It's going to be the same with your photograph.
Please demonstrate it. Thanks,
If
Brian.
you're
I'll check it
intellectually
out.
honest, Ruhif, you would present the true image, not the JPEG image, which is what you've got there. That's not a true image. If you were intellectually honest, you would have presented in the first place the true image, not the JPEG image.
What's wrong with the JPEG? What's wrong with the
I don't have the
JPEG?
JPEG. This is not my photo.
What would be wrong with it anyway? I mean, what are you asking?
Oh, he's just asked me to waste time, and I'm just not going to do it.
I know.
Well, if you consider that a waste of, if you consider being intellectually honest, Zanik, step back, for fuck's sake. You've just had the mic for over an hour.
Let me say one thing. What if we take
Zanik,
the Chicago?
step the fuck
hold on,
back.
let me say one thing. Hold on. What if we take the Chicago sense of it? We can know these buildings, see the size of the sun, know the distance between the buildings, and get an angular size verification of the sun over Chicago. Then you have like actual, and see that it still is 0.0. I mean,
So
0.5.
why are you obfuscating with a picture that we're not talking about,
Well,
Zanik?
if I could pull it up for you, I would, and I will actually. But you're having a good time already. But it's pretty easy to verify that that's the angular by having reference points like a city setting, and you know the buildings and how far apart they are. You can say, well, and how far away you are. You can say that's the angular size of the sun, and it will still be 0.5 degrees.
I did a video
Rohith,
on
I've got a
Canagoo.
question. Rohith, I've got a question for you. Just a quick one. Just a quick yes or no. Does the atmosphere magnify
If
whatever
you're talking
is?
making something bigger in all directions, no. It will stretch vertically or compress vertically.
Now, this
There's
picture
no
that
noticeable sideways.
this picture that I presented yesterday, was it yesterday, Travis? Of the picture of the pier? Is Travis in the room? No, he's not.
No, he's not.
I don't think he's here, but yeah, I think it was. I remember it being last night.
The picture of the pier. Now, that was magnified in all directions.
Oh, he's just got the focal length wrong.
Always an excuse, Ruhith.
Yes. There's no mechanism for things to be magnified side to side, left to right. It just doesn't happen. Yeah.
Really?
Yes. Our atmosphere is gradiated vertically.
So have I really got to prove you wrong on this, Ruhith?
Yeah, I disagree. I agree. I
You got 9
disagree with
minutes.
Ruben. You look at every picture that has this kind of refraction that shows like a obstruction. You could see shit in the distance, especially like if it's two of the same ship or same wind turbines. You could see that's always present in the bridge. You could see there's it doesn't get smaller in the distance. That's one thing they all have in common. The ones that show the apparent obstruction, they all barely shrink off into the distance, man. Like if it's pillars on a bridge, you'll
That's
see off in the
perspective.
distance, they'll maintain size. Same thing with the windmills. off of the distance. I'm not talking about the first one in the picture. That's compared to the last one. I'm talking about right where the curvature, the apparent curvature starts. At that point to the,
That's perspective.
the picture, so it's got to be magnifying.
No, it's not. It's perspective. It's. I don't know if it's technically called foreshortening, but basically, things in a distance, right? The farther they are, right? In order for it's double the distance, half the size, right? So if something is 100 miles away and then something is 101 miles away, it's not going to be half the size. It's only going to be like
right. I understand that.
Yeah, so that's why
all the windmills. Hold on, all the windmills are a certain distance apart, so they should all be shrinking equally.
Brian, are you
What?
on speed? You can't stop fucking talking, man. You and Zanuck have just had the floor for over an hour.
I'll shut up, bro. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Well,
Man.
let me answer Brian's question.
I agree with you, man.
We answer
Yeah, I
Brian's
know you're
thing, though,
trying to agree with me, Brian, but let somebody else.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Floor,
My
yeah.
bad, man.
I want to real fast tackle Brian's thing, though. He's saying that they're all equal distance apart, or whatever, right? But that's fine. But once again, you're viewing these things at a far distance, right? Let's just say, for example, 10 miles away, right? And let's say they're spaced a mile apart, right? I know that's stupid, but just hear me out, okay? So you got one that's 10 miles away, then one that's 11 miles away, right? So the 10 miles away one is going to appear 10 times smaller than one that's 1 mile away. But the one that's 11 miles away is going to appear 11 times smaller than the one that's 1 mile away, right? So comparing the 10 miles away one and the 11 miles away one, right? The one that's 11 miles away is only going to be, like slightly smaller than the one that's 10 miles away, all right? So it's not this, weird magnification bullshit that you're talking about. It's, once again, it's what I've been saying. It's like a perspective thing, all right? That's why they look like
all
they're
right,
all exactly the same
last
size.
words, man. Last words, because I really don't want to be a dick. I'll end it with this. Well, now that I mention it, just pay attention because the windmills are all equally spaced, and you'll see them on their way to the horizon, shrinking at a constant rate. And then when the ones that hit the horizon on back, you'll see them stay the same size. Just pay attention to it. Whether you think I'm right or wrong, just future. Everybody pay attention. All right, it's all yours, GB.
Can I go back to the double the distance, half the size? Can you just clarify on what you're meaning there?
Well, if I'm gonna be exact, that's technically like a kind of like the 8 inches per mile square thing, where it's a rough thing. Because technically, if you want to get like really technical, if you measure angles and whatnot, it's close, but it's not exact. Although it pretty much approaches that the farther.
No, it is.
Things are.
It is that.
I've kind of like looked into it recently, and it's not like that doesn't apply if it's
every so the angular size will go down, decrease exactly proportional to the distance.
I think what he's talking about is like the arc distance versus a straight line.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. It's incredibly close, but it's
right.
Yeah, it seems to approach that though. I think as you go to infinity, I think it does. I think it approaches. I think double the distance, half the size.
As your angle gets smaller, it's the small angle approximation.
Right. Okay. Right. So if you're given something at 18 miles away, and something that is 2 and 3 miles closer, should they appear the same size in the photograph?
No, but they'll be close though, yeah. And so it's the same, yeah.
And should the thing at 18 miles appear bigger than the thing that is closer to you?
No.
Is that impossible as far as you're concerned, Ruhif?
Yeah.
Absolutely impossible?
Sure.
Okay. If you can bear with me, I'm just scrolling back through the chat trying to find this image that I posted for Travis the other day, and I really can't find it. There's so much goes on in this chat, Geo.
I want to see this. Let me see.
Yeah, you'll have to bear with me. I'm trying to scroll
I want to see
back.
it too.
You've got 5 minutes.
No, Ruhif, don't put a time. Don't put a time limit on me, Ruhif.
I got to feed the kids at 5:50.
I
That's when it starts.
Oh, it makes a change from feeding the dogs.
Yeah.
No,
feeding the dogs is 7:45.
Doesn't work good under pressure.
Yeah. Feeding the dogs is 7:45. Start feeding the kids is 5:50. And tonight, scroll up to my photo that I posted. That's tonight's extravaganza in the backyard.
Right. Ignore the server icon, please, Ruhif.
What?
In the chat.
Okay, what's this?
Am I looking at North Pier?
Welcome to feet. That's not hidden behind any.
That between the two red boxes is Blackpool North Pier.
Yep.
That amalgamation, let's say, on the right-hand side is Blackpool South Pier and parts of Blackpool Central Pier. Blackpool North Pier is, as it states, 18.44 miles away from where this is me, took this photograph.
But what's 15 miles away?
What's 15 miles away? Who's
Yeah,
mentioned
you said
15 miles?
You did. You said something at 18 and then something at 15. What's at 15?
Everything on the, well, not everything. You see on the right-hand side of the picture, just above my monkey icon.
Yep.
There's like an amalgamation of buildings and structures, if you like. You can see
the roller coaster. Is that the roller coaster?
No, it's not a roller coaster, Ruhif.
Yeah.
You've got a helter-skelter child slide. You climb to the top of the tower and you slide down around the outside, and the slide goes around the outside.
It keeps growing in India.
Let me see. Welcome to 170 feet. That's not hidden behind any curvature. I'm not sure what to...
Now, at 18.44 miles, that pier should be a speck on the horizon. Now, it has been Ruhif, can you mute Ruhif?
Yeah, I've got to go though. So.
There we go, Ruhif.
Sorry, Del.
There we go. This is you.
Hang on.
This is you in a nutshell, Ruhif.
Listen, what do I have to do, Boo?
I have to help something with the dogs.
Sorry.
Oh.
Anyway, I told her about feeding the dogs. Anyway.
Yeah, you sent out an SOS text message there, Ruhif. It is blatantly obvious.
Okay, well, anyway, I'll take you on. So what is this? You said it should be a spec.
You'll take me on. You don't need to take me on because the point I'm trying to make is that Ruhif needs to run that picture. To be intellectually honest, he needs to run that picture through Photoshop. He needs to deal with the levels, the hue, the saturation, and give us a raw image to support his claim. Because he is claiming that the atmosphere doesn't magnify things equally in all directions. Well, hello. Welcome to my picture.
I don't see how your picture does anything.
This pier is magnified equally in all directions.
What makes you say that again?
Because it's 18.44 miles away and it should be a speck on the horizon. And well, actually, it shouldn't be visible.
What makes you say it should be a speck on the horizon? Have you done, the maths, like the angular size, like what it should be?
At 18.44 miles, the height of that pier should not be visible. I am about 5 foot off the beach with my camera on a tripod.
See, the thing is, you're not giving us any numbers. You're not running any angular size measurements. You're just saying...
I don't give a shit about the numbers. Ruhif is your numbers guy.
We need the numbers, otherwise we're just talking.
You've got 18.44 miles and approximately 5 foot off of the beach.
Okay, and what is
the
angular size? You run
it through your Earth curve calculator because I'm not doing it. Well, actually, somebody did it for me and they came back with 170.52 feet. Okay, now that pier is not 170 what? No, that would be over 180 feet tall. I'm telling you that for a fact, Mike.
So you're confusing.
What's the size of the pier? I could run the angular size. Tell me the size of the pier.
Are you, Brian? Are you using the angular size, the position in your? Because what it sounds like you're saying is this is like the black swan. It doesn't mean it's actually magnified. It means you're seeing something you shouldn't see. So it means it's angular position.
Hey, this ain't my picture, bro. It's DP you're talking to.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to DP. So you keep on saying magnification, and you keep on saying in the same breath you shouldn't be able to see it. So I'm saying that maybe it's up, and that's why you see it. It's getting larger. It's just that you can't. You see it now. You shouldn't be.
So, if it's that speck on the horizon, is it magnified in my picture?
Why would it be a speck when I can be in the San Francisco Bay
Look
and
at
see
the
the Bay Bridge.
distance.
Hold on. I can see the Bay Bridge and the structures that when I'm above the surface about 5-6 feet, and I can still see it. Yeah, the last bottom feet is 20-30 feet is hidden, but it's a 200-foot structure. I see it perfectly as day all the way across the Bay to Angels Island. Not a big deal. Same thing right
Zanuck.
here. You may think this whole thing should be hidden, and you're seeing it. It could be looming up, but it doesn't mean it's magnified.
Doesn't mean it's magnified. It's the same. It's the same size, if not bigger, than the buildings that are closer to it, Zanuck.
Well, maybe
Closer to us.
Is that building
Whoever
larger
that
than the
is
building?
roboting really badly. I can't hear what they're saying.
Is there any buildings closer that are actually larger, or are they same size? Or
Are there any buildings closer that are what?
How are you comparing the buildings, saying it should be smaller than the buildings that are closer? Have you measured those two buildings to say that they are indeed different sizes?
Yeah, we give us some numbers. Like, what's the distance for the other buildings? What's the size of those other buildings? You know, we're kind of just.
I mean, you're giving us nothing.
There is approximately 3 miles between the North Pier and the South Pier. These photographs were taken 2 years ago, right? And it's been a long time since I've actually run this through Google and got the distance measurements, and it was brought up the other day, just kind of off the cuff, really. So me and Jesse Gordon, we spent about 4 hours last night taking these pictures apart and finding out the actual viewer location, because there is a shipwreck off the beach off of Southport, and this was my datum, because what I actually did was come off of the tide line, off of the beach, and I've walked out about it's pretty close to 2 kilometers, because the tidal drop in this area is huge. Now I've walked away from the tide line towards what I'm looking at, about 2 kilometers. Used the wreck that is half buried in the sand there as my location datum, and taken these pictures. Okay, now me and Jesse, like I say, we spent like 4 hours last night for me, on Google Earth, banging our heads together. It was a really nice, decent conversation. You know, Jesse, he's a really gentle, placid guy. And Paid Nasashiel came in, and Paid was actually communicative for a change. He wasn't argumentative, and he got involved in the conversation. Now, me and Jesse were trying to break the picture down. We're going to go back to this picture and break it down further. So, don't worry. The numbers you want are coming, but don't pressure me for them now, because this is just all off of the cuff. I wasn't even going to present this picture, but I had a conversation with Travis in here a couple of days ago, and this picture came up, and I'm like, well, what do you think of this, Travis? So it was an off-the-cuff look at something that I had done maybe 2 years ago. Right? So don't put pressure on me here and now to give you the figures you want, because you're not going to get them. But they are coming. So please don't fret.
Okay, that's good.
I've got infrared pictures to support this picture, and I've got IR pictures of the entire Blackpool seafront.
Okay, this is what I got based on 18.44 miles. I got 0.0186. That's based on approximate like a 6 meter pier. that's visible, and judging a 6-meter pier for 15 kilometers, I got a 0.0223 or 0.0229. If they are interested in angle sizing, that's based on a 3.4 kilometer difference. I don't know if that's exact, but that's pretty close.
0.0229 what? What is that value? Degrees?
Yeah.
So that's an angle that it should be. The size or the angle that it should be dipped down below level?
Well, the one that's closer is 0.022, and the one that's further away but now I'm judging off 3.44 miles difference, and I'm judging the piers to be approximately 6 meters tall. And
Why don't you just give us the number that it should be?
The one the distance we shouldn't see at all. Period. It's beyond the Rayleigh criterion. Much less
18 miles. All right.
Can I just cut in here, because I do actually need to go out, and this isn't an excuse. Sorry, I don't need to feed the dogs. I do need to go out though. But can I just make this point as well? Right, if you open that picture and look at it full screen, you've got the grey line. If you look at the white building between the two red boxes, you've got the water line, and then you've got a white area, and then you've got a grey area. Okay, if you look at the picture below, the grey area is the roof line of the buildings, the lower buildings in front of the taller building. Do you get what I mean?
Can you repeat that, man? I broke up for a second.
All right, I'll tell you what. Gio, can I share my screen? It's easier if I do a screen share on this. Is it possible for me to share my screen?
Oh, you don't have permission?
No, I don't know. It's screen share. Let's just give it a try and see what happens. How about that?
Yeah.
Where are we? Livestream 1. Right. Okay. Let's bring that up to screen.
Let's see.
Livestream 1. It'll be that one. Go live. Right.
Let's see
okay.
this.
Can you see my screen?
Oop, hold on. Yes.
Right. Anybody else that's interested, please join the screen share. Right. Can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Right. You see this grey line here?
Hold on, let me try to zoom in a bit. Let me just show it on. Yeah, I think so, yes.
Right. So you've got this white structure, which is this white structure here.
Yes.
You've got this grey roof line, which is this grey area here. And then you have this area here. Now this area here is the legs of the pier. How come you can see? I would say you could see through the legs of the pier there. How is that possible?
I think we all would agree that this should be 120 feet hidden, and we're not seeing 120 feet. So the question is,
120. You've just knocked 50 feet off of that, Zanik. Why did you do that? It should be 170 feet.
No, the value actually is for 18 miles is 18 miles. 18.6. What is 18?
You're clipping. You're clipping.
18 point what? 18 point what? Miles.
18.44.
Okay. So you see refracted hidden 132. Geometric hidden would be 160, 58 feet, 59 feet.
Okay.
So
well, the pier still isn't 158 feet tall, Zanik.
I know. If you're not seeing that much hidden, not even that tall, then there has to be either the earth is flat, or there could be some optical effects going on, such as looming. Now, looming looks like could be very possible. It's a very hazy photo. Now, what were the conditions that day? Remember how out was cold? I mean,
windy. It was fucking windy.
Well, hold on. Just strong evidence to suggest that there is some kind of refraction, or whatever. Because if you look at the building, the top part, it's like way taller than it's supposed to be. If you go back to the image.
It looks very stretched out laterally, which is a refractive characteristic.
Stretch,
Looks like there might be miraging. Half of the building might be miraged. But that's
stretched
I
out.
love it. I love when
Hang
DP
on.
comes in, man.
Hang on. Whoa. Stretched out laterally, did you say,
yes,
Zanuck?
yes,
Well,
yes.
you've just contradicted Ruhif then, because
No,
he said there is no
Yes,
lateral
he did.
movement.
No, he says it can be very lateral, not.
He said there can't be, because there is
Yes.
only a vertical gradient.
No, it's the general area.
You have just directly contradicted
Yeah, well, I
Ruhif.
don't think he was worried about feeding his dog. When you have
He's not
objects
honest, DP. He's not honest,
they can
bro.
be they can stretch out laterally and squish vertically.
Zanuck, from this point forward, we can ignore everything you say.
Wait, hold
No,
on.
you can't. You got to listen to me. You might learn something.
No, I don't have to listen to you at all.
Yes, you do, and I'll give you some examples. The black swan is a great example.
Right,
Hold on.
okay.
Everything
Zanuck, just shut the
what's
fuck
wrong
up
with
a
you?
second.
Shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up. What's wrong with you?
Zanuck, you've done nothing
stupid
but
ass.
control
Shut
the
up.
room for the last
Shut
hour and
up.
a half. Now somebody
quiet.
else is given the
It wasn't
chance to
me.
speak,
I
and
wasn't
all you
talking.
can do is speak over them.
I was talking to Brian. Brian was baiting me and being a dummy for an hour. I was just playing the game.
Well,
'cause I
that's
didn't
your
care.
opinion. That is your opinion,
No,
Zanuck,
it's
and
not
you
my
are
opinion.
entitled to that opinion.
You
Right?
heard.
We are not talking about yours and Brian's
Let's
debate
talk about
at
your
the
picture.
moment.
Okay, just stop talking for a second. Give me 1
No,
second. So we don't talk to
Zanuck.
each other. It's a
Zanuck.
nightmare to hear this. I'm sure it's a nightmare. Just
No,
relax.
it's not a nightmare, Zanuck, because actually
Just
you have
relax.
agreed
Just
with
relax. No,
me
you're a
and
nightmare. Just relax.
contradicted
Just relax. Let
Ruhif.
me say one thing. Let me say one. In the black swan pictures and the oil wells, you see them being squished and stretched or vertically stretched and narrowed. That happens all the time with refraction.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah, was that hard?
So
Fucking
you've now contradicted Ruhif again.
No, he didn't.
Because Ruhif said there is
his
no
dog.
lateral magnification.
Of course
Yeah,
there
there's
is.
a term for that.
Absolutely.
Hold on.
Now,
He's
he's
wrong, and I don't think
call
he
that
meant it.
magnification.
Hold
But
on.
He didn't think it through. He's
do you know
wrong.
what?
And
I
I'll give
couldn't
you
hear
two
a word of
examples.
that.
I will give you a couple of examples, very dramatic examples. So shut the fuck up. Look at the chat in a few seconds, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Right? That's simple.
Zanuck, I'm not jumping through your hoops. I'm looking for another picture. All right. So you commanding me to look at the chat and shut the fuck up? Well, you can just piss off, mate, because I don't jump through your hoops. All right.
Not jumping through hoops. You want to
Get
see
your
something
head,
stretch?
Zanuck.
I
Get
will
your
show it
head
to you.
out
Don't
of your
interrupt me.
own
Don't
arse
interrupt me.
and give
Don't
other
interrupt me.
people space.
Don't just blab out when I'm talking. That's just
I'm not
rude.
blabbing,
Obnoxious.
Zanuck.
You're blabbing. You're like
You've
an
done
insolent
nothing
little
but
bitch.
blabber
Stop
for
it.
the past 2 hours, Zanuck.
Come on,
So
guys.
give other people
No, I
space,
was
for fuck's
answering
sake.
crazy questions from Brian. That's all I was doing.
They weren't crazy questions.
Oh,
They
wait,
were
why don't you
they
tell
were
me what
crazily phrased. I'll give you that.
he said?
Brian isn't the
You tell me what he said.
wordsmith.
Einstein, let's hear what your interpretation of the questions are. Because I don't think you can do it.
Did you not hear what I just said? Brian is not a wordsmith. That his questions weren't eloquently phrased. I'll give you that. Right?
They
But
were
you
dumb.
used that. Hang on.
They were in disregard of all
Can you not
gas
shut the
law.
fuck up?
How can I talk when you're always talking?
Can you really? No, you can't stop
All I
talking,
hear
Zanuck.
is your
That is your
droning
problem.
voice. It hasn't stopped in over an hour now. Like
Oh my
Brian.
goodness. Oh my
You guys are
goodness.
You guys are something
Right,
else.
like I said, I've got to go out, right, Zanuck? I am not putting up with your fucking bullshit. Now, are you going to give me space to make my point before I can go out? Seeing as Ruhif has run away from this.
He didn't run away. He had to go somewhere.
He did run away. He sent
said,
out an
no.
SOS text to his missus, come and rescue me, tell me I need to feed the children. If it's not feeding the children, it's feeding the fucking dogs.
Okay.
Exactly.
Oh, you sure shut us up with that one.
All I know is that he probably, maybe he misspoke, but I'm pretty sure Ruif was, hinting at like lateral or vertical gradients.
Well,
in
let's
the
not
atmosphere.
second guess what Ruhif was meaning. Okay? Now, I took from what Ruhif was saying, there is no lateral magnification. There is no lateral movement of the image.
Well, when we say lateral, we're
hang on,
vertical, right?
hang on. Can I put this to the room and ask them if I am mistaken in what Ruhif was saying? Because if I am, please tell me.
He may have misspoke, but I can show you pictures of
Zanik, I know you're part of the room, but you are not the only fucking voice in the room. So please, I'm putting this to the room. Was I mistaken with what Ruhif was saying? There is no lateral magnification or movement of an item in an image when it's subject to refraction.
That is exactly what he said.
That's exactly what he said. Now, Zanik has contradicted what Ruhif stated. Am I correct in that? If I'm incorrect, please somebody correct me, apart from Zanik.
Oh, you are 100% correct. He doubled down.
He doubled down. Right, so from hang on. From my point of view, right here, right now, we have got two globe proponents contradicting each other, and both of these globe proponents claim to be masters in their fields. Anybody correct me if I'm wrong on this one?
Wait, Zanik?
Well, Zanik claims to, not claims, but he talks about everything and claims to be, or gives the impression of being an authority on everything. Am I wrong on this one?
No, they are proper squirming. That's why I like listening to you, William. Got a proper squirming.
Right.
Yeah,
So
whatever.
at this point, Zanik has contradicted Ruhif in what Ruhif is saying about the photograph that I have presented.
Cool.
I have asked Ruhif to run his photograph through image editing software. That's all I've asked him to do. He's not willing to do this to give us a true, raw image of his picture. To me, this is intellectually dishonest. And at the moment, neither of them can explain my picture. And that area underneath the grey area that I pointed out on my screen share is the legs of the pier that go all the way down to either the water or the sand.
Now go to the chat and look at a picture of the oil well stretched out.
I'm
laterally.
not jumping.
Anyone else?
Oh,
anyone
okay, okay, Zanik,
anyone
I'm there.
else in the chat can do it.
Zanik,
anyone
I'm
else
there.
in the chat can do it. Okay, very
Zanik,
easy.
I'm in the chat. I'm looking at your picture. So this is what did you say?
It's a thing.
No, let Zanik answer.
It's an oil rig and it's stretched out ladder. It's almost as wide as a boat.
Right.
It's like a
Okay.
boat. Very narrow.
Okay, Zanik, that's enough. You have stated what the picture is. Okay, keep it concise. This is your problem. You can't keep it concise.
Shut up.
Is that's all you've got? Okay.
You're such a dick. No.
Okay, Root. Okay, Zanik. Whatever you need. Right.
There's the picture.
You
There's
have
the picture.
said
Same
Zanik.
oil rig. Same oil rig. You're talking over me. I can tell you're talking over me. Same
Right,
picture,
Zanik.
same oil rig. You can see it's laterally stretched. Period. End of story.
Okay. Do I get a chance to talk now without you talking over me?
Of course.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure to yield you the floor.
Thank you very much, Zanik. So you have just given photographic evidence that contradicts Ruhif's standpoint.
As I said, he probably misspoke.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. So laterally, okay, so we're talking about, I'm sorry, because I don't use the word laterally a lot. So we're talking about left to right or something?
Yep, side to side. Lateral is a side to side movement.
Okay, yeah, no, Ruhif did actually say that. And but hold on, Zanik, are you saying that things do stretch laterally?
Yeah,
he's just presented photographic evidence.
Can I wait? Arma is talking to you. Please give him the courtesy to answer the question.
I'm
Yes.
just stating that you have
You can't help
presented
yourself, can you? You just can't.
You,
Can't help yourself.
Zanik, you
Can I
have
answer,
presented
Arma? Or no?
photographic evidence that
Arma,
directly contradicts what Ruhib stated.
maybe you can answer. Ask me.
Wait,
Being very nervous.
what was the question? I'm sorry.
So yes, Arma, you can have something stretched laterally or vertically, but the can't have is it all area larger. So there's a trade-off. If something's being shortened, it's going to get wider. If something's getting narrower, it's going to get taller.
Right. Okay.
Hold on.
And
Wait.
if you look at my picture, right, everything is magnified. I would say near enough equally. Because if you look at the top screenshot just above the pier in the picture, that is a screenshot from Google Earth taken at beach level of the same pier. If you notice, the screenshot is a lot closer to the pier than my picture, but things appear to be proportionate within the picture.
Okay, I get it. And this picture I showed you of mine, that's very
everything's fucked, Zanik.
Can I
It
finish
is a
my
blurred
sentence?
mess.
You just can't let someone talk. I'm saying this every time I asked you a question, you talk over me. Just let me have a sentence. I promise.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
No, I'm not talking over you. Just let me finish. You're talking over. So we have a picture of the oil platform, and it is 26 miles away, farther than your picture, yet we shouldn't see any of it. Yet we see it. Why? Because it's being loomed up due to the atmospheric conditions. Thank you.
Wait, but hold on. Seriously, hold on. I really need to figure this out now. So, Zanik, you're saying that laterally it can stretch, but I don't get that. How does that work, though? I thought refraction, it was, like a vertical thing, because, the gradients.
Mostly it's part of the miraging. It's all refraction, and it can make things stretch out laterally. That's why the sun. I mean, a good example is the sun. It gets squished, and it can be wider laterally, shorter vertically.
But this thing, when it's squished, though, it's not so much that, from my understanding, it never gets wider. It just, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? The ratio, from like its width to its height, it changes, because obviously when something squishes vertically, then it's that height is now shorter than now its width or whatever. But I never heard of something actually getting wider, like actually physically wider than what it once.
Look at that picture. Look at the spacing of the legs. That's definitely wider. Those narrow footings are definitely disproportional to the.
I guess that is kind of
what happens when you have a looming situation. You have a lot of refraction. All bets are off. Now, is there some things that are larger? Yeah, sometimes they can be taller, but then it'll be narrower. Like the classic Black Swan is the same type of picture, but it's narrower and taller in some of the pictures. Buildings are stretched. They look like they're squares, and they're vertically look like they're rectangles on top of the platform. That's classically what you see for most looming situations. Not all of them, some. And this is a very far. This might be even 30 miles away. It's pretty far away, and you can see it, and you shouldn't even see it.
So if something's stretching vertically and horizontally, that's basically magnification, right?
Absolutely is. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, I've said that earlier. If both happen, it's magnified. It's never seen. I've never seen it.
Right. So that pier is magnified then, because it is stretched laterally and vertically in equal proportions.
Well, you can only tell me that is if we're able to verify in some reference point of some sort the angular size. You have not done that, so we really can't tell you whether it's magnified or not. All we can do is say that we shouldn't see it because it should be hidden by the curve.
Wait, another question.
Right.
So
I've just posted an IR picture of the same image.
That's not an IR picture. That might be an IR somewhat filter, but filter out all visible light except for.
Oh, whatever, Zanik. If you want to be pedantic and split hairs, it was taken through a P1000 with an IR conversion. Is that better for you?
No, that's not going to do it. To really see some movement of an object in view, which is very small, by the way. If you do the refractive,
oh my goodness,
the wavelength.
Why do you have to flap your gums about shit that's irrelevant at the moment?
Because an IR filter is not going to do anything.
All right, so now you want to obfuscate and chat about an IR filter. Well, if you want to do that, there's two other rooms that you can fuck off to, Zach.
You could look at gamma rays or any other long AM radio waves. I mean, it's not going to change the position. Not enough a factor in the equation for refraction for it to make much of a difference.
Right, Zanik, it's obvious you want... Zanik, I've only got one sentence to say and then I have to go, okay? It's obvious you want full control of this room, right? I'm not willing to put up with your obfuscation bullshit, right? I need to go out. I want to have an honest conversation about
I have
these
an honest
pictures,
question
right?
for you.
You are not honest.
Just stay 5 minutes if you stop talking. So this thing on the right, what is this? What is the building with? It's like smokestacks. Is that like a refinery or factory or something on the right hand side of the picture?
Which picture are you talking about, Zanik?
When you just posted.
If you'd have listened to me in the first 30 seconds of my presentation, if you like, what I've been saying, if you'd have actually shut your fucking mouth and listened to me, Zanik.
Go ahead. Why don't you just answer the question rather than drag me?
I'm doing exactly what you do, Zanik.
No, I don't do that. I don't waste time.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Zanik, shut up. If you go back to my first original posting, the one with it's essentially a meme. Okay. Can anybody else in the room say or recant to me what I said those pictures above my avatar are? The collection of buildings. Can anybody say back to me, because I know I said it and I know there were other people in the room listening. Can anybody else say what they were?
I don't remember, but I think you said they were closer or some shit. I don't know.
Anybody else?
I remember you saying something about the one.
You clipped, sorry.
I remember you saying something about the one on the right being closer than...
Right. There are 3 piers along Blackpool seafront. Are you listening? Can you actually stop talking and listen to me? Give me space to get through this, Zanik, seeing as you have asked me a question. Okay?
Yeah.
There are 3 piers along Blackpool seafront. That collection of fuzzy buildings are the 2 piers that are closer than the North Pier. The South Pier is the closest to us, and Central Pier is in between, as the name suggests, in between North Pier and South Pier. I can't remember off the top of my head the exact figure, but I think there's something like 4.5 miles between South Pier and North Pier. North Pier, I actually made a mistake when I spoke to Travis about this the other day, because as I said, it was off the cuff and this was all done 2 years ago. North Pier is slightly longer than South Pier, but it sits back on the coastline from the coastline actually goes, from my viewpoint, the coastline of Blackpool goes to the right slightly. So Blackpool, the North Pier is slightly longer, but from my viewpoint, the ends of the pier are in virtually the same position. Do you understand what I mean?
No.
Right. Now, I'm trying to. If you shut up, Zanik.
I haven't said anything. I've been listening very, very tentatively.
I can see you lighting up.
This pier, that pier, the North Pier, the South Pier, the Middle Pier. What is the building on the right? What is it? How can it look like a smokestack there? Why is there stuff coming out of the pier? Right, and you said that's closer than the left, which looks like it's like an institution. Looks like a big office building. And is there a miraging going on in this picture as well? At the bottom, I'm not sure. I mean, it's very blurry. It's a lousy picture if you want. But I mean, I'm willing to listen and entertain angular size measurements of these objects, whether they be further or closer away. But you're not giving us much, and your explanations are even weaker. Not being rude. I'm just honest.
Finished?
When I'm done talking, I'm finished.
Are you sure?
Yeah, why don't you ask me again?
Are you sure you are finished talking, Zanik?
Why don't you ask me again, just to be sure?
Zanik.
Told you I was done the first time. Go ahead.
Well, you can't stop talking. Listen to yourself. Just listen to yourself,
You're
Zanik.
the problem here, not me. I've already yielded, and you keep on gauging me to play your game. Just start talking. I'm not going to say anything.
Are you sure?
Fuck you.
Come on,
Okay. The buildings on the right-hand side of this picture is an amalgamation of Blackpool South Pier and Blackpool Central Pier. Now that smokestack that you alluded to isn't a smokestack, it is an attraction on the pier. And it's one of these bungee cord things where you climb into a ball on two elastic bands, basically. You're held down by a magnet and then poof, they release the magnet and you're flung up into the air at a rate of speed. Now, there's no office buildings, there's no smokestacks. These are all attractions on the pier. So you can do the math, Zanik. You can take this picture apart. All the measurements are available if you want to do that. The height of the piers off of the ground is available. The height of your claimed smokestack is available. If you want to take this picture apart piece by piece, be my guest. But be intellectually honest about it, because Ruhif is fucking struggling.
I've been honest since the beginning. I don't really know what help.
Have you?
Yeah, I get it. Hold on, now I'm talking now. Can you be quiet?
No, Zanik.
No, you
Let
can't.
me
Okay, so I guess
let
you
me
can't.
conclude. I've got to go out, Zanik. I'm not wasting my time listening to you flap your fucking gums. All right? Now, if you want to do that, be my guest. And that's me done. Thank you for your time, gentlemen. And if anybody would like to come over to that flat earth and discuss these pictures, please feel free. We're over there most evenings. So thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you later.
Wait, can you drop a link? Can you drop a link? Somebody dropped a link to it, but it was on Oakley's old server, man. I went to go back to get him, and his shit was down.
Drop a link to what, Brian?
That fellow, or what'd you call it?
That flat earth. Yeah, I'll drop a link. Anybody wants to come over, feel free.
Sorry?
Is
there debates?
A debate server. It's a discussion server, right?
So something like this, something like this.
Yeah, something like Geo's. Yeah, we pretty much do what Geo does here.
Okay.
We will talk about anything you want to talk about, but civil conversation.
Fair enough.
Not interested in getting to a circular argument. I'm not interested in Zanik joining that server because he can't have the conversation. He's just not capable of it.
I'll get over there and I'll straighten shit out of him.
Zanik, don't even bother clicking the link.
Oh yeah.
All right.
You need me.
I'm not saying you're excluded.
You want me over there.
I'm not saying you're excluded, Zanik, but you won't be given the time of day because you just can't stop obfuscating, and I don't think you're intellectually honest. The same as Ruhi.
I am, and I believe. Look, you accused me of this before talking with Brian. Brian was being so very vague, and he was moving his goalposts left and right. I was laughing because it was so funny that he just is like discussing something with a kid.
Why have you got to go on a personal attack now?
Because
your position was weak.
You accused me of hogging the floor and dominate. He was asking the questions. He wanted to ask me the questions. I just played along. It wasn't me arguing with him. I just didn't know what the hell he was saying.
Like I said, Zanik, listen to me a second, right? Brian is not the most verbally eloquent, shall we say, right? But when you talk all over him and get him riled up, it doesn't help the situation. If you step the fuck back and give Brian space to think of the words that he needs to use to get his point across, Brian doesn't get riled up and you end up having a civil conversation. But you just riled the fuck out of him, and you knew you were doing it because you try to do it to everybody, and that is your game plan. That is what you do.
Am I doing it to you right now?
No, because I've picked you up on it, and you've stepped back.
No, because you're
And I
actually
thank you
being
for that.
civil right now. You won't stop talking, though. But no, if this is an intellectually honest and polite conversation, I can have that too. Brian was not being very polite, talking gibberish. I could not get a straight answer. And I asked simple. Hold on,
Bro, I was only asking questions, bro.
Let's not.
I know, but you weren't answering the question I needed to answer.
Let's not go back into
See,
this.
now you're doing the same thing that he did. You're talking over.
Yeah, because you're trying to go back to where we were like 45 minutes ago. I'm trying to push us forward from that point.
No, you're telling me that I be a problem in your server. I don't let people have space. And I'm not intellectually honest. And
If
true.
you
I
don't
didn't understand what Brian was talking about, and I was trying to ask him simple questions, which he refused. And you are speaking freely when you want to, and I allow you to, like I will anyone else.
Bro, you're
Right.
so full of shit, dude.
Right, okay, you two, pack it up. Do I have to be like the schoolmaster here and say, you on that naughty step, you on that naughty step, don't talk to each other until your timeout's done? Do I really have to do that, or are you grown adults? Are you grown adults or not?
Yes,
because you
Yeah,
if you are grown adults, you should be able to have the conversation yourself without any moderation.
I see how you handled him, and it worked well. And I think more, not just me, but other people need to take notes on that, because yeah, he'll rearrange your questions for you if you let him. And
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
he did it on purpose.
No, Brian, you didn't
Zanik,
give me the
Zanik, I
information
am
needed.
fucking talking.
You can't
Brian,
talk all the
when I
time
say-
because that's when people will
Brian,
talk
when
over
I
you.
say
You got to
you're
give
not the
space for
most
other people.
eloquent,
This is not your show.
Zanik, why?
This is
I
not
was
your show,
talking,
DP.
but I
You've
was
been
talking,
talking. I've
Zanik.
allowed you to talk. I've allowed you
And I
space.
was
But
talking
you have
when
not
you
allowed
started
me
talking
one
all
word.
over the
I have
top of
not got
me.
a sentence in without you talking over me. Just so you know. A lot of projection going on here, DP.
Oh my goodness, Zanik.
Yeah. You have not allowed me to have a sentence. I've yielded the floor to you. The last, I've checked here, 10 minutes now. You've had to go for 10 minutes. And you're going
Excuse
to keep on
me.
talking over me. Yeah. You're going to keep on talking over me. I can guarantee. Oh, wow.
Are you done?
Light up.
Are you done?
You think about your grown adult. Are you sure? Are you sure? You asked me that 4 times. I said, yeah, I'm sure. Are you sure?
Zanik, how are you
It's
going to
a
respond
game.
to a comment I made to
It's a
DP?
projection. It's a projection game. You know you're the one doing it, not me. And don't
You're
gaslight
literally-
me. You're the one
Hold on.
gaslighting me. And Brian, shut the fuck up.
You're literally not letting him respond to a comment I made to him, not you. So shut up, dude.
Don't use my word against me. Oh, great.
Are we finished?
Hey.
Brian,
Am I
do you
finished?
want
Does
to?
it sound like I'm finished?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Zanik. You just can't help yourself, can you?
Yeah,
Brian,
we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up later, DP man.
Brian, there's an invite in the chat. I really do have to go now. Please, anybody who wants to join, feel free, and we can pick this up later. Thanks for your time, everybody.
Have a good afternoon.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, so Zanik, I need to. I know it's funny. Anyway, so Zanik, I need to ask you some questions about this.
You laughed over that real quick. Right.
Okay, so I have questions for this this lateral stretching and whatnot. So because I'm like kind of, this is the first time I'm hearing of this kind of. So for that to work, right? This lateral stretching and whatnot. I imagine this has to be like a local kind of thing, right? Because the thing that makes refraction like a thing, like looming or whatever, on like the surface of the Earth or whatever, is that you have like the vertical gradient going on and whatnot, and so that naturally just kind of does its thing. But if you're having like lateral stretching, right, or lateral refraction, if you want to call it that, right, then I imagine that's like you have like a local it's like a local thing where you have like this gradient that's going like left to right, but in a local like area, right? Like what is it?
I don't know if it's a left to right gradient that does this. I really don't know. Just to be honest with you, I don't know why. It's strange, just distorted things squishing and longer. And I at first when I looked at this picture, I thought it was. I mean, I didn't even. Then I saw. Wait a minute, is that the crane on top? It is. Well, how is that? There's not one thing on that platform that looks like an.
Hmm.
And I don't know what causes it. I'm lost.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that because.
And I certainly don't know.
Let me see. Yeah, because I got to look into this because I personally I don't know a whole lot about this stuff, because yeah, but you know what? Okay, you know what it might be. Okay, so let me real fast pull up this image real fast. I don't know what this effect is called or why it happens though. But like you see in this picture, like the farther you look out, like the more like I guess blurrier, I guess. But like it's I'm not like what by any chance what causes that effect? Like I know it's a hot day and it's like a refraction thing whatnot, but do you know what like causes like that sort of like blotchiness almost to like like things like in the image that I sent whatever with the cars and shit?
Right.
Like it's like almost a blotchy effect the farther you look, and that's like I'm sure it's like a refraction thing or some shit like that because that looks like it's a hot day or something. But like, I wonder what that effect is because that might be what why the legs of the oil rig in the image that you sent, Zanuck, maybe that's why like the legs are like kind of as thick as they are because it's like that blotchy effect.
Why they stretched apart? You can see between them like normally that this. I mean, it actually is stretched apart, right?
Yeah, but I'm wondering if
it's the same one. It's the actual. That's gray. Is it Grace? What's it say? I can't. Right.
What was DP's point? Did you have a point about angular sides?
Oh no, we got you. Where'd you go? We needed you.
I had to go and get dinner for the kids.
Oh, that's hilarious. You're back now. That is hilarious. So wait, so now that y'all are both here in the same room, let's get this straightened out. So Zanuck just, made it crystal clear basically that, yeah, there is magnification. There is vertical and horizontal.
I didn't say that.
Oh my
I didn't think you did, Zanuck. I didn't think you did.
I said it stretched out laterally, but not vertically. Magnification would be the entire area of that object.
Yeah, I want to hear this between Ruha.
Is there anybody honest in here to call him out on that?
Well, on what? On what?
Or to clear up what he said. We pointed out that Ruhif totally disagree with that, and he stuck with his word, doubled down. And anybody want to back me up on that or clarify where I went wrong?
So if I remember correctly, Ruhif said that things don't stretch. Like or what was it? Things don't. Maybe I guess it's not. Things don't stretch laterally or whatever. But he was saying that things.
Yeah, they can't stretch evenly laterally and horizontally.
Yeah, the density gradient, like how you've got the density gradient going up vertically, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you were to replicate that horizontally, you would have hurricane force winds. Like it'd just be insane.
Well, let's clear this up because Zanuck just disagreed with you, and I think he was about to, back me up on that.
No, I was very clear that there wasn't a density gradient laterally.
He did. Yeah, that's true. Zanuck did say that. He did say that. Yeah.
Okay, so Zanuck didn't. So Zanuck did agree with Ruhif.
I think so.
Yeah, I agree with whatever you said, but there's effects that are not due to looming or sinking.
No, the whole point DP said is that his perception is that Zanuck and Ruhif disagree on it, and he gave instructions to Zanuck to check with Ruhif to get on the same page.
So, and then Arma and I were talking about, and I already admitted to Arma that I have no idea why objects would stretch out laterally. It's not being magnified because vertically is squished down like a pancake. I mean, look at the difference in the two objects. We have a very clear picture of this building, the office buildings, the living cranes.
Yeah.
All right, which building? Which,
you look at the picture, right? I posted it again.
But there you go. But
10 after
it does
9
happen
and 10
though,
after
right?
the hour. Hold on, Brian. But then the picture I posted at 9 after the hour shows that same platform, which I thought for a long time when Elijah and I were fighting over the pictures for other reasons, that was a boat. It turned out that was the platform.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the vertical compression.
Yeah.
But then that doesn't but then Zanuck also brought up the legs though. Like the legs seem to be like thicker or something, I guess, of like that oil rig.
I think it's a lot wider. And I think that white thing on the side might be the building was on top that's offset to the right.
That's why I'm wondering like how like my image that I posted with the cars and shit, like that blotchiness, I wonder like if that blotchy effect has something to do with like the thickness of the legs. Like maybe it's just I don't fucking know. Like the image that I sent with the cars and shit. Like
they're not distorting in size or proportions. I mean, the tires are,
but they get like blotchy though. Like the farther you look though, like almost like it starts to almost look like it's being painted or something. Like it's like really blotchy.
Well, so maybe ask Ruhip about the question of the sun. When we see the sun getting really squished down, is it only squished vertically and the sides are still?
Yeah, you should measure the width. Yep.
Yeah, is the width?
Ruhip, do you agree with Danik that it can be magnification in the distance?
No, there's no magnification in all directions due to refraction. It's vertical. Stretching and
I'm
towering.
not trying to pick a schoolyard fight here, but I'm just trying to see who's right and who's wrong.
There's no mechanism for things to be stretched laterally, sideways.
The atmosphere isn't a lens.
The gradient would need to be insane.
Would you like to defend your stance, Janet?
No, I mean I agree that you can't have magnification because the atmosphere does not act like a lens.
Okay. Well, when I said, I said if you have horizontal and lateral stretching, can't you just that's basically magnification, right? And then DP said, "Thank you, Brian." That's the point I was making. And Derek said, "I agree. There is magnification."
Remember I said in the very beginning, if you increase the total area of that object in the distance, then it is magnified, which you don't see that. Because I've never seen.
You agree that we do have sometimes magnification in the distance.
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Like my platform looks wider. I think angular size wise, it is wider. I don't know why it's miraging effect.
So never magnification in the distance, then?
No, this is vertically squished, very thin, angular size wise vertically, and wider laterally. But it's not magnified at all. Not changing area of what it occupies on that.
Is there a chance you misspoke earlier?
No, I said exactly what I'm saying now, and I think.
Is there a chance you misunderstood?
Yeah, I want to go back and listen.
Yeah,
because he wasn't agreeing with you. He wasn't agreeing with you on the. He just kind of described it. So he says it's a different kind of.
Ryan, this is why you can't remember things. Talk. Have an object that is larger angular size than it should be. That's magnification. We're not saying that. Just because something gets wider, if it gets smaller, the area of that object is not bigger overall. It just got distorted. And laterally, it's larger. I don't know why that happened. About fraction in these type of situations. I know how it works for looming, but I don't know how it works for miraging.
Yeah, but it does happen though. So we do have horizontal and vertical stretching. Ruhip disagrees with that.
Yeah, I disagree. Yeah. How do you get how do you get lateral stretching of something?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this picture I posted there, like it is definitely not definitely. Well, it's indicating to me that it's wider angularly than it.
The one at
I should probably compare.
9 path.
109. What I would have to do is find a picture of that same oil well. Where distortion. Maybe looking at it from a higher height and see if that portion. In fact, I think I have one actually.
I think the only like strength to this argument is the thickness of the legs. But if it wasn't for that, then one could just assume that it's just squashed like vertically, but it's not actually getting any wider.
Oh, there's my dinner.
But I think the leg.
They look
the
pretty
leg,
narrow. If you look at the picture, I can give you a picture of all those oil wicks from a higher vantage point, and they all look like little square boxes.
Hmm.
They don't look like they're stretched out like. I guess if they're squished vertically.
Real fast, these are images. This is from like a video or something, right? Because if it was from a video, then I want to like analyze that.
Yeah, I think it's from a video.
Oh, a video. Okay. If you can find that video, let me know.
Oh God, every time I'm gonna find that. Oh, I haven't.
Yeah, because as of right now, like I said, I think the legs is the only thing about this argument that, makes it like sound. Because, because you know what it is. I mean, also we would also have to measure its angular size.
Before and after.
Yeah, and just see if it's actually getting wider or not, or if it's just literally just decreasing vertically. Yeah, exactly.
That's what Roof is saying, that it's probably just squished. It's not getting wider, but I think this kind of heavily and I don't know what that white thing is. Right, I don't behind it. Why is it white? Why is it illuminated? That I almost think that's the building the top that shifted over to the right. A lot of things are missing and behind it too. A lot of superior and inferior imaging going on.
This is the point I was trying to make earlier, and I just encourage y'all to pay attention to this now that I've mentioned it. I know you're automatically not going to believe it, but at least look for it. When you see obstruction, one thing I noticed, and the only way to really compare what I'm about to say is with like windmills or bridges or light, something that's the same size in the foreground and in the background. So in other words, before the horizon and past the horizon. So we see things starting to shrink toward the horizon or the apparent horizon. And when we have major obstruction, what I noticed is it tends to stay the same size as it goes off in the distance. In other words, the ones that are close are shrinking at a rate we would expect. But then once you hit that point of the apparent horizon off into the distance, sometimes it even may appear to look like it grows, but for the most part, it stays the same off in the distance, even when the shit's equally spaced. I've never I've never counted pixels or nothing, but that's something that's been obvious in every video or photograph I've seen with that situation. Windmills, bridges with legs, Look out for that, man, and give me an explanation if you see it and notice it.
Let me see if I can find something real fast for this.
The video?
No, I'm trying to see if I can find something that can explain what Brian's talking about. Like a 3D model or something. Assuming I've got what he's talking about correct. But let me see.
And I'd say vice versa, like on Black Swan type days where the horizon is fuzzy, even through high zoom. It seems
check now.
Shrink like they're supposed to.
Check, Brian. Check the
mic check.
Chat now.
Yeah, check Obama. Check.
It has that same white. I think there's another platform. Sure. But look at the size of that. That's a little higher elevation. Big, very loomed. Obviously, it's still 6 months, and it's right at sunset. And that thing is pretty damn wide. I think that's not what you would see angular size wise.
You got to measure it though, right?
Pardon me?
You got to measure it. Measure the width.
Yeah, you could, but it's the way it's zoomed in and look to the waves. These are little boxes out there. It was squished. It couldn't be that rectangle. Not be that. They can't be that wide.
Yeah, but you'd need a photo. You need a photo with the focal length included,
I
then
yeah, I get it.
and to confirm 100%, you need like a theodolite or something.
Right.
Excuse me.
I agree. Got anything else? That's I got a problem.
Like you'll see it sort of wibble side to side with heat haze and that sort of stuff. That's like, a pixel or two here and there.
Mm-hmm. Should probably just find the video and let dissect it. Pretty involved video. Cap Island.
To me, it's got to be magnification because it can't be just stretching like in a certain part of the photograph or the like the buildings where we see compression. It would get narrower toward the top of the building, and it doesn't. So to me, it's magnifying equally. I would think, or the windmills. You see the blades, seem to be fat and keep their size way off into the distance, where they seem to be getting smaller toward the horizon. Has anybody noticed or even kind of pictured in their head what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but I keep telling you though, I think it's a perspective thing. I'll do like a 3D model for you real fast to see if I can get that down, because I think it's a perspective thing.
You might be seeing ones further in the distance stretched vertically, and they might appear bigger. The blades, I mean. There's no mechanism for left to right magnification.
You mean like stretch vertically, like skinnier?
No, in other words, make them look fatter.
Well, that would look weird, but I guess that would be possible. But that's not what I'm picturing in my mind. What I'm describing, I'm picturing the blades, just as big, just as fat, and just as tall. But let's see what he comes up with.
Hello, Dawn. Yes, Dawn, it can look like it's stretched laterally, but it's actually flattened vertically. Yeah.
That's just it. It can't stretch just in one position because, like I said, we'd see things like the building. We'd see it like teepee effect, kind of, if you will. So I think it's got to be magnifying equally.
Have you seen the GIF of Chicago from wherever it is, Joshua Nowicki photos, right? And you'll see over the time lapse the buildings stretch up and down. Excuse me again.
Yeah, inferior mirages. Yeah, I would agree with inferior mirages, given the appearance of stretching.
Not inferior mirage, just the actual towering of the buildings. Oh, like you see the sort of changes in the gradient. I've got to find it if someone's got it.
The video or just the sun, Chicago skyline transiting?
No, a video where you can actually see the building stretched and squashed. Or a GIF or whatever.
GIF
Yeah,
us a
lateral.
heads up next time you burp.
I'll try. Better out than in.
That's not what she said.
Yeah, you guys are funny.
Yeah, so someone just posted the Skunk Bay. You don't see lateral changes. You just see things moving up and down.
It's true.
Yeah, the days I'm referring to are like obstruction days, like severe obstruction days.
Yeah, that oil well, could have been just zoomed in so great that like it was wider, this was squished flat.
Anyway, it goes hand in hand with your obstruction. You know, if you once now that I've told you, you'll see it. I think.
Because look at the Skunk Bay. Look at the mountains behind it. They're not moving. Look at the tree, even that's not moving. It's just the stuff that's being miraged and fear miraged and stretched.
The stuff in the background does move. There's a mountain that you can't see in that GIF on the left. It's just too faint in the GIF where you can see it move up and down quite a lot.
That's why they have the white dotted line there. The tree line, the trees.
Yeah, roughly that. Yeah.
But everything below it, the bottom white line, that's dancing around like look at the water level.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the height of the camera is like 10 feet, which is where you get into trouble.
And
are you guys talking about the Skunk Bay footage?
Yeah.
Yes, a little GIF in the chat.
All right. Ryan, what the hell are you doing awake, man?
It's a very good question. Like
I
4 o'clock in
slept
the morning.
I passed out, man, right where I was sitting, dude, for a few hours, and I woke up, man. Now I'm up.
$5 o'clock. Jesus, Brian, what are you doing? Oh, hang on. Which time zone? There's two time zones there, right?
What?
There's 2 time zones in Florida, isn't there?
No, it's let's see, it's 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. All right.
Sun will be coming up in about probably about an hour and a half.
The old equinox, eh?
I posted a video last night of Fata Morgana that's got a lot of the same action as the Skunk Bay.
Nice. All going quiet.
Here it is. Here.
$15 minutes. Give us the rundown, Travis. No such thing as a Fata Morgana. Yeah.
Would you say it's the wrong one? No, it is. Fata Morganas have been misclassified. They're usually considered a subset of superior mirages, but the one that I've captured is most definitely. Oh, actually, I'll say this: the ones that I have always captured are most definitely inferior mirages.
I'm struggling to think how that would form a Fata Morgana.
Well, what's your concept of a Fata Morgana?
Yeah, definitely strongly downwardly bending.
Well, if you watch this,
no,
but I mean, like downwardly bending. But what are some other characteristics that you would put in that category of what a Fata Morgana has to have, or must be, or demonstrates?
Well, superior mirage, and then an inverted above it, like a sort of a cascading upwardly.
Well, I mean, I've got a lot of different. See, the thing about that, I don't know. You'll just have to look at it. I mean, otherwise, I'd be interested to find out what you think that this phenomenon is that I've captured. If you watch it, I mean, it's worth watching, regardless
I'll
of whether
put it in my saved. Save. Watch later. There we go.
Just for you, Travis. I'll give you a view.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Oh, Cats is still around. Giving Flatzoid a little needle here and there. Good to see.
Yeah, I'm watching that video, Travis. It really is a band. It's like amazing.
Yeah, when it stands out, man, it pops.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're interested at all, just go to my channel and search for the Fata Morgana or Superior Mirage, because I usually make the videos with those challenges. There is no such thing as, and it's really good footage, in my opinion.
I think I'd like to see a diagram of how upwardly bending light could form this. Because I can't think of it.
It's not upwardly bending. Stop saying that. You guys don't know what the hell's happening out there. You only think that you do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at another one. This one's 11/9/21. It's just incredible how it goes from like a fairly clear-cut line between the water and the land, and then all of a sudden it just stacks up as it looks like almost like there's cliffs or something. Like it all gets extended.
Yeah, right. Which is a typical description of Fata Morganas. And I think if you watch it, you can clearly understand it. It's the event is happening below the target.
Right, because I'm here. Yeah, I'm kind of going because it fades away and then the water line comes back. So yeah, that entire layer is
right. Exactly. Yep. Now, I think I would have had a harder time discerning what I'm going to say if that water line had never come in. But man, that thing blows in from the right of the frame all the way across.
So is it mirroring the land above it?
Yeah, it's bringing it down. Yeah, and not only mirroring but magnifying. Man, I've got this one where you can see these what looks like almost like I would say jetties on the other side of the Chesapeake Bay, and they're huge. They're ginormous. It's a magnification in some instances. But my first and most prevalent capture of this is I'll put it in there. I've got to go get into the fueling aisle, and I'll be back in a minute.
Nice. Yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made that this couldn't happen on a sphere because it's like right along the horizon. It's mirroring everything above it. So in that sense, you couldn't have. I mean, I don't know what the distance is. I guess 5.87 miles. But sort of like when you see that line of the sunset reflecting on the water, that can only happen if it's flat, if it's level, because if the curve is there, it would break that line. So it just made me think of this in the same way, that if it was going over the curve, you wouldn't be able to get a perfect mirror of the area above the horizon. That line of sight would be broken. This is the one I was looking at. If you go to like 652, well, let's see. At like 515, you can see the defined horizon, the water and the land, and then as it moves to about 5:45 up to 6 minutes, all of a sudden, boom! It just expands out this whole like band, this whole layer. And then as you keep going, that looks like land almost, even though it's under. There's some kind of white. I don't know if that's a boat or let's see what that is. Okay, yeah, I don't know if that's a boat or something or like a building on the land, but there's some kind of white. But clearly that's on top of the water. And then as this effect happens, all of that land colored reflection is under that white thing and on the water layer. And then once you go to like 652.7, it flips back. It like literally fades away within seconds. That entire land mirror thing just absolutely disappears and it goes right back to blue water.
Yeah, well, you really should, if you're interested, watch that one that I just posted. It's, I think, like I said in the text, that it's I just put it up without commentary. I've got plenty of other videos where I walk through it and break it down numerous times, but that one with the oil platform is the most profound capture of the Fata Morgana that I've captured. And again, if I hadn't captured this, I wouldn't. I would think that the classification was justified, but it's absolutely incorrect. In Fata Morganas, at least the ones that I've captured, are all inferior mirages, and it doesn't make any sense to me why mine would be and others wouldn't. So I don't think they've been classified correctly.
So do you also think it's impossible that it could be doing this effect if it
doing the effect if what? Gio, I didn't hear you finish your question.
Rick.
Is it me? Did I drop out?
No, it was Gio.
So Arma, do you agree with Ruhif that there's no lateral refraction?
I mean, it could be done if you have like a lateral gradient, but we don't usually. Yeah, we don't have that though.
Well, if there's one on the x-axis, why wouldn't there be one on the y-axis?
Well, because that's not usually how the what do you call it, the atmosphere works. I mean, it's a vertical gradient. I'm not
saying if the gradient's going from your feet to the object, why would it also not go to the left of the object and the right of the object laterally?
I don't think you're getting how it works. So my understanding
that means you think you know how it works. I've got stuff on my channel, man, that challenges this position left and right. There's absolutely lateral refraction happening.
Maybe.
But Gio, you were asking me a question and then you dropped off without finishing the question.
Oh yeah, my internet connection dropped for like 30 seconds there. I didn't know when it went out. No, I was just asking this effect that you're saying you think the Fata Morgana that's incorrectly categorized. If one speculation on it is that it's a mirroring layer that is essentially like where the sky meets the ground, the horizon. This is like under the horizon, basically, at least visually. If it's showing up there and then mirroring the sky above it, or whatever if it's land, whatever it is above the horizon, then does that indicate a planar geometry? Because to have that effect, you have to have like an extended plane that sort of exponentially, as it's reaching the target, then gets that band layer, which then is acting as a mirror. Whereas if that was a curve and you had, 10 foot of drop or 15 or more, that layer that would be mirroring would be on the other side of the curve.
Exactly. Yes, damn it. That's exactly it. Unless you have a surface above which the air layer exists, and by that, I'm not saying that, because this is the challenge that the image is vertical as well. Yeah, you're right. You've got drop, and the mirage, as I'm claiming it being horizontal, is going to extend for miles. And if you have that surface drop away, then you're just going to increase exponentially that space between the layer of air and the surface of the water. So yeah, you just hit the nail on the head with that description. Yep. Absolutely, man. I think I have a video that says mirages prove a flat Earth, and I try to demonstrate that principle.
Right on, dude. Yeah, that's definitely very interesting, because even going with their like bendy, warpy, curvature nullifying refraction thing that they try to claim, for this to be occurring, like now you have multiple vectors. Like it would have to be lifting it up, displaying it, stretching it out, basically like a whole. It has to basically make the curve flat. It has to flatten the curve, and then in this case, it would then have to also be mirroring the layer above it. I'd have to even think how that would even, like, it's one thing to bend it up, and to like to claim that you're basically seeing around the corner, but now something else is occurring to where the layer that is supposed to be around the curve is also mirroring the part, the section above the horizon. So it just seems like now there's like multiple things that have to be occurring. Like it would have to be basically seeing around a corner and somehow visually lifting that layer to then act as a mirror. It just doesn't seem possible.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, you're doing a great job explaining exactly what I think is the case.
The way that it shifts as well, like.
Well, listen to this, right? So when I first showed this to Andrew Thomas Young, he said, I have no idea what that is, what's going on. And I think, well, I don't know. The way that I described it to him, I think that he probably had to have been able to put the pieces together and see where it would have led. It's like, yeah, I can't acknowledge this.
Meeting. Yeah, then
I mean, if it's of interest to you, there, the ones where I have made comments on it, I think are worth watching too, because I break down and I show what's interesting. I'll just say it. SE Montreal was the one of the first guys to watch it. He was on my live stream while we were looking at this for the first time, and somebody else, a couple of other people, maybe Smurfer Girl, somebody else, but in the beginning of the footage, I think probably somewhere between 6 minutes and 10 minutes. I can't remember what the timestamp would be, but I've never done this before, but I probably should try to find out if I could do it. If I took a screenshot of when the Mirage was developed of the sky, and then went back when the water replaced the Mirage, there's a pelican that dives into the water where the sky used to be. It's a pretty fun little
wow
Easter egg.
Yeah, so the position in relation to where it was in the previous part of it, the pelican dives into the water in that layer.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, what is your take on bendy light? Do you think light's bending at all? It's warping.
Yeah,
the field is warping, but the way that they claim all this bendy light stuff.
Yeah, I've described it as just simply distortion. It's distorting the image. Just like if you were to put up a wavy piece of glass, you know how the old school glass has those waves in the panes. You put that in front of the object, it's going to warp the object. That's all it's doing.
Right, and it actually looks a lot like that. Yeah, that. Or like if you're at like a bonfire and your buddy's standing on the other side of the fire and you're seeing him over the top of it, and all the heat causes all the distortions and all that.
Right. I gotta go on mute. Hold on. And Beer Man sent me a comment about the possibility of some kind of lunar wave looking like ether bandy kind of thing. I think that this is probably the closest version to it, where you've got this dynamic wave that moves across the screen. But I'm going to have to try to look for another image off the Channel Islands where from the left to the right, a wave comes across, but there's no boat that I can see. I've watched it numerous times, and it just moves straight across the horizon, as if someone's like dragging a firebrand through the image so that it's distorting the whole way. If that makes any sense, like you were describing about having the bonfire, but it's like someone's moving that across the screen, and you just see the warping happen. It's pretty incredible. I don't think I saw it without speeding up or slowing the thing down. It had to grab my attention because I think it was so slow. Now that I'm talking about it, I think that I sped up this footage, and because it was sped up, it zipped across the screen. So then I slowed it down to real time, and it was like, just, if you like, there's no way you would have noticed with your naked eye. Had a nice temperature drop this morning, man. It is chilly outside.
Yeah, I noticed it here. It dropped as well. Like,
I wonder if that's equinox related. I guess that's a week away.
It dropped here too, man. Like the sun made its turn. Even though it ain't the time. Even though it ain't the time. But I still ain't quite got that far away feeling, you know, like there's you'll really notice it, like a certain day or two, you'll notice like, damn, okay, fall, here's fall, autumn setting in, you know. But it did kind of cool down a little bit, like the sun ain't quite as intense, but still hot as shit. But not quite as hot as shit.
Hey, Brian, not to, change the topic from, casual to debate again, but for the windmill thing or whatever, right? I did the 3D model for that. Do you want me to stream that, or should I post a video on that?
Oh yeah, stream it. It's gonna be a Royal Rumble. Debate night.
Okay.
Let's get.
Can you post it?
Okay, so no stream. You want me to post as a video, right?
Can you play it?
Well, as a stream? What do you want me to do it live? I mean, like, because I have the 3D model.
Whatever you want to do, man.
All right. I'm just asking which one you prefer, but all right, let's do 3D. Let's do stream.
This fuck drives me nuts.
Okay, I need you to join it. And once again, this is assuming this is what you're talking about, by the way, because I don't really know 100% if this is what you're talking about. But yeah. Let me know when you joined.
I am. I'm just. Oh, there it is.
Okay, so I have a bunch of windmills, whatever, in the ocean. All right, they're all equally spaced out.
Yep.
All right. So, let me real fast go back to the render view. So I don't know if this is what you're talking about, but if the distant ones, they kind of look like they're the same size, as compared to
That's exactly how to look on a day like that with a faint horizon. But days with blockage, like with obstruction, it seems to when they go off in the distance, like they go way off, and they're shrinking just like that on their way to the horizon. But then when they get to the horizon, going off way into the distance, you can pretty much assume they're equally spaced, but they stop shrinking. And that's what I noticed on days with obstruction. But they seem to be farther apart, like going off in the distance, and like where the windmills blades like start almost touching the water.
Okay, so it's not this right here. It's not this like perspective effect where things are just kind of seemingly almost the same size. Because so making sure that wasn't the case, because you do get weird effects like that. That once you start zooming in a whole lot, like you get this weird effect where this practically looks the same size as this one.
Just look up somebody's video, man. Look. Just look up somebody's video who's got what they're calling the Earth curve with the windmills, and it's in all of them that you see that.
You can probably see it in the Pontchartrain stuff too.
Yeah, you can. So you'll see the pylons getting smaller and smaller, but then when they hit that one spot at the horizon, they stop shrinking. So I'm not going to say they grow, and I'm not going to say they ain't getting smaller, but they're not doing it at the same rate. That magnification effect way off in the distance always seems to accompany that obstruction y'all call Earth curve.
Oh, maybe. I'll have to check it out. All right. Stop the screen.
Hey, Brian, didn't you know that's one of the things the curve does? It magnifies.
Curvature. That had to be one of the most obnoxious videos ever. Curvature. I do appreciate you taking the time out to model that, though, man.
Oh yeah, no problem. It took me like 2 seconds. Well, I say that, but it came back to you like an hour later. I need to find a video though of that. Let me see if I can. Do you know any videos that have that, like the windmills and shit? Like any, like personally, like you guys, Let me see.
Not right offhand, man. I got my hands greased.
Let me see.
Hey, Brian, did you see that I sent out an announcement for doing a hangout tomorrow? On my Skype groups and whatnot. Okay, if you're around, I'll put a link out. Okay.
Yeah, definitely put another one out closer to time. But yeah, count me in. What's the what's the topic?
Well, Beer Man's been a little bit more verbal on thinking through some of this stuff, and I wanted to try to listen to him a little bit better than driving a truck while he's talking about stuff and looking at, because he'll use some of my images to try to talk through his process. So it's pretty much just talking about ether bandiness.
Fair enough. Cool. Seems to be a straight shooter, that cat.
Travis, what did you think of that Jeranism debate?
I thought it was.
I had to stop watching it because I thought that guy was so inept. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, but man, I think Austin is going to slap himself upside the forehead when he realized he missed one point that the guy kept bringing up. The guy was really into the, obviously calling Austin out on the electrical, type of downward vector. But I think Austin forgot the one key point that he had brought up a lot of, almost every time he explained it, and it made sense with the incoherent. In other words, when they showed all the magnets, I think that's a big deal when you're explaining that to somebody who's never heard it. Like I'm not even, like I said, I'm not 100% even know if I'm on board with it, but if I'm always on the fence with shit like that, and if I was to try and sell it, or even believe it, the incoherent part's very important because because the guy kept making a good point that the Coulomb, is attraction and repulsion, and the guy was like, when the lightning and big storms come up, then you have inverse fields and shit. But if Austin, would have explained to him the incoherent part, and showed him just a little clip of the if you take a bunch of magnets, you lose the repulsion. It's just attraction, north and south pole, and it weakens it too. So that would explain the fact why he could even make a mathematical equation out of it, because the Coulomb force is too strong. Basically, he says it's 10 to the 37 times stronger than gravity, but that doesn't work out mathematically. But you add that incoherent bit, and it evens out the playing field because it makes the force just way weaker, close to the level of the gravity vector, and it explains the attraction only. So I think it's, no matter what I believe, I do believe that's a better explanation than gravity. Gravity's just numbers. There's no real cause.
Yeah.
Did you
see that? Did you see that video that Bandsaw shared from this one channel where he just diagrams out how gravity can be measured, or the downward vector can be measured without reference to gravity mathematically? It was like a 3-minute video, and it just knocks it out of the park.
That was Bandsaw, you say? Is he here now?
He didn't make it. He just shared it. It was a guy's. I don't know.
I want to see that because I'm always interested in the math.
I'm driving right now. Otherwise, I'd look it up. But he just did it the other day.
The way gravity is, though, man, they intertwine the gravities and act like, I don't know. I mean, it's basically F equals ma. I mean, Austin has a point. I've been screaming this to the rooftop. Look, we all observe the 9.8 meters, but when they start saying shit falls at the same rate, dude, it doesn't. Whatever they want to attribute it to, whatever, but shit don't fall at the same rate. I showed that one of the first videos I did a long time ago. It was the ping pong ball and the golf ball, just from 20 feet. They don't fall nowhere near the same rate, and they're the same size. So if it is just wind, they should have the same wind resistance. So anytime I'm showing it, they got to admit it's density, and so it can't just be wind resistance. So maybe in a vacuum, shit's closer to falling at the same rate, but I don't think it's been proven. But the matter is that that's all it is just math. They don't hardly even give an explanation. Space-time bending? What the fuck is that? That's not an explanation. So any explanation better than that.
Space-time bending. Yeah, didn't you file down the golf ball? So you took away the divots?
Yeah, because that's the first thing I got. They're like, oh no, the golf is more aerodynamic, so I had to fucking file it down and shit. I'm like, man,
yeah, they got you wasting time. They should have been like, oh yeah, you got to do this too and do this, and you're like working your ass off to get this thing just right. They're just
that's back when I was trying to show people things.
Yeah.
And over at Jose's and them not buying it. I'm like, look, okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. I was like trying to go the extra mile to show these people shit, and they won't see it. Like, no matter what I show them, their eyes won't see it. That's why for a while I thought YouTube was showing them different shit than me. I'm like, dude, these people aren't retarded.
No, I know.
YouTube's got to be showing them different shit because I'm looking at something that is purely retarded, and they're looking at it, defending it. They can't be looking at the same thing I'm looking at because I talk to these guys a lot. So I truly considered that for a couple weeks, man. But I grew out of that. I just realized that it's their brain playing tricks on them or something, man.
Well, I mean, if anybody's out there listening and you've got those 2 videos I posted,
I'm not saying that any ballers listen. I'm not saying that about everything, but some of the shit we show y'all is goddamn ridiculous. To listen to y'all defend it, it's crazy, dude. It's really, really hard to put in words, even for me. That some things like, okay, Earth flat, Earth globe, whatever. But look at this. Look at this. This, and they're like, well, that that seems to be fine. No, that right there is exactly what would have like.
Yeah, exactly what we expect. I hate that statement with a passion.
No, you're just used to doing that when you're on Earth, man. You naturally jerk your hand down when you drop something, man. It just, and that sound was just background noise, man. That wasn't him taking out a screw and it dropping and him looking down for it for a minute. Basically what you see when somebody drops something, but that ain't even a good one. But like, that guy's, man, he's grabbing at a spider web or something. Like, dude, the dude is grabbing at nothing. And that one thing was supposed to be there, the hat or whatever, it wasn't there. He's grabbing at a spider web or something. Like, dude, what is that, dude? What kind of answer is that, man? That's seriously the answer I got. And they all stood behind it.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing is like when you hear them offer up those lame, you're like, you guys aren't even worth. This is why I say it this way: you don't belong in this conversation. You are in the wrong sandbox.
That's something wrong with their brain, bro. Like maybe we have it too. Maybe we're seeing things fucked up. But I'm telling you, that's a brain malfunction, bro. Because they're making me out like I'm stupid for thinking that he's grabbing at nothing. He can't be grabbing at nothing.
I'll say it. It's the same reaction when I talk to Christians who want to hold on to the Bible, and I'm showing them stuff that I think is evidence for them to consider. Like, I don't expect them to have the light switch flick right then and there, but their responses are exactly the same. Exactly.
Yeah, but at least they're fighting for something. They're fighting for like their everlasting soul or something in their minds,
well,
man.
Yeah, I guess so.
What the fuck are they fighting? Why are they defending fucking NASA shit?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So what are you going to crash today or what? Are you not going to work?
No, I already crashed, man. I freaking passed out. I've been up for a few hours now, man. I'm up.
No, I mean in terms of working. Are you gonna work still?
Yeah, I gotta work.
Yeah.
Not for long, though.
What's your project today?
To be honest, I'm just going to put a couple bids out. So gravy day. Basically, that I can count that as a day off.
Yeah.
For the most part, recovery day.
Are you gonna try to go up to Flattoberfest?
When is it?
I think it's like the 23rd, 22nd, 23rd, 24th.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Is it October or September?
Yeah, October.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to try and go. Unless something goes horribly wrong, knock on wood. Yeah, definitely going to make an effort to go because I'm not bound here for no reason. I'm not starting any other big projects or nothing in the meanwhile. So, yeah, I'm free.
I'm going to try to get my route to end in Spartanburg so I can just be down there with my truck, find somebody to crash with.
Yeah, I'm going to try and talk to somebody like, man, it would be cool. I mean, like if there's a place that people go, like a campground or something like that, I would even camp, but I wouldn't do it just me. But if there was other people, man, that would be something.
No, there's
that'd
tons
be cool
of
and
people.
cheap, you know what I'm saying?
I'll try to remember to send you the Telegram group. They've got everybody on there who's going to be going and whatnot, and they're talking about campgrounds all the time. So,
yo, chaps, did Witsit debate last night? Was there a debate?
Yeah, it was a group panel. It wasn't just Witsit alone.
Oh, what channel was that on?
Jared.
Yeah, Jared and also it was the guy's name who does like
Hibbler, Sean Hibbler.
Yeah, Hibbler, and he didn't say too much, but he got in some key points. But the guy was just reading off McToon's website, so it was basically McToon's website versus them. They mudded them, dude. But it was pretty cordial, no name calling, got a little passionate. The guy sounded like Zanuck with a voice changer to me. The way he interrupted was almost hard to mistake. And then Zanuck joined right after that shit ended. So I might be wrong, but man, I would almost say that face was Zanuck with a voice changer. I'm entitled to my opinion. And that dude had a similar. I mean, do y'all know what I'm talking about with voice changers? Like, I don't even know if that really exists, but you hear every now and then you'll hear somebody's.
Yeah, his cadence. Yeah. Now, to be honest, my recollection was the guy had a higher voice than Zanuck did, so I didn't really pick up on anything that would be similar in the cadence. But I just thought overall the guy was just lame. He was just so inept. It was horrible. I just thought this is so stupid. It was because every time he got an answer, every time these guys responded, he's like, "Okay, well then what about this?" And he's just like spitballing, just like throwing whatever he could. I'm like, man,
yeah, whatever, and whatever wasn't on MC Toon's website, or if he couldn't put up fast enough, he's like, "I'll look into that. I'll look in." You know, he was literally reading, just debating and quoting MC Toon's website.
You guys will figure it out one day. You guys are going to stop arguing all these tertiary issues and push them back to their primary claim. What claim must exist in order for you to even start talking about this point or this point or this point? It has to go back to a primary claim.
Yeah, but still, man, enough people listening. I guarantee there's people out there who heard me, who just felt like, man, he brought up some good points. Maybe, maybe not all of them, but he brought up good enough points to question, where on some points, you trap them, dude. And it's evident to anybody whose eyes are open when they're squirming and making up bullshit, and sometimes they get caught in situations like that. So I'm sure over the years, man, a few people have seen it, but plus I want to hear and stay up to date with the debate. I don't, and I enjoyed debating it too, man. I just something I kind of enjoy, man. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't enjoy it with like Zanuck and Peyton that's shill and shit. Like, I hate getting worked up, and I'm a sucker for it every time, dude.
Yeah, I know. So am I. I say it's a sickness we've got. We just like go right back into it. It's like an abusive relationship. But
the cordial back and forth, man, that don't get overheated, don't get toxic. Man, like this channel mainly, man. It's kept mainly under control for the most part, man. That's pleasant. Yeah, I can listen to the bullshit, man, as long as I can point out my opinion, and as long as it's what I'm saying.
Meisty came after me last night with this whole geodetic curvature thing. We were talking about plotting points out on the ground, and he's like, just plot out one triangle and then plot out another triangle whose side is adjacent to the other triangle, and your cosines are going to show you that it's impossible to be on a coplanar surface.
I don't see how. Yeah, they want to back you up. Any chance they get to back you up, like that's how they're doing. I'm under the impression that that's how they're doing the zenith angle, is have you from a distance look at shit. And
well, he wasn't even. He's like, you don't even need a zenith angle. It's just the points. Just the points.
Yeah, but they don't do they'll do one straight line, like per zone. They'll get an exact measurement and then they calculate the rest. I mean, I ain't seen any where they pulled chains for more than just one side of any triangle on any surveys I've seen, all the local vertical datums and shit. I don't know. I have to look into it.
Exactly, because all of those shorter distant planar readings have to be put into a larger geodesic. So there's a point in which all those planar have to be linked together. And that's where, at that point, to have those actual distances that would be needed to decipher the shape of the Earth, you have to kind of overlap those planar sections in order to actually even decipher that, or take them on their own, without relating them to other datums.
I don't think they seem to understand that they're constantly talking about their angles and degrees to the sun and stars and shit. I don't think they get it through their head that, look, 69 miles per degree, whatever the explanation is, that's what it is on globe Earth, flat Earth, whatever the damn Earth is, whatever model you're, it's that's what we, if that's what we measure, then that's what we measure. We can talk and fight about the reasons for that, but so then if we then go to do a measurement in real life and we measure 138 miles and it wound up being 2 degrees, that's reality. That doesn't prove nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's just a measurement, how it was mapped. Nothing more.
And ironically, that's a declination in the sky. That's a decrease of a declination. And, the 1 degree is the star dropping in the sky. So really, in a way, it has nothing to do with the Earth. Well, it does, because, I do think the ground and sky are interconnected, but it doesn't in the immediate way that they're thinking it does.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is it works perfect on a flat Earth, directly underneath these stars or right up close.
Yeah,
and that's where we know that there's no funny shit going on with the light. That's the only place I feel comfortable about the light being in its true position, if it even is something up there, when it's right overhead or real close to overhead, and that there's no problems with that on a flat Earth. So that's why I come up with that refraction model. Just I thought it would shut some of them up, but obviously it didn't.
Yeah, and you would have the celestial sphere, like your spherical field of view. So that 1 degree is actually dropping, I would say, in the celestial sphere. They've just been convinced to convert that celestial sphere into a sphere under your feet, and then treat the sky essentially as this, the infinite star distances, which kind of basically that deletes the celestial sphere and turns it into this massive, infinite star distance thing, which then it's kind of like turning the position of you viewing the stars into a plane, basically. Like, instead of a celestial sphere in a local region, it's almost making the stars planar in a way, because it's making them all parallel and then making them infinitely far away. And the minute you make them parallel, then now you're assuming essentially a planar, parallel coordinate system, and then they make the Earth the sphere, rather than the Earth being a plane and the celestial sphere being the sphere. It's just an inversion. I was going to say too, like the idea after I said the last thing I was saying about the planar sections, reminded me of like a puzzle. When you put a puzzle together, like a little puzzle you do on a table or whatever. If you were to take all those flat pieces and then, kind of wrap them into a ball, they would all kind of break apart, but you'd kind of
wait a minute, dude. Did you see that that last map that New Perspective put out with the 2 separate rotations that are just right above each other? Like, I can't believe I never thought of it like that. Like, it's just a circle, and it's just going around a little bit above the southern hemisphere, and basically, if you just went straight north, you'd just be an ocean, basically. But
on
and
his
then it
channel or where?
Let me see if I can find it and post it.
Yeah,
and then you think of then it hits a time of year where it switches and hits the southern rotation, basically, and then so all year round you'd have the conversion point basically in the middle. It doesn't seem like a big stretch, man.
Yeah.
I want other eyes to see it so we can talk about it. So I'll try and find it.
Yeah, I think I thought through it that same way when I was taking my my star trails back in November. When I think I found demonstrable evidence that the sky appears in one way to one viewer and another way to another viewer.
Travis, I got this this Goose show playing from the Red Rocks one, but I just think I wonder if these guys have ever been introduced to the Earth not being a sphere. Seems like most people haven't, you know. So it's like interesting to think how many people just really haven't even thought about it. Be cool to drop it to them.
Damn, I totally can't find it. But I did see something else. Yeah, man, here's keywords to look out for, man. Anytime when you're in a debate and they bring up the word due to, if it's due to, then there's usually room for whatever answer. Usually it's probably
Brian, I put those maps in the live stream. I've sent those to you many times, I think.
Yeah, no, I thought you did, dude. I don't know why, skipped over it, man. I was trying to, maybe the stuff wasn't presenting as fast as I was scrolling or something, because I thought you did. You put them in live chat?
Yeah, the one at the bottom there is E1's map, which I don't know if you ever watched that video, but that's is like several different he has a, what is it called? What do you call it? Different layers, but it's not a computer thing. He's actually drawn this. He actually printed these out. So
that's it, dude.
Yeah, he seems to think so, and he could, like, you could tell him Trouble About was in Australia, and she could say where the stars are and what direction she's looking at a certain set of stars, and in his head he'd be able to figure out where those stars are going to be the next time, 24 hours or 10 hours from then, and he'd ask her to get the shot to try to see if the distances were exactly where it should be. And he's convinced that the Milky Way breaks up and goes in two separate directions, which would be all we need to show, and this would be over.
Yeah, dude. I'm still looking for the upside down bowl part of the Milky Way, which it should be somewhere at some point of year, just like we see the Big Dipper upside down at somewhere on Earth at some time of year. You're gonna see it in every orientation. Why don't we see the Milky Way like that? Yeah, we need to look more into that. But and really, man, if the time is right, we get the right group in here, and we keep these maps, fresh on our mind and stuff, and we all get in on it, man, and take this idea and refine it maybe a little bit, man. We need a fucking cartographer, man.
Yeah, there's like I said before, if he thinks that if you could get past Easter Island far enough out with the right equipment to zoom in on that area, you'd see the stars separating and going their own directions. And he even thinks that, like I've said before too, is that the Orion's belt was the only 3 stars that didn't break up and go one direction or another. So he's confident enough to even think that he knows the 3 stars that don't do that. and they end up just appearing at the like in the same rotation as if it's a disco ball lamp or something that's like, you know, just going around. Two disco balls, you know?
Hey, Perspective, have you seen my Star Trail captures with the 2 cameras?
Not yet.
I'll have to
man,
post
you gotta
them.
see it.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
cool.
just to
Yeah,
give you an idea as to what it is, I have 2 P900s, so I set them up side by side, and what I wanted to do originally was just take
nice.
a time lapse side by side and then make a panorama, right?
Right. Yeah.
But when so what I did was I set them up side by side and I did the time lapse at the same time. So the one is taking a left view and the other one's it's like 2 eyeballs. Imagine this.
Yeah, so that's awesome.
Okay.
You were near enough the celestial equator to do that.
Okay, but yeah.
Wow.
But imagine that both your eyes see a different position of the stars, like they don't line up. So what I wanted to do was simply overlay, because what I did was I found out I had a place where I could, like, if you imagine my camera 1, the right side ended on a tree, and camera 2 started on that same tree. Not yet. I'm describing it right now. I'll go get you the. So anyway, so I had.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt that. You said one eye did what and one eye did what?
So
go ahead. I'm sorry.
one, yeah, it's okay. So the one camera on the right, it shows a tree that's the marker. The other camera on the left shows the tree that's the marker, and so then I could overlap that tree, and I thought that I would just have one continuous, skyline.
Perfect.
And nothing matched. Nothing matched. Everything was off in the sky.
What do you mean by it didn't match?
You'll have to watch, dude. You'll have to watch it.
Okay.
I'll go look for it right now.
What were you expecting? Like, you mean like it's 2 sets of stars instead of a reflection of the same stars? Is that what you mean?
It's almost like 2 things for me. It's like, it kind of backs up the fact that the star trails are a little bit misleading to what we see in person, but more than that, it kind of proves like viewer dependency to the celestial bodies.
Well, yeah, I was going to say if it was just a reflection, it wouldn't be that hard to see that it's the same exact mirrored image, and the constellations are all the same and everything. But if those constellations are totally different, and I think that they are, and it seems like it's a smaller set of stars, like that. I don't know if
they're short and sweet, bro, and they get you thinking, bro.
Yeah, well, I think if it's a smaller, it doesn't work with the ball if it's not. First of all, if it's the same, if it's counterclockwise and clockwise, because they think that they all go to one direction, and they're upside down on a ball. So that doesn't make any sense. We know that's not the case. So it has to be that they go the opposite directions, and they funnel in just like thermodynamics. That's the only way I could see it making sense as far as just the physics of it or anything familiar with what we know. And
everything we discussed. Everything we discussed with electric and all that, and the way you see it with the pepper and the water, the way that electric current or antipodal. I mean, for them to not even consider that as a possible option is, to me, a little bit dishonest. Like, okay, there would need to be some variables to go along with it, but to say it's impossible, it can only work on a globe, that's not an honest stance, dude.
Well, either way, you're having to buy an optical illusion premise, and if it was an optical illusion, that would also be evident in more ways, you think, than just the total foolery. Like you can't tell. If it's an optical illusion, usually there's variations to it that you can see. This reflection looks strange because now as I walk here, that celestial equator, it followed along with my eyesight rather than actually being in a certain spot every single time, and it doesn't move. So it doesn't seem like an optical illusion in any way, especially if it's not a perfect mirror. And it would work. I mean, that could be the thing they're really hiding, because
and even more, especially if it's viewer dependent, right?
What's that? What'd you say?
Like the possibility of it being viewer dependent is another,
Yeah, the other illusion. Yeah, the illusion is that either you're upside down in a ball, or it's an illusion of some sort, reflection, and your eyes are playing tricks on you. This way, it's exactly what you see is what it is. As far as we can tell, it's just two sets of stars. And if you could show that they're separating, I don't know why that information would be hard to come by, and I don't know how E1 could be so
I
sure
think
of
it's
it if
obvious.
it's not something that the Milky Way separates and goes in the opposite direction. Like he thinks the
No,
Milky Way breaks in half. The Milky Way breaks in half and goes off two different directions and then meets back up like in perfect alignment as the circles meet back up on the other side where the celestial equator starts again. And the three stars of Orion disappear altogether. They don't go one direction or another. It's like the three stars of Orion are the consistent. It's like the conveyor belt mark. And interesting enough, the three stars of Orion, they say, are the only three stars you can see from anywhere, right? Also, there's monuments from Easter Island all the way over to Tonka that match the formation of the Orion's belt. It's the same thing you see with the pyramids, but there's all these other monuments that in this video that I found, I can't find it anymore, that exact one, but there's monuments all across the plane that match with Orion's belt. And if those are only three stars that are consistent, don't go one direction or another, that would make sense because then they could make the map based on that. And that's what E1 made his map based on. Because you know where to put the continents if you know where Orion's belt is, right? And there's a total different line that it follows, and it shaped his map, and it made the corrections from the map that we're shown. And it's not the AE map. It has all the different continents pointed towards the south. So you don't have that problem with everyone observing Sigma Octantis from the tip of their continent. It solves that problem.
Hey, I put the playlist in the chat, and then I put one video to start with in the chat. Welcome to the Celestial Dome, I think is the first video I made for it.
Cool. Where were you when this was taken?
Southern California, Ventura County.
Oh, okay. So right near the celestial equator there, then. Yeah. Interesting.
Just doing a mic check. Can you guys hear me? I got a new headset.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
What's up, here, man?
What's up? New perspectives. Those pictures that you posted above. Let's see, 11:47. So 47 past the hour. That is basically tying in perfectly with my predictions that I'm going to be busy working on, and it works almost like, I don't know if you've watched FPV's channel. He's got quite a detailed explanation of the sun and the gates that Enoch was talking about in the book of Enoch, and how the gates and that work. So are you aware of that channel?
I do watch. I do keep up. We've exchanged FPV videos. Yeah, I keep up.
I'm sorry. What channel? What channel is that again?
FPV. You know who FPV is?
PV?
FP as in Pete, V as in Victor.
Oh yeah,
F as in fuck, man.
Yeah, so that ties in very well, and I think will match the. I'm not going to say model that I'm putting together, but the predictions I'm putting together.
Sweet.
Will match perfectly with that.
Nice.
So, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it seems like that's what we see. And if it was an optical illusion, you have to either believe you're upside down, or it's just your perspective. Like now you've walked far enough that the stars look upside down like the moon. It doesn't matter. You can't. They go around two different points. That's what we see, right? There's two different sets going around a central point. There may not be a central star in the south or to the west. It's funny because they're really more like, up and either. It doesn't really matter if it's east, west, north, south, because they're just adjacent to each other, right? But it does seem like that has a lot to do with the vortexing, and maybe there's a quadrupole, and we're just within two of the poles that we can see, and there would be like two other poles that if we got out far enough that would also create their own celestial equators. But I asked E1 about this, the idea of three sets of stars like Brian had in his map, or the quadrupole, and he says, well, then we would have four, two extra sets or three extra sets of celestial equators that we could notice the funneling of the stars, just like the one we can observed. So where are the other ones if it's a quadrupole? But not to say that's not a possibility, but from what we know, I mean, it's not like he's unaware of something. He also has some military ties, so he has some access to some military websites that might give him a little more data than others. I don't know, but he's convinced that the Milky Way gets torn apart, and I said, well, that would match the Quetzalcoatl myth because that's what they talked about, the beast getting torn apart in the sky. Well, that could be the Milky Way being torn apart, and the whole myth that goes with that. But that would be easy enough to know. I mean, that doesn't seem like information you could hide very easily if that thing breaks apart every 24 hours. Brian, you could figure that out, right? Follow the Milky Way, right? Or even
But I've been preaching
follow the
that to the
Milky Way.
rooftop.
He said it starts to get spread larger as it gets out towards Easter Island.
That's just it, man. Because everything, I mean, when you look at them in regular time lapse or in real life, they're moving in sync. But on the horizon, man, that's where the action, that's where the funny business is, man. That's you get that tiny little bit of separation, man, and it's measurable. No matter how little it is, they can't have perspective.
Yeah, the convergence and divergence. Yeah, and it's right at the celestial equator. That's even on Stellarium, right? Hey, we're getting some feedback, I think, from someone's phone. Do you hear that?
Sorry, that was probably me, man. But yes, I think that Stellarium shows it, just ever so subtle, but it's there.
Yeah, I don't know why that wouldn't be think about this. This is what baffled him. And I, after I, realized what he was saying and saw what he was talking about, that 7 years now we've been talking about flat Earth, and there's not enough people that have been able to figure out if the southern stars are real or not yet. Why would people still be talking about the stars all go the same direction, or it must be like a dome paperweight effect? That wouldn't be too hard for at least to us to know if there are a separate set of stars or not by now. It's almost like there's been controlled opposition hiding the ether and the southern stars this whole time in a way. That's kind of what it feels like, almost. Like certain things that should have been figured out by now and spread around for people to know that just aren't focused on. And that doesn't even matter who's controlled op, but it's just interesting that it should be easy to find out, right? What do you think? Especially if they're not mirroring.
Yeah, you think it, man. You think it.
And the ballers use that as their slam dunk. They're like, southern stars, no way it's a flat Earth. But E1 said that's the first thing I talk about. Southern stars prove it's not a ball. But there should be also ways of looking in Stellarium when you go out towards past Easter Island, right? I haven't done it. What does it show on Stellarium? If you just keep going out 100 miles past Easter Island and you look up, maybe you could even see the stars separating right there.
Yeah, that's it is funny too that if you look at the numbers, the majority of flat earthers are in the southern hemisphere by numbers. That ain't a coincidence. I don't think.
More in the south than well, I guess if you count Brazil, right? Yeah, the stars say that's the other crazy thing is if those monuments are all made to align with Orion's belt. That's the reason the monuments are there. So that then if you were able to find out where Orion's belt is and you knew what time and day it was and what date it was, and you knew exactly where it was over the land using those markers, then looking up, you would know where you are on Earth, which is what flat earthers always say. So how are you supposed to tell anything about the land from looking at the sky? Well, if Orion's belt actually lines up still with physical places on the Earth, consistently all across the plane, then it would tell you a lot about where you are on Earth. And it would tell you where to put the continents for a correct map. And it's easily it's easily provable. You just have to make an observation of Orion's belt, go to that place where that monument exists, confirm that it's there, that it lines up, go to the next place, confirm that it lines up with that one. And then you know where the next continent is in relation to the one before it, because Orion's belt goes straight through the celestial equator, right down the middle. Never changes. Just like all the other stuff. And the crazy thing he did with the time elapse, he's got to come on and show us he kind of put it all aside for a while, but I think we inspired him to do some work. I bet the next time he comes back, he's going to have some of those things done. But he did a time elapse with the Polaris, and he did them 6 months apart. He knew, put his camera exact same spot, and he got an elliptical orbit of Polaris with what seems to be like a little divot, like it made it look like the Eye of Ra. And that's exactly what they use for that. That's the Eye of Ra. It is the Eye of Ra. It's the esoteric third eye, or the all-seeing eye, according to a lot of people, right? So it would be interesting if they were able to figure out that it has that little elliptical orbit like an eye, and that's why they make it an eye for the symbology. It makes sense, right? They didn't have telescopes when that first came out, according to, well, I don't know. Egyptians, they all had ancient tech, is the point, though. Makes sense. But the other thing he said was that there's this pattern that all the stars make, that he noticed, and it's everywhere. It's a consistent pattern of the luminosity that all the stars have. Because you see when you do a time lapse, for sure, if I just look at yours, Travis, you'll be able to see the skip marks, right? There's like a little pattern they all make. And he said it's like the beat of an Indian drum. It's like that's the consistent beat of the stars, and that's probably why the Indians did that. Or why, maybe that's our, heart. Maybe that's like one of the basic, what is it? Rhythms of the
like a frequency.
Yeah, like the frequency here. Makes sense. It is very like, I don't know, something core about that. Just look out. Let's look at Travis's. Did you notice that, Travis? They all have that same skipping motion. He thinks they're like filaments. Like maybe when the sun is in the sky, the stars aren't even there because they change their.
But I don't know that I can see that. I mean, to me, that kind of a rhythm would be sensible. I mean, to be able to be seen.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of it. I can't think of it. I mean, have you seen someone present it that way, or is this something that you've thought of yourself?
No, it's something that E1. Have I shown you? Have you watched his video yet? He's only got one thing you can watch, but it's him.
I don't think so.
Presenting his map and stuff. It's the map that I posted above. But
is it in the chat right now?
No, I'll put it there right now. But okay. He was on here. He came on. I finally convinced him to come on, and he talked like for 8 hours on here one day.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, he's really cool. Like, nice guy. He left Flat Earth in 2016 because he couldn't figure out why southern stars weren't being acknowledged, and he thinks that Antarctica might be its own continent, and that there still might be an ice wall. But the other Trojan horse that could be is that Antarctica surrounds us 360 degrees. That does seem unlikely. Think about how much land that is. That would be easy to figure out too. They couldn't just like think of Antarctica as a small little island when we're saying it's like surrounding all the other continents. That might be a stretch. That might be the red herring, and then they prove that wrong. Flat Earth is dead, right? Oh, Antarctica is provable. All the flat earthers know now that there's a little island there that you can actually go around called Antarctica. And now Flat Earth thinks that, that's one of their main premises, that it's big enough and it surrounds all the continents. So no matter which direction you go, it's south. No, there's an actual north that they don't want us to know about. And that's the reason that, maybe some of this information has been kept around and not debunked thoroughly by now. Who knows? It just seems like there's some things that shouldn't be a question any longer, like the basics of what we can know at least. Anyway, that could be the case, right? That there's an actual little island with an ice wall still for Antarctica. It doesn't really matter, but it would if it was somehow proven and it made flat Earth look like, oh, they're stupid, right?
New perspective in your research. I posted a picture now in the live stream. Do you come across a lot of these pictures with these wavy lines and these dotted lines and things like that?
Well, I'm talking about E1's research right now more than anything, but in my research, as far as, let me see what you're talking about. I'm going to put his video in the live stream. Wavy, like the moon wave.
No. So you'll see on those rock drawings, they'll draw these little wavy lines and things like that. Okay, so
Yeah, electromagnetic. Yeah, the magnetic waves. It looks like, or the river, like of electricity, could be.
Yeah. So all of this has led me to where I am now with what I am basically claiming, and with Travis's ether videos with the ether band. I think these people were drawing these ether bands, and then you'll see a lot of the times on outer circles. I'll post pictures of that as well, where they would draw different beings. You know, we can call them Ant-Man, and there's alien-looking beings, but it's always around these lines. So what I'm saying is, because I don't think anyone has ever seen through one of these mirages or anything, or not any. I'm gonna say no one has, or I have not seen anyone see through one of these mirages or reflections above the vanishing point. So I'm suggesting, or I'm hypothesizing, that NASA is trying to get out of that vanishing point, and I'm also suggesting or claiming, or whatever you want to call it, forgive my words, but I'm thinking that these beings come from out of there, and I don't think someone can prove me wrong in the sense of not being able to see past above that vanishing point, because I'm claiming that everything above that vanishing point, which I'm calling the focus point, is all a reflection from outside. We're not actually seeing it inside. So, for instance, with that black swan image, I think that's the only one where I'm seeing the vanishing point, or what I call the focus point, after those oil rigs, which is telling me that those are in our current view, and it's not in the projected view that we're seeing. And I just think we're trying to get out of that projected view, or see what's beyond that projected view.
Yeah, okay. What you're saying, it takes some real concentration to figure out exactly how to picture it. You're saying there's a projected, like we're never seeing past the vantage point.
Yeah.
So we all have our circle of limitations where we can see, and that's where our focus comes from. So, but what's the theory that I'm missing as far as like something that
what I'm
projected
saying is
from where?
Projected
from our
from
eyes?
where?
Like a projected, like your eyes are projecting only out so far, or there's some kind of light being projected into. Well, go ahead.
No, so for instance, if you go into a swimming pool, you can see so far in the swimming pool. So you underwater, you open up your eyes, it's going to be blurry. You don't have goggles on, for instance, now. But you can see your hand in front of you. But to a point, you can't see your hand in front of you anymore.
Right.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that is our atmosphere. So pretend we in the swimming pool now. We can see just to that point. But now there's more atmosphere beyond that. And what I'm suggesting is that it's like a telescope that you see the thickness of that magnifying glass, or whatever's in that telescope, is making something bigger or bringing it closer. And there's a focus point that we're able to see. We see that focus point, and that's why the camera picks up that focus point. It's never blurry beyond that.
It's like a function of the clarity of the atmosphere, so it's a function of distance, basically.
But that's at the same distance as what that water line is, and where that focus point is, and that's where we see that weird banding. And I'm saying that sometimes it's quite a rounded point, sometimes it's very pointy. So when it's a very rounded point, we see that reflection, that inverted reflection. So we're seeing that bottom part of the round, and then it's coming straight, and then it starts going above you like a little dome, in that same distance, 360 around you, a little bit higher above you. But just for picture perfect, for instance, take a half moon, you put it or rainbow above you, and you put that rainbow forward and backwards, so you've got that full rainbow view, 360 around you. So I'm saying now,
exactly, dude. That's fucking well put, dude.
So we can't see past that, which I'm calling the focus point, is because that's where the camera is focusing two images. It's two separate images split by a vanishing point, which I'm calling the focus point. And I think they're trying to break through that. And
That's interesting. That's interesting. And that you just said the half moon, because there's this video I'm going to post right now, actually, from Flat Water, and he's talking about this series that was out that reveals something that is very interesting about the way that they figured out how to make clocks and the timing of things being based on sea travel. And then in that video, and I'll post it because I uploaded it to my YouTube channel and it got blocked and it was unlisted. He said he can't ever get that posted anywhere because they'll block him. And it's just a series that a guy did about, like, you know, interesting things, clocks, how clocks were made. And it was called, anyway, so the sextant the guy was using, it had a half moon, right? And that's how they used to use the original sex. I don't know if that's how it works in modern day sextants, but it's like a half moon piece that mirrors down, and then you're seeing, like, when you use it, you would see the half the real moon and then half the mirrored moon, and you would line those up, and then use your gauge at the bottom at the horizon, so that you would know the angle to the moon that way.
There we go. I think
right?
that's just adding more to confirm what I'm claiming. But
Right.
I'm sure soon we will. My claim will be confirmed. I'm feeling very confident.
Yeah, it seems like that's what we see, right? There's always that kind of cutoff point, which would also make the sunset look like a sun setting behind the ball rather than, when it's completely darkened on the bottom half.
That's also why, like, airplanes look like distance, man. Like the ones that on a good clear day where the horizon's real low. I mean, where the airplane shows up real low, the horizon, it literally looks, you can't even see the airplane, just see the trail it's leaving. And it looks like it's going straight up way in the distance. Literally looks like a space shuttle way off in the distance when you know it's an airplane flying level directly at you.
Yeah, you could go look outside now. If you got a far enough distance, or you should be able to see far enough from anywhere, you'll always see a little bit of a haze. So even if it's behind the mountains, just because that mountain's in the way of you seeing that vanishing point, you'll definitely see a distinctive color difference with a haze. So if it's the far mountains, if it's say you 30 kilometers from the city, you will see a haze. There might be obstructions from you seeing that vanishing point, but I'm claiming that haze is a reflection from outside of your visual perspective, and no one can see through that, not even infrared. I haven't seen infrared yet. I have been looking for infrared footage, but you even see that vanishing point, which I call the focus point, is you even see it on infrared, so you cannot see through it.
Well, that would be huge if you could quote unquote prove that, because then it would solve the issue that Glovers have of us not being able to see the sun, which is ridiculous anyway, because the sun can hide behind a cloud. You don't see it at all, right? So the idea that it couldn't hide through thick atmosphere is ridiculous to even claim that we'd always see the sun on a flat earth, right? Because they're always thinking about it as big as they think it is, but just as close as we think it is, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, so I don't even think it's hiding behind atmosphere. I think it's hiding behind the focus point. The focal point. But it's in there eventually. It goes into that.
Well, are you under the impression that maybe we're not actually seeing a real sun. We're just seeing a focal point, kind of like
no, it's like
projected
perspective,
focal
man.
point.
It's like perspective. Like it hits a point where it's almost like coming into reality. The way I described the airplane looking like a space shuttle, like it'll hit a certain point where it like just warps into fucking reality, where it doesn't look like a space shuttle no more. It looks like an airplane coming right at you. It's like a point. It's probably different distances in the sky than it is the ground, but I think he described it like on the ground. If I think the way I think so.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys looked at that drawing that I posted yesterday, and I think I sent it to you guys separately as well. Now that I've verbally given you guys an explanation again, that might clarify a few things. But yeah, I'm sure in the next few days.
So how would you go about proving this, though? How would you just, because anything optical could be interpreted, subjectively.
So
What were you thinking about?
I've drawn a few things on a piece of paper, so I'm busy preparing a few things because I'm meeting with Travis and a few guys, I think a few other people tomorrow. But I'm definitely meeting with Travis tomorrow so we can brainstorm a bit and he can help me with the wording because I don't have any science background. But I have got some logic. Anyways, so I've drawn a few ideas and I do think that we need to come. Where's that drawing now? So we need to get the distance of where that actual focal point is. So if we have someone in the middle filming out to that and zooming into that focus point, because that focus point doesn't change with those atmospheric conditions. If it's those conditions, you'll see that focus point in that spot. If you know what I mean, if you 100 meters away, 200 meters away, you're always going to be able to see a distinctive focus point or that miraging. So we need someone on the other side of that mirage and someone on the inside of your little personal dome. And they need to walk towards each other, for instance, drive towards each other, where you as the observer see them merging into each other. They become one. Then we've got a distance there. And then run some data tests, get that done on different days so you can get a variable, and then I'm saying that we will be able to make predictions if the atmosphere is in this condition, or if the distance to that focal point is that far. That means we're going to be having this much lensing or this much magnification. So whatever's over that, above that focus point, we'll be able to predict where the sun would be, where the stars would be, where whatever would be. Even if there's a building in the distance, we'll be able to predict it'll be this size, that size, and so on and so forth.
That's interesting because what you're saying reminds me of something that a guy on 24/7 came in that was talking about triangulating the sun in a way that people weren't realizing, right? And you saw it was something to do with getting the azimuth right of the sun, and that you could triangulate it doing a way that they hadn't thought of. He was talking about you could do it in your living room with any light, and that sounds like what you're talking about. Maybe that it could be the same. But I was trying to find him because he left kind of in a huff because no one was giving him the time of day because they're stuck on the sun's not actual. They don't even bring that up. We don't want speculation, all that kind of stuff. Like the triangulation, it's just an apparent position and all that. So, and I don't know if he ever came back, but I tried to message who I thought it was, and it wasn't him. It was somebody else that I mistook for him. But if there's if that guy's listening, come to the Earth Awakenings and tell us what you're talking about. But it sounds like the same kind of thing. You get one person on both sides of the apparent position, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, just to get that distance. So then you know where the actual focal point is. Then you'll be able to predict how much lensing there would be in the next layer. So I then say that the next layer is X amount for us to get that actual focus, and that's why you will notice different days. I've said this before a few times now, but for the new listeners, Travis has got quite a few pictures of the exact same position on different days, and the water line's always this, or the water is always the same, but the actual vanishing line is higher or lower, and then the image above that is larger or smaller, sometimes stretched, sometimes squished. But the bottom half is always predictable, always the same. It just might be further out onto the water or closer to you. So that distance changes. It's not the actual curvature. And he's got some beautiful footage that you guys should go check out, where clearly nothing goes over an horizon, and it goes into that lensing effect. But what I wanted to ask was, have you seen that video with Chris van Maitre or something like that, with a double sun? There's quite a few videos where you can see two suns.
I've seen it.
So I think if you look at that drawing that I posted yesterday, there's different layers of focus, and I think we're getting the second focal point coming into that.
Yeah, it's always below it.
Yeah, so different layers, different focal points, and that's what I think we're seeing there as well. But I could be wrong there. That's speculation. But
that's what I was pointing out earlier, man. I don't know if he was here, man, but kind of add to the point. I've been noticing an effect, and you can only notice it on days where there's not a obvious inferior mirage, but we see obstruction. Like usually there's an inferior mirage, and sometimes you'll see a black swan, but then sometimes you get them days with obstruction a lot in certain times of year. You know, they're just sporadic. And but they all, if you see a picture with consistency in it, like the bridge with equidistant pylons, or either the windmills where you know that they're equidistant apart, you'll see a regular view of the windmills up close going off to the horizon, like the zone he's talking about, and they're shrinking normally in size as they're going off to the distance. But on the days with the obstruction, they're doing that. But then when they hit that point he's talking about, like they quit obeying them rules, and you'll see obstruction. So from that horizon or that focal point that day, they quit shrinking off in the distance. Like they quit what they were previously doing, and they don't maybe get bigger, but they don't get smaller. So you'll see it with the bridge pylons, and you'll notice that almost every time I've seen that, that's got to be some kind of magnification or like another type of layer. The way he's describing it, you know, I'm interested in hearing more about it, because that's
hey, just
kind of
real
what
quick. So for me, Brian and Perspective are coming in nice and loud. I'm listening on my Bluetooth speaker because my phone's charging. But Beer Man, you're really low for me, and I've got you turned up all the way. So I don't know if maybe can you check your settings and maybe up your output, and because I've been missing everything you're saying. Really, it's just like you're in a different room. But these other two guys are coming in nice and clear, so I don't know what else to do. But I've got you turned up all the way on my end. Sorry for interrupting.
No worries. Are you guys hearing me clearly, or is it low on your guys' side as well?
Yeah, I can hear you okay.
I hear him. I hear both of them a little bit louder, but I can still hear you. But it wouldn't hurt to turn it up.
Okay, because mine's maximum at the moment. I can maybe put the microphone.
Yeah, I can hear you.
That's better there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay, cool. Sorry, it's just a new headset. I got to get this all worked out again. But yeah, what were you saying again now? Oh yeah, you were talking about the.
Yeah, so if it's something that's inconsistent, there's no real way to even discuss it, especially if you're debating about it or trying to point it out to somebody like Ballers or something. I talk to them a lot, but if it's something consistent, so we know them windmills are a certain distance apart, so we know what we expect to see something by the rules that they give us, and we know that the rules aren't as consistent as they'd like them to be. But on them days with the obstruction, where it appears to be a horizon where there's no defined inferior mirage, from the point on the horizon past, like I think it's the point you're describing, like it's different. It's they stay the same, and maybe even get a little bigger, or maybe just, but they don't shrink. Like the windmill blades seem to be the same size way off in the distance as they are right there just past the horizon on days like that. I think it's some kind of magnification, but it is like a whole nother type of layer or something. It's weird.
I watched a video this morning where there's a lady walking on the road where there was a mirage, and right above her, when she walked through the mirage, it looked like she was walking on a treadmill, which also proves my point. So I'm really looking forward to getting the wording correct, where I can officially claim this, and or anyone can possibly claim this, whoever finds the proof better. But if I can get the wording correct, and where the guys can, the more sciencey guys can try disprove what I'm saying, or whatever, however you guys want to explain this stuff. I don't do debates. I don't understand the terminologies. But
Hey, Brian. Do you understand what he's trying to say?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Can you explain it to me in your words so I make sure?
Yeah,
that I know?
like I'm kind of trying to, man. I'd like to hear more about it, but I'm thinking it's like a zone, like it's a zone that we hit depending on that day, where it's just like kind of what I'm describing, where the rules no longer apply. The perspective rules kind of don't apply. It's like it's a certain zone. If there's a spot that you can pinpoint where shit merges, like he's got a good idea, like traveling off two vehicles and trying to like maybe mark the distance where they turn into one, and anything past that, it's kind of like its own little realm with its own little rules, kind of, man. It's,
right.
And it varies. That's what I think he's saying.
There's so many variables once it reaches that.
Yeah, but the fact that you can't see through it is telling me that that's the end. You can zoom as much as you want. You'll just zoom into something that's going to be bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. It's not going to go through it. So that's why I say they're trying to break through that. And Falcon 9 rocket is actually quite a awesome video. If you watch it again with this sort of viewpoint, it almost looks like they broke through it, and that's what's shining through, because eventually that rocket looks like it's not even moving forward anymore, and it just looks like water's pissing through a hole with light coming through.
Yeah, so it's basically a kind of a function of the clarity of the day, but it's always going to have its limit, and you're just not going to see any further than that, and that's where the horizon's going to, way in the distance, that's where it's going to mark its point. Like if you're up high, it's just not going to be no further than that, and that's why it doesn't rise completely all the way up to eye level. But basically it is under our feet anyway. But I'd say kind of describe it as a function of distance. But I'd like to hear more about it. But I think I like what I'm hearing. I think I can relate to it pretty good. Maybe help the more I hear about it.
Awesome. Well, I think there's going to be a lot more to come from it. I just need to find the tools and the expert help. But I can give out the ideas. With my bit of research that I've been doing. Luckily, I came from a taught background of the globe, and not a understanding background of it. So I didn't understand either side actually when I came into this whole flat earth, globe earth topic. So I was pretty unbiased, and this actually turned me into not believing that it's a ball. I was flat earth for a while, then I went heliocent what's on the fence, and when I figured this out, it was about 3 days ago. I sort of became lost for words and out of breath.
The ball's boring, man. The ball's boring, man.
Yeah, but this is like a Truman Show for me. It's scary, it's exciting, everything at once, because I can't show you what's outside of that world. I can film what's out there, but I can't be outside there at the same time that I'm in this world, in this visual perspective.
Well, you definitely got a new perspective to bring in. No pun on our buddy's name there, but it is always exciting, man, to hear new. And you came to the right people, especially with Travis. Like he's a good vocabulary, and he's also got a lot to show, like to try and put visuals behind your descriptions. And I'm already looking forward to tomorrow, man.
Yeah, I've been using a lot of these videos for explanations, and I'll share them. I'll actually put a few that will blow quite a few of you guys' minds away, because I don't understand how he's got so few views and no one's looking at this. This should be fucking wow.
Perspective. If that was you that asked what's going on tomorrow, we've got a hangout planned 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time to just keep talking about this stuff. What Beerman's talking about right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I still like, my Discord, crashed and I was trying to ask, some details about what it is that is the whole significance of it even further. Like it's a zone that basically, and a lot of different things can happen. So we all kind of know that already. Like we all know that refraction is big.
Yeah, but it's a significant cutoff. It's like a distinctive cutoff point.
You're talking at a specific distance, like a certain amount of miles. That we're saying 3 miles or something.
And only one thing happens there, and a focus point happens where 2 images are split, and I want to know what's splitting it. There's clearly 2 images being split.
Okay, so you're saying that there's a split. Okay, well, you know what? It makes sense right away in my mind.
So
if there is a dome, right? Which is what gives us rainbows, right? Or possibly what that the sun dogs seem to be part of the evidence for that. And if we're always seeing the ground meet the sky, then that would make sense because the top, where the sky is always going to have some kind of reflective property to it, and it's going to be cut off by that horizon line, and then we're seeing something organic underneath. So the difference between the organic and the reflective trips us out and makes us see the image in double, or makes us see it in a wrong place, or it gives us double vision, basically.
Yeah, I'll give another example of that.
Yeah, even that's like said that, like, I think like half a mile and up, there is no real defined horizon, man. It's just like a merging point. You look at the high altitude balloon footage and shit, and you can't make out the horizon. It looks like maybe the clouds or whatever. It's just it seems to vary depending on the clarity of the day, man. I think it is something if we put our minds to it, we could maybe nail it down a little better, maybe.
Yeah, and that's the thing is they try to pretend that they can science it, like it's always going to be a certain way, which is the funny part about it. Standard refraction. Come on.
I was flying cross country, and I happened to be sitting right next to an Air Force pilot who was looking at schematics on his iPad, and he was pulling up the HUD schematics, and I leaned over to him and I said, "Hey, you mind if I ask you a couple questions?" I wish I would have recorded the conversation, but I didn't do it. But I said, tell me about the false horizon, because I could see this line above the horizon. So he was describing it, this, that, and the other thing. And I said, what do you think about the possibility that the limitation of our eyes and the conditions of the air create that physical horizon that we see? And then that false horizon that you guys have on the screen is actually the projection of where that horizon actually is far off into the distance. You just can't see it. And he was like, huh, that's really interesting. And I just left it at that. You know what I mean? I didn't want to hit him with anything that would make him shut it off. But to me, this is what I'm hearing from some of the stuff that we're talking about. Like where we see the horizon end, it's a combination of both the limitation of the angle in which we're viewing and the conditions of the medium. But that the water or whatever's in the distance would actually be higher up in our visual line of sight. And that's what they actually call the astronomical horizon, right? Because that's what the astronomical horizon is. It's this weird fucking thing that happens higher up in the sky that you can't see. And it's where everything goes wonky.
Right. Lensing effect for sure. And that regardless if it, and what's their definition of what they think the light bends? Is it the water that they think causes the refraction? And the light bending? Or is it, there's a lensing effect on our end, maybe because of the said dome or whatever, right? Like possibly from firmament type or whatever causes refraction. It's interesting that their definition of the horizon literally is that the sky goes behind the ground. And I know that's what I've always known that, but it's just so funny when you think about it. Like they think it's a literal place. That's always what we're seeing. It's just a matter of how high or low it goes. This vague place, somehow literal. It doesn't even like, I don't know how they can still stick to that.
Well, I was talking to Beerman yesterday about this too. I called him up, or he called me back. So as I'm driving through Pennsylvania or New York yesterday, I had a high tree line in front of me that was my horizon, but I could clearly see the sky just take off into the distance. You could see it that it's farther away, but the limitation of my eye line was cut off by a high tree ridge. So that if you just take that out again to the horizon, if there's nothing there, and then the horizon is there for you, the sky extends farther out into the distance than the land.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And sometimes further than others. That reminds me of Bev's. I was on Bev's the other day, and two quick things, adding to what new perspective and what you said. Like Ruhif they were talking about, I forgot who it was, but Ruhif had talked about this picture with Bev out there holding his rod to show that we couldn't see no arc second or 2 arc second accuracy over 500 meters, but he did it in front of Blackpool Tower. The Blackpool Tower was in the distance, and it was showing up a little higher on the crosshairs, and I'm listening to them, go back and forth. And for one, the tool's really not made to even go 500 meters, much less way the hell back in the distance to 20 miles to Blackpool Tower. But the elephant in the room is they're trying to do trigonometry and angles and all this stuff. And there's an elephant in the room, like there's a literal white puffy cloud at the bottom of Blackpool Tower off in the distance past that. I'm like,
yeah.
You're thinking about doing this math and nobody's even noticing they're talking about this cloud. It's at the bottom of Blackpool Tower, just right at the crosshairs. It's not no more than about 30 miles away tops. And you're not supposed to have a mile of drop, or 2 miles of drop in that distance. But it was funny, man.
Hey, wouldn't you say that most of us that have been in these debates for a while now have kind of gleamed at how they might have reverse engineered it, and most of us kind of agree that maybe they figured out the limitations of our eyesight and kind of based everything.
Yeah,
from
and
that.
the fact it was way easier to model it the way they did.
Can I jump in and say something?
Sure. Of course.
A long time ago, Vibes of Cosmos started with long-distance photographing. He's a Greek guy.
Mm-hmm.
And in these observations, long distance, up to 200 kilometers, there seems to be no disappearance from the bottom up. So I have put that in my head. What is happening there? Is it the Mediterranean climate?
Oh, on a good clear day, man.
Yeah, but listen. I kind of took that angle to it, but then by surprise I came across some Turkish observations, and they see the same happening as Traverses and Heath and others. And what the difference is that Vibe of Cosmos photographs from positions that there are hardly any islands. And if there are islands in front of the coast, they are very small. So it looks like you might also conclude from the observations of Skyfree that if there is a situation where there is like a kind of small passage of wind, because the rising of air above water and land is different, you get a kind of effect of difference in humidity and the humidity above the water filling in, flowing towards the sky above the land, and things like that, that can create a kind of a lens effect. So that's where, and of course, Travis also goes to the what is your other location? I can't get on the name now, right, Travis?
Like Chesapeake?
Yeah, Chesapeake.
The Channel Islands.
It's a kind of a funnel, a funnel of water and land, right?
Blackpool.
Yeah. What?
Blackpool.
Well, the first time, funny enough, the first time someone mentioned something like that was Renty, when he was shooting from Blackpool across the water to that harbor. And when you look at that, you first hit land with the lighthouse. It's a small part, and then a bay, and then the town. And he said he saw something happening there, taking ground away. So making more of the disappearance from the bottom up. Yeah. But he never expanded on it, and later he didn't include it in these mountain shots that he says are showing globe Earth.
I'm posting a video real quick of a explanation Ranty says he couldn't find. So I'm gonna post a pretty short video, about 5 minutes, of him explaining, literally and demonstrating, what he says he can't find an explanation for. So everybody might want to check it out when they get a minute. I'll post it in live stream tech.
But anyways, what I wanted to say is that in these photographs of Vibes of Cosmos, it seems to include that if you have only a long stretch of water, long stretch of water with no islands, or only a small island in between, you don't have that as much as the bottom-up disappearance as when you have this change. So I wanted to bring that in. What would
be the theory there, that the islands are making it less light, consistent light, to create less of that effect or more of that effect?
Yeah. To make more of a point, I have had two vacations. I have had two vacations to Sweden, and then you ride over that bridge between Denmark and Sweden. And on both occasions, I saw only clouds above the land and no clouds above the water. And the same I observed on my two vacations in the province of Zeeland in the southwest of Holland. That's where the delta works are. There are also land, water, land, water, land, water. Yeah.
Well, and you think about this, the other thing is, if it's true what they say about our eyes, that we're actually seeing everything upside down, and then our brain reverses it back right side up.
Yeah.
That's what they say, right? Like that our eyes actually see everything upside down, and then it fixes itself when it goes to process through your to your brain, right? Is everyone aware of that? I don't know if there's any confirmation that's true, but that would then create a whole nother set of possible effects, that you're not only seeing an illusion in the distance, you're seeing a refraction, but then you're also having to correct for the upside down image at the same time, which could cause funky things, I don't know, that's just another thing to think about. But the other thing I wanted to add before I forget is E1 was talking about the best proof for a firmament in his mind is the double rainbow. And that's because the second rainbow, he thinks, is always consistently the set distance apart from the first rainbow. Like, he measured in between many sets of those double rainbows, and it seems like the spacing in between is consistent. And the second set is the reversal of the colors. And so his idea is that the thickness in between is, we're seeing the thickness of the firmament between the two rainbows. And then what we're getting, and he repeated this and did it with a bowl and a bunch of different reflective materials, and he could only get that effect when it was the reflection off the outside of the firmament or the bowl or whatever he was using to recreate it. So if it was a reflection off the outside of the firmament surface with the sun that's hit, coming down, and it's reflection at the angle of the sun with the rain or whatever else that you need to have that happen, and then the inside surface of the sun is the one that's a lot darker, and the second rainbow is always fainter, which means that it has to go through the thickness of the dome, and it reverses the colors in the same exact way.
Yeah, and then there's the question: is it the personal dome or the overall dome?
Right?
Yeah.
Is it both? Right? Yeah.
Yeah. And new perspective, Dave. I'm not sure about it, but somehow I am not really a Bible reader, so sometimes I think the firmament is what is under our feet. So the dome and the firmament are in that case different, but I'm not sure about it.
I don't know if I know what you mean. Can you say that again?
That the firmament is really what is under our feet.
Well, how does it become a reference for the sky then? I don't get it. How do you imagine that? I don't get it.
Don't know.
Okay.
Then I come back to the observation of types of cosmos creating the star pattern from the image on the moon, creating it from the most deepest parts of the Earth that are the most white on the moon.
Has anybody bought his book?
No, I didn't. No.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I wanted to add that if you look at high altitude balloon footage or even that Felix footage where he jumps out of that thing at very high, you'll see that same vanishing point and does the same effect. So you'll always see it. That's another reason why I'm so confident with this. I haven't really seen a picture where I don't see this happening. If you can provide me an image where you can see even further, that'll be fantastic. But I don't think anyone has that.
Well, I'd love for us to look at, if we can remember to think about this tomorrow. I could show you, at least on the Chesapeake Bay, it's easier to do it. I can show you the same line of sight with an inferior mirage so that you can't see the distant shoreline. And then I've got clear lines of sight where there's no interference at all of that shore, so that you've got different positions of everything and distances vary. So
yeah, but I'm sure you'll see that eventually further on. Like we actually spoke about it this morning, because this morning it was all misty, and I said, "Oh, Jack, you can actually see a circle around us." I was chatting to my wife, and I said, "This is exactly what I'm talking about." And I got all excited, but now the mist disappeared, but that went further and further and further away. And now I see back to the ocean, but there's a distinctive line again there by the ocean. But that line looks the same all the time. There's a little bit of difference between the two, depending on the what that focus point. Sometimes it spreads wide, where you see that weird reflection coming back, or that inverted reflection, inferior mirage, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I see that circle getting bigger around me, and I have not seen it. And I think that can explain why you can see, for like what you say, if that's what you're talking about, that some days you don't see it over the water. But my saying is that sometimes it's not in the water, sometimes it's way past the water, and it's actually behind, for instance, a house, but you can't actually see that point because the house is in front of it. But you'll see that haze in the background.
Okay.
And that is the actual focus point. That's why the camera's picking that up.
Huh. Yeah, I think it'll be a really interesting hangout tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
Oh shit! I was just talking to myself for like 5 minutes. I didn't realize I cut out. What did I say last when I cut out? Sorry. I was just saying I wanted everyone should watch that video I just posted again. It shows how you can there's an equation for gravity, the acceleration of gravity, without using any of the globe components. I just posted in a live stream, and everyone should watch those clock.
Without using what?
Without using the gravity,
Yes, like
component.
F equals WA.
Did you watch it? I sent you that video, right? Yeah, you saw it.
No, I'll watch it now.
Okay.
But unless, I mean, I've heard that before, but I mean, that's what I say is F equals WA. But like I said, they say due to gravity. Like they say, like shit falls at average of 9.8 meters per second squared due to gravity. Like due to whatever, you just claim that. Claim the empirical drop rate, and say due to whatever. That
it's only like a 4-minute video. It's a kinematic equation. You guys want to check it out? It's something that is interesting because it's actually something Witsit could have used, or somebody could have used against that guy tonight in the debate on Jaren's channel, because he was saying, how do you calculate for gravity? There's no equation for gravity without that acceleration, and that is only caused by gravity. And
I'm gonna watch it, man. I'm watch it. I can't even post videos, man. For some reason, I can't. I was trying to post videos, and I can't. The only one I literally downloaded it through Video Guru, or I posted like a screenshot. Basically, it won't let me post shit except for like emojis.
You're too dangerous.
That's got to be it.
They got the stranglehold. Yeah, they got some limitations put out there for the people that are dangerous. Maybe, who knows? I might not even be kidding. That might be true. But what did you notice with that? It just in here, or you can't post it anywhere? You can't post it anywhere on Discord? You can't post videos? He's probably watching that video. Oh, and there's another one. I was talking about the blue ice. Did I cut out when I was talking about the sky ice?
I'm not sure,
Hello?
dude.
Oh, there you are, Beerman. I can hardly hear you, Beerman.
I'm saying I'm not sure if where you cut out, to be honest.
Did you watch the sky ice video? I might have sent it to you, Beerman, or I told you to check for it.
Yeah.
It's interesting, huh? So the sky ice is almost pure oxygen, and that video seems like a pretty honest video. The guy is not trying to, sell you anything about the ice. He just said there was a chance he got to hold it. It melted in his hand or evaporated in his hand, didn't get his glove wet. It's too cold to touch, almost pure oxygen, and it comes from the wall. And they've tried to bulldoze into the wall to get to the other side through the blue ice, and the bulldozer or whatever they were using, the hole maker. What do you call those things? They got stuck inside, right? And then it reformed. Like that's huge. That's a big clue. If that
drill bit.
Yeah, the drill bit, or whatever the machine was that they even made a special machine. Yeah, the borehole machine. And they had to leave it inside because they couldn't get it out. It was too cold. It froze up. It was too cold to keep going. And then they couldn't get it back out because the ice had started reforming itself behind the machine. And I guess it's the biggest structure on Earth, this wall thing. Has everyone seen that video? I think I actually downloaded it. That's huge. That's kind of a big clue.
If you, I wanted to ask a favor for the rest of you guys. If you guys are going to go watch Travis's videos, if you do ever come across a video, even if it's not on his channel, but I'm looking for, if you guys have seen Crow 777's Lunar Wave, I'm predicting that we will see that as well on those ether band videos that what Travis has. So there at that mirage point, you'll see a distinctive movement from left to right or right to left, and it'll go 360 around. It'll always circle.
That would make sense with the vortex, right? So causing some kind of energetic wave.
Yeah, so you'll see that if you look at the moon or if you look at stars or any light that you look high up in the sky, you'll sometimes see stretching of the light to one side. So that's the direction. It's from left to right, whatever, it'll stretch to the right. But then you'll see over the lunar wave, you'll see there's that big ring that comes across sometimes twice. I think there's even people that's seen it more than twice after each other. But I'm saying that that's the same movement, or that flickery wobbly stuff that's going from left to right or right to left. I'm saying that's the same thing we're seeing at that mirage point. So if the lunar wave happens on the moon, I'm sure it will happen on the coast as well. And if we can get that captured, I think that will confirm that what I'm saying is all the way around you as well. That from that mirage point or vanishing point, whatever, it's all the way around you 360.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense completely.
So I'm just looking. I'm going through videos. I'm watching as much as I can when I can, to see if I can capture that might have been missed, because that'll be a fantastic find.
Yeah, for sure. Good work.
I've mentioned this before, but when you video over water and that shimmering effect that you get, at the horizon, basically, it's a flow. It seems to go in one direction every time, and it has nothing to do with the current of the water. It's just seems like to be some type of flow of the, of the air, of the medium. Have y'all noticed that?
I think